Chapter 990. In a world overflowing with superpowered beings, a magician without magic is like cavalry without horses, utterly ineffective. Even with my titles as regenerator and alchemist, I can only optimize my own strength and tools. That's enough for small-scale problems, but not against true threats, foes like Magneto, Apocalypse, or the demons lurking in the dark. I need an agent who can wield real magic, someone to guard me. I'd planned to pick one of my favorites, but you showed up just in time. Your powers barely meet my requirements, so you've become my choice. The young trickster nodded thoughtfully, then hesitated. But there's nothing I can do for you right now, he said. Aaron waved him off. No worries. By our contract, I won't assign you tasks beyond your abilities. Your first priority is simply to stay at the Mutant Academy and mind your own business. Eat, drink, and have fun every day, but don't you dare slack off on your studies. The little rascal blinked in surprise. That's it? And I'm supposed to drop everything anytime you call? Aaron chuckled. Like some undercover agent on standby? Don't flatter yourself. You're still a rookie. But I do promise to train you and teach you magic. At the mention of magic, the boy practically buzzed with excitement. You mean it? Really? Aaron nodded. Yes, but lessons won't happen in broad daylight. So when? The boy pressed. You'll sneak me out of my dorm at night? Rolling his eyes, Aaron gave a flat denial. No way am I sneaking into the girls' dormitory. I'm not that kind of creep. The rascal frowned. Then how are we supposed to meet? A sly smile curved Aaron's lips. Each night, after you fall asleep, I'll pull you into your dreams, and that's where you'll learn magic. The boy's eyes grew wide. You can do that? Of course I can, Aaron replied smoothly. Who do you think I am? Aaron leaned back, folding his hands together as he explained. Every 3 months I hold a council with my relatives in the spirit realm. It keeps me informed, otherwise I'd be holed up at home so long my grasp of the world would pale next to yours. The next meeting is in 6 weeks. I'll make sure you get the notice. I hesitated, then asked, how many dependents do you have exactly? He smiled and began counting on his fingers. 11, yourself included. On Star Borhart I've placed Jacques Mons, Ramon Lancelot, Naga Chattel, Jer, Luolay, and Slytherin. If Earth ever becomes uninhabitable, Borhart is our fallback. Back here on Earth, I've got others in place as well. Frant Custer, a former Marine, now reports directly to Nick Fury at Esild, carrying out, let's say, exceptionally dangerous assignments. Bucky Barnes, once a howling commando alongside Captain America, Steve Rogers, and Steve's late brother, now serves as a special agent for the Sentinel Secret Service, tracking down unscrupulous mutant criminals. And of course, there's Bruce Banner. You must have heard of the Avengers. I nodded, absorbing the scope of his network. 11 allies in 2 worlds, each poised to protect or rescue us if disaster ever struck. Wait, so the Hulk signed a contract with you too? Naughty's voice cracked with disbelief. He's your dependent? Aaron shrugged, unfazed. And that's not all. Jane Volturi, once a noble in the vampire courts, is now my exclusive maid. Naughty's grin froze. Jane's a vampire? He swallowed hard, as if he'd just realized he'd been toe-to-toe with a monster. Are you serious? No need to panic, Aaron replied smoothly. She signed exactly the same binding contract you did. From now on, you'll be teammates in the same unit. And don't worry about her thirst for blood. Jane has long since abandoned her predatory nature. The contract ensures her cravings stay completely suppressed. You're not on her menu. Naughty forced a wry grin. That's reassuring, kind of. But this Gaius group you're building, it sounds awfully convoluted. Aaron inclined his head. It has to be. We need every angle covered. S-Shield picks up on extraordinary phenom. The Sentinel Secret Service specializes in mutant affairs. Our vampire liaison, Jane, gives us unparalleled insight into the occult underworld. And the Avengers? Well, their movements speak for themselves. As for Dr. Banner, he retains a fair degree of autonomy. We're assembling the ultimate intelligence network. Naughty exhaled, brow furrowed. I can't believe I'm saying this, but okay, let's see where this goes. Aaron leaned back, a faint smile playing on his lips. If need be, I can funnel intelligence back to the Avengers. As for you, you're still a rookie in the mystic arts. Your task is simple, study hard. Little Naughty bit her lip before speaking. May I ask why those others became your protégés? Aaron's gaze turned serious. Frank Castle lost his entire family in a single night. His world was destroyed, so I gave him a purpose, revenge. Bucky Barnes was brainwashed by Hydra and forced to kill innocent people. I helped remove that programming and offered him a chance to atone. Bruce Banner's struggle with the Hulk threatened disaster at every turn. I taught him to reconcile with his other self so he can control his transformations. And Jane, she was entangled with the Volturi. One drop of vampire blood was all it took to free her and grant her a new life. As he spoke, little Naughty felt her shoulders relax. Aaron might be self-interested, but he clearly cared about those he helped. "Any other questions?" he asked, arching an eyebrow. She shook her head. "No." He stood and gave her an amused nod. "Very well. Sleep well tonight." He glanced toward a shadowy corner. "Fox, see her home." A piercing cry, like a phoenix's call, filled the divination chamber. Suddenly a globe of golden flame enveloped little Naughty, lifting her gently into the air. In an instant, she vanished. An old door swung shut with a soft creak, and the room was silent once more. The door on the right swung open, and Hala drifted in, casually sipping a glass of juice. She paused, eyes glinting with amusement. "Congratulations, you fooled another one," she drawled. Aaron leaned back, a mysterious smile playing at his lips. "Let's call it fate's handiwork." Hala snorted, setting her glass on the table with deliberate slowness. "Fate? Really, Gaius? Now you're giving credence to fate?" Aaron's grin widened. "I made it happen for her, if you will. But don't misunderstand me. I don't actually believe in fate. Any destiny that works against me is nothing more than futile superstition." Hala rolled her eyes so hard you could almost hear them. Sure. That night at Xavier's School for Gifted Youths, Xiaotauqi finally drifted off, the anxieties of the day slipping away in restless dreams. When she opened her eyes again, nothing looked familiar. The soft mattress, the worn pillow, even the dormitory walls had vanished. Instead, she found herself standing atop an infinite sea of glowing clouds, all bathed in a warm, golden light. She swallowed hard, heart pounding. Golden beams cascaded through cracks in the cloudscape, each pillar of light more breathtaking than the last. She had studied Earth's most spectacular sights, Grand Canyons, towering waterfalls, coral reefs, but this surpassed every image she had ever seen. "Wow," she whispered, voice trembling with awe. A calm, familiar voice drifted in from behind her. "Welcome to my spiritual world." Xiaotauqi turned, and there stood Aaron, his expression serene yet filled with purpose. Here in this realm of light and mist, their journey was only beginning. Aaron stood before me in a flowing black wizard's robe, a knowing smile dancing in his eyes. "Well," he asked softly, "how does it feel?" I could hardly find the words. "It's beautiful. More beautiful than anything I've ever seen. If this isn't a dream, I never want to leave." A satisfied grin spread across Aaron's face. "You won't have to. Welcome to my future kingdom of God." I blinked, astonished. "But isn't this just a dream?" "Dreams are simply the medium I use to guide your consciousness," Aaron explained, patiently. "Everything you see here is born from my spiritual realm. For now, it's only an illusion, a world that cannot yet manifest in the ordinary plane. But once I ascend to true godhood, I will possess the power to make this realm real. I will breathe life into it, crafting a one-of-a-kind fantasy kingdom." I felt a sudden clarity. "You mean you're the creator of this mindscape?" Aaron's smile deepened. "Exactly. You're sharper than I gave you credit for." I hesitated, then ventured, "And the ruler of shadows, where do they fit in?" Aaron raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. "You ask questions my other followers never even think of. I like that." He held my gaze as the world around us shimmered with untapped potential, and I realized I stood on the brink of something far grander than a mere dream. "I don't mind indulging your curiosity, but you mustn't tell anyone," Aaron said with a mysterious smile. He snapped his fingers. With a soft crackle, tendrils of dark crimson mist rose from the sea of clouds, swallowing the light and draping the sky in a heavy, oppressive gloom. A feral roar shattered the stillness as countless shadowy creatures poured from the void, gliding on unseen currents. Their glowing scarlet eyes sent a chill racing down little Naughty's spine. "What are those monsters?" she whispered. "They're natives of the shadow dimension," Aaron explained calmly. As he released his hold on the shadows, his inner world blossomed once more into kaleidoscopic splendor, every color shining with renewed brilliance. "From the fragments of lore I've gathered over the years, Magic was divided by the ancient gods at the dawn of the universe. Only a select few races were born with the innate gift to wield it. The rest must call upon the gods through special rites to borrow their power that, naturally, demands repayment. If your creditor is merciful, they might grant you a grace period, like the sorcerers of Kamartaj on Earth. Those mystics worship the Vishanti and defend our world from dark magic. As long as your debt stays reasonable, their repayment terms are mild. But benevolent deities are rare. Most arcane lenders are ruthless. Bargaining with them is like dealing with loan sharks. They'll demand a piece of you, an organ, or even one of your senses, and their interest compounds mercilessly. Fall behind, and they'll siphon your life force bit by bit until your soul becomes their feast. My life and my soul, they really are in your hands, Little Naughty groaned, tears welling in his eyes as he looked up at Aaron. Aaron snorted. Stop being so dramatic. When outsiders are listening, you can call me Aaron. When we're alone, what do you call me? Little Naughty hesitated, then beamed. Master. A satisfied smile curved Aaron's lips. Good. Never forget this. No ancient god is easy to deal with. Even the weakest among the celestial fathers are terrifying, and above them stand beings whose power shapes entire universes. Beyond the ancient gods, there are demons who rule over their own realms we call dimensions. These dimensional lords vary widely in power. Some are so formidable that even the ancient gods approach them with caution. Others rank no higher than lesser deities. For example, the realm we call heaven answers to God, hell bows to Satan, and the darkness bends to Dormammu. Your master, Aaron Gaius, holds sway over the shadow dimension. All the creatures that dwell there are his subjects, which is why he is rightfully known as the Shadow Lord. I nodded, my excitement barely contained. I understand. Now, about magic. What should I learn first? Aaron smiled with quiet pride. There are many spells to master, but let me show you something simple. He produced a sleek black wand and raised it to the sky as casually as if he were scratching an itch. Mist and clouds. With that command, a fine, white fog billowed from the wand's tip, swallowing the heavens in an instant. Visibility dropped to mere feet. Aaron flicked his wrist again, and just as swiftly, the mist dispersed, leaving the sky clucklor, ear and blue once more. This, he said, lowering the wand, is basic weather control, good starting point for any aspiring sorcerer. The right incantation, finely crafted wand, and enough raw magical energy could shroud an entire city in mist within seconds. But at my level, I don't need any of that. With sufficient power at my command, I can bend the very heavens to my will. Could I do that too? The boy, my apprentice, looked up at me with wide eyes. I shook my head. Not yet. Even though I've sealed a great deal of magic inside you, true wandless silent casting demands talent, and you simply don't have enough of it. He frowned, clearly disappointed. I studied him for a moment, then let a small smile cross my face. But there is one spell I want you to learn. His eyes brightened. Which spell? A Patronus. I pronounced the word with reverence. It's an ancient, extraordinarily difficult defensive charm. He blinked. Me? A beginner? How could I possibly? You'll learn it in time, I interrupted. But understand this. Never summon a Patronus unless you have no other choice. Why not? He demanded. I shrugged, unwilling to spoil the demonstration I had in mind. I'll show you. No sooner had I spoken than shadows coalesced around us, cutting off the moonlight. A tide of dark entities, creatures of tooth and claw, slid down the mountainside as if answering some silent call. Their eyes gleamed, their fangs bared, and they charged. I turned to my apprentice. Watch closely. Then, gathering every ounce of my power, I prepared to unleash the spell that would teach him the true meaning of defense. Expecto Patronus. A blinding silver light burst from the tip of the wand, coalescing into a translucent raven that shot forward. The majestic bird hovered in front of Harry, its wings unfurled to form a glimmering dome of protection. A low, resonant hum pulsed through the air as ripples of holy light spread outward, each wave pushing back the encroaching darkness. At the sight of their natural foe, the shadowy creatures recoiled and fled in terror, but even their frantic scramble couldn't outpace the Patronus's radiance. One by one, the beasts caught in the expanding light dissolved into trails of inky black smoke, dissolving before they could bring harm. Slowly, the oppressive gloom lifted. The clouded sky brightened, and the last remnants of darkness were banished, restoring the world to its rightful calm. After dispelling the last wisps of darkness, the Raven Guardian swept back and alighted on Aaron's shoulder with a quiet thump. The little imp stood frozen, her eyes wide as she stared at the proud, feathered creature perched there. It took her several breaths to steady herself before she could speak. "Master," she blurted, cheeks aflame. "I want to learn that." Aaron arched an eyebrow. "Since there's no one else here, what do you call me?" She swallowed, then forced out, "Master, I want to learn it." He studied her for a moment, amusement flickering in his gaze. "Do you realize how difficult this magic is?" Her eyes shone. "It was incredible. No matter how hard it is, I have to learn the Patronus charm. If I don't, I'll regret it forever." Aaron's lips curved into a satisfied smile. "Tell me, why would I ask a novice like you to tackle such a demanding spell?" She bit her lip, thought for a heartbeat, and ventured, "To have a comeback in a critical moment." "That's part of it," he agreed. "But the real reason is this: only those who are pure of heart, kind, righteous, can ever hope to summon a true Patronus. Learning this spell is basically like carrying a letter of introduction from the Light faction." The boy frowned. "I still don't quite follow." "Under normal circumstances, you'd never need to cast a Patronus," his tutor explained. "But the moment you do, like you just did, you're broadcasting yourself as a wizard, and specifically as one aligned with the Light. Besides, the Patronus charm isn't native to this realm's magic system. Anyone who witnesses it will know something unusual is up. They'll come looking for you, and that's when you show your credentials. I work for Gaius. You'll be admitted into their ranks. After that, everything else is bound by contract. You won't have room to haggle." "Oh." The boy's eyes widened. "Wizards are so rare here that anyone who can produce a Patronus automatically becomes valuable. So you've arranged for me to have a powerful sponsor?" "Exactly," the tutor said, a faint smile playing at his lips. "The Patronus charm is your ace in the hole. Use it only in an absolute emergency. Once you cast it, you'll draw their attention, and they won't be too far from me either. Then I'll have to decide whether to slip away or stay and face the consequences." Aaron leaned forward, his gaze sharp. "I can teach you the secrets of Camouflage magic," he said quietly. "It's ideal for handling special situations. As long as you're never caught red-handed by the true mages of Camouflage, anyone who sees your talents will assume you belong to their order." The little imp sitting opposite him tapped her chin thoughtfully. "Then why don't you use Camouflage magic yourself?" He shook his head, a wry smile playing around his lips. "It's not that I can't, and the name Gaius isn't a problem. Far from it. The issue is that any Gaius who suddenly starts wielding exotic magic would raise far too many questions. Fame can be as dangerous as any curse." "Isn't that a bit paranoid?" she challenged, her forehead creasing. Aaron's expression grew serious. "Perhaps. But look at me. I've spent the last few years staying one step ahead of every bounty hunter, every inquisitor, every zealot who thought they could profit from my downfall. Do you think I ever let my guard down?" She pursed her lips and fell silent. Aaron cleared his throat, eager to move on. "Enough talk about caution. Let's start with the Patronus charm, an essential defense. Focus your mind on a single joyful memory. The purer the emotion, the more potent the spell. Now watch closely." He raised his wand, tracing a gentle arc in the air. A soft silver glow ignited at the tip, spiraled outward, and coalesced into a shimmering, translucent shield. It glittered like moonlight on water, sturdy enough to repel a small horde of dark creatures. "That," he said, lowering his wand, "is your first step. Master this, and I'll decide if you're ready for the intricate arts of Camouflage." He watched the girl's eyes flare with determination, certain that her true test was only just beginning. "Once you've truly mastered the Patronus charm," Aaron explained, "you can summon a Patronus that will ward off attacks and hold back all forms of darkness." "Is that your Patronus?" the mischievous boy asked, staring curiously at the raven perched on Aaron's shoulder. "A raven?" Aaron nodded. "Patronuses usually appear as animals that share a bond with their caster. Ravens are strong, clever, mysterious. They're far more impressive than mice or bats. And in fact, I have a second Patronus too, a sacred dragon. Would you like to see it?" The boy's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. Aaron's expression turned solemn. Magic isn't a party trick. You have to respect it. He reached into his robe and pulled out a white wand, offering it to the boy. A wand helps guide your power more precisely. This one belonged to my uncle. He's been my mentor since I was about your age. Now that you've studied with me for 10 years, it's time you practiced with it too. The boy cradled the wand in his hand, fingers trembling. All I have to do is say the spell? Exactly, Aaron said with a reassuring smile. Go ahead, try it. You have plenty of opportunities for trial and error, Aaron said, folding his arms as he watched the boy prepare his next attempt. The little rascal drew a deep breath and gripped the wand tightly. He replayed Aaron's demonstration in his mind, the confident stance, the clear incantation. Okay, he muttered under his breath. Let's call on the gods. Oh, great protectors, shield me from harm. Nothing happened. He frowned. Keep going, Aaron encouraged from the sidelines. Oh, mighty guardians, lend me your protection. Suddenly, the tip of the wand sparked a few glowing embers of red light. A beam shot out, carving ripples through the sea of clouds below. The magical recoil, however, was far stronger than he'd anticipated. The boy staggered backward, his arms trembling as he fought to stay upright. Is that a success? He asked, eyes bright with excitement. At least it did something. Aaron stepped forward, expression serious. No, that was a failure, and a dangerous one at that. You were trying to summon a protective patron spirit, not cast an offensive spell. You almost hurt yourself just now. The boy's face fell, and he looked up at Aaron with wide, hurt eyes. Quickly, the older mage softened his tone. But don't be discouraged. You've just made your first real contact with magic, and misfires like this are entirely normal for beginners. The boy managed a small shrug. Thanks for the pep talk, but it's frustrating. Learning magic is so much harder than I thought. Aaron smiled and ruffled the youth's hair. It's supposed to be hard. Every spell you master now will be the foundation for something greater down the road. Now, let's try again. This time, focus on summoning, not blasting. With renewed determination, the boy raised his wand once more, ready to learn from his mistakes. Aaron just chuckled at the boy's protest. Honestly, I am taking advantage of you, he admitted. But the one unbreakable rule for any spell is raw magical power. And trust me, you have more mana coursing through your veins right now than most of our professors at the academy. What you lack is experience and refined technique. He leaned closer. Now we need a memory, not just any memory, a powerful, joyful one. Close your eyes, dive back into your past, and find the moment when you were happiest. The boy obediently shut his eyes and stood perfectly still. Found it? Aaron asked after a moment. The boy pursed his lips, nodded slightly, and took a deep breath. Good. Lose yourself in that happiness, Aaron said softly. When you feel it fully, raise your wand and say, Expecto Patronus. Trembling slightly, the boy raised his wand. He opened his eyes, focused on the memory, and spoke clearly. Expecto Patronus. A faint silver glow flickered at the tip of his wand, then vanished as quickly as it had appeared. For a heartbeat, the two stood in silence. Then Teo, boy, broke into triumphant laughter. Did you see it? I did it. Aaron pinched the bridge of his nose and let out a weary sigh. You did not. The boy's smile faltered. What do you mean? Aaron shook his head. You've attempted the Patronus charm 3 times now. On a scale from 0 to 100, your first try scored 0, your second was, let's call it, negative, and your third scraped in at a whopping 0.1. I'm still trying to figure out where that fraction came from. Aaron raised an eyebrow. You call 0.1 something to be proud of? Xiao Taoqi grinned. Hey, it's a breakthrough. At least it's not 0. He inwardly rolled his eyes, but didn't want to crush her spirit. At least she was tackling the Patronus charm, more effort than most of his students managed. All right, he said. I don't expect you to master it overnight. Take your time. It's only one spell. You've got 2 months. If you still can't summon a Patronus by then... He let the words hang in the air. Her smile faded. If I still can't do it? Aaron shrugged. Then you just keep practicing. Xiao Taoqi's jaw dropped. That's it? No punishment? Who made you my drill sergeant? Once I take a challenge, I see it through, even if I have to crawl the whole way. She crossed her arms and glared at him, determined and more than a little defiant. Xiao Taoqi fought to stifle her laughter, the tension draining from her shoulders. All right, she said. I'll put in the work. Aaron snorted. It's not about willpower. Just remember how the Patronus felt today. Every night, half an hour of Patronus practice, no excuses, and from now on, your primary focus is Camartage magic. He lifted an index finger and drew a slow arc through the air. A ribbon of amber-red light sprang to life, spiraling outward until it wove itself into a lattice of intricate, floating sigils. "This is nothing like ordinary spellwork," Xiao Taoqi murmured. Aaron chuckled, letting the glowing circles fade. "Of course not. Traditional spells are built for long-range engagement. Camartage magic is designed for close combat." "Close combat?" Xiao Taoqi's brow furrowed in confusion. "A melee mage?" "You could say that." Aaron stepped closer, his eyes gleaming. "I'll teach you to blend offensive and defensive techniques in hand-to-hand duels, mixing kinetic strikes with mystical energy. It's how Camartage sorcerers dominate their opponents at arm's length." "So what will I be learning first?" she asked, shifting her weight in anticipation. He stretched out both hands, palms upward. "I once struck a pact with the supreme mage of Camartage, back when I was lord of the Shadow Realm. In exchange for my darkest shadow spells, they granted me their purest white magic. Tonight, you'll begin your training with their basic formulas of clarity, foundational exercises to refine your aura, sharpen your reflexes, and weave light and shadow into every movement." Xiao Taoqi nodded, determination lighting her eyes. As the laboratory's lamps dimmed and Aaron raised his hands to summon the first teaching glyphs, she felt a thrilling surge of power and the promise of battles yet to come. "I do have my reservations, and she hasn't even revealed her strongest magic yet, but I'll teach you everything I know." "Portal, open a channel between here and the destination. Teleport everyone now." With a graceful sweep of his hand, Aaron summoned a swirling orange-red gateway. Beyond its threshold lay a silent meadow bathed in silver moonlight, the sky studded with stars and dotted with drifting fireflies, so serene it seemed to soothe the very soul. "Take a look." The little rascal hesitated for a moment, then stepped through the portal. He stared in wonder. "What is this place?" Aaron's eyes shone with conviction. "I've gathered every breathtaking sight I could imagine and woven them into this realm. One day, when this dream becomes reality, it will stand as the legendary utopia. That day isn't far off, but you don't need to worry about it just yet." The boy grinned and beckoned Aaron to continue. "In your hand, Aaron said, producing two glowing, interlocking rings etched with arcane symbols. "The Ring of Ragador. It serves as a shield, strikes as a weapon, and can be thrown like a dart whenever you need it." A soft whoosh echoed as the rings glowed brighter, humming with latent power. Aaron flipped the Ring of Ragador into the air. The orange-red energy whirled around it, then shot forward in a single devastating arc, shearing a massive tree clean in half. "Bosat's thunder," he declared. Without hesitation, he opened another portal and stepped through, beckoning Little Rogue to follow. They emerged on a vast, wind-swept desert. Aaron knelt in the sand, traced a glowing rune with his fingertip, and rose again. In an instant, thick bolts of orange-red lightning burst from the ground, surging outward in a 100-meter radius and upending dunes of yellow sand like tidal waves. He watched the storm's edge ripple and fade before turning to her. "It's extremely powerful and covers a wide area," he observed, "but its accuracy is lacking." Little Rogue swallowed hard, her voice barely above a whisper. "If this thunderstorm kills everyone in its path, what can I do to stop it?" Aaron offered a calm smile. "Your vision limits your imagination. For someone like me, dodging errant bolts is simple. No matter how strong a spell is, it's useless if it can't land a hit." He held out his hands, palms upward, and a slender sword of glowing orange-red energy materialized between them. "This is the sacred sword of Emperor Waishan. Whenever you have no physical weapon, you can summon it. Its magic may seem straightforward, but its power is more than enough." Little Rogue eyed the luminous blade, her expression a mix of awe and uncertainty. May I try swinging it?" she asked. The sacred sword of Emperor Waishan towered over half her height, its weight nearly crushing her frail arms and legs. She ground her teeth and struggled to lift it. Aaron watched with mild impatience, offering a half-hearted cheer. "Take it slow. Trust yourself. You can do this." With a casual flick of his wrist, he muttered a contraction spell, and the massive blade instantly shrank to the size of a dagger. "If the greatsword's too unwieldy, start with something smaller." She eyed the miniature blade in her hand. "Is this better?" Aaron nodded, lips curling into a small smile. Yes, but first, you must master the spell behind it. Only then can you manipulate its form at will. He raised one palm and drew an intricate seal in the air. A glowing orange-red magic circle erupted around him, its lines coiling tighter until they wrapped his body in a shimmering sphere. This is the Seraphim Shield, a full-spectrum, three-dimensional barrier. So long as your mana holds, it'll stop any missile, arrow, bolt, even a sorcerer's firebolt, cold. He didn't pause. With a wave of both hands, he layered spell upon spell. Next, the roar of ancient hogs. It neutralizes all hostile magic within its radius. Then Sidorak's Crimson Chain, sacred bonds that lock an enemy's limbs in unbreakable shackles. After that, the Wind of Wadham, a protective gale that clears the battlefield of shrapnel and obscures vision so foes can't aim true. Aaron stepped closer, lowering his voice. And finally, the soul ejection technique. It severs a target's soul from its body. One moment they're breathing, the next they're dazed spectators. Once you've perfected it, you can even drift across the world, or beyond the stars, as pure spirit. He unfolded his hands and the shimmering shield faded. The air crackled with residual power, and for a heartbeat the world felt vast with possibility. She exhaled, eyes wide. All of this? I have to learn them? Aaron shrugged. One at a time. Focus on the basics first, shape-shifting the sword and raising your shield. When you've got those down, I'll teach you the rest. With renewed determination, she planted her feet, gripped the miniature blade, and began. I wouldn't advise you to toy with this casually, I warned. The biggest danger comes when your soul drifts free of your body. The little imp blinked up at me, her voice wavering. Let me learn it first, then we'll talk about the risks. Magic had opened her eyes to a whole new world, but she was still a complete novice and didn't have much confidence yet. So, which spell do I start with? Portal magic? I shook my head, a faint smile twisting my lips. Definitely not the portal. It's reputed to be the simplest spell in the Karmatage system, the standard beginner's trick, but it's a deceptive one. I've studied it inside and out, and the truth is this. Opening a portal only sounds easy. You must locate the spatial nodes, tear them apart, lock onto your destination, then stabilize the rift. Without an innate sense for the weak points in space, you're helpless. That's why every practitioner relies on Karmatage's hanging ring. It's engineered to meet all those demands. All you have to do is supply the magical energy to activate it. Try it without the ring, though, and you'll find opening a portal an almost insurmountable challenge. Aaron leaned back, studying the boy with a thoughtful expression. That ring pendant you mentioned, it's indeed the key to unlocking Kamatage's magic. Unfortunately, I don't have it. The boy's brow furrowed. So what should I learn first, then? Aaron held out his palm. Orange-red sparks crackled into being and coalesced into a slender whip of pure light. The energy whip, he said. Kamatage magic normally draws on the power of Emperor Waishan, and mages trained there bear his mark. Your magic, however, comes from me, so you owe no debt to Waishan. But because you lack the usual initiation talisman, mastering Kamatage's arts will be more challenging. The energy whip is the simplest technique. If you can condense your magic into it, you'll lay a solid foundation for everything that follows. The boy's eyes shone with determination. What do I need to do? Feel your magic, Aaron instructed. Listen to it, commune with it, then guide its flow into shape. The boy drew in a steady breath and closed his eyes. For a long moment he stood perfectly still, concentration etched across his face. Slowly, tiny sparks began to dance around his fingertips, only to wink out as quickly as they'd appeared. He opened his eyes in frustration. This is too hard. Aaron offered him an encouraging smile. Every great mage started exactly where you are now. Keep at it. With that, the boy squared his shoulders, recommitted himself, and bent once more to the task of summoning the flicker of light that would grow into his first true spell. Aaron shook his head, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Look, I'm not here to hold your hand through every step of this training. Every skill is hard at first, and learning demands patience. I'm not asking you to practice non-stop. You're allowed a 10-minute break after every half hour of work. So tell me, young man, is there anything else you're unhappy about? The little rascal forced a grin, so strained it bordered on a grimace. No, master. he managed, then bent his concentration back to channeling the magical power coursing through his body. Chapter 992. A thick blanket of snow covered the city on Christmas Day. Outside the fortune-teller's cottage, Daisy and Wanda, who were there for a winter holiday, giggled as they rolled and shaped snowy spheres, fashioning a cheery snowman by the gate. Once they'd finished, they bundled up and set off for the nearby shopping mall, eager to pick up last-minute gifts. Inside the cottage, Aaron was putting the finishing touches on an unusual Christmas tree. Instead of pine, he'd used the trunk of a rare manna tree, also called the nectar tree, whose wood and sap taste like the sweetest dessert. Normally, these trees soared tens of meters high, but most of this one had been harvested to feed the settlers on Bohart's Star. Only a stout section of trunk remained for the holiday. Aaron sat before the crackling fireplace, its warmth chasing away the winter chill as he tried to compose the first chapter of his very first novel. Just then, Hala strolled in and plucked a crystalline candy ornament from the tree. "Still working on that book?" she teased, crunching the candy between her teeth. "You've had that story in your head forever." He leaned back, the glow of the fire reflecting in his dark eyes. "I set my standards long ago," he admitted softly, "but I want to write a tale and an ending that truly belongs to the devil. That's not as easy as it sounds." Aaron sighed, gathering his notebook in one hand. "But don't worry, Your Highness," he added with a half-smile, gesturing at the manna tree trunk. "I've saved this section just for our Christmas dinner." Hala arched an eyebrow and reached for another sweet morsel. "Oh, don't be so stingy," she said with a laugh. "Hand over that pen and let's enjoy the evening." Aaron closed his notebook and rose, stretching beneath the warm glow. Outside, Daisy and Wanda would soon return with bags full of trinkets and treats. Inside, a simple feast, and perhaps the first lines of a devilish story, awaited. Christmas in the cottage had never felt more magical. Hala leaned back in her chair and announced, 99% of it is being saved to feed the dragon. She shot Abe, a squat figure by the sofa, a look that needed no further explanation. Aaron fell silent, his glare fixed angrily on Abe. After all, it was Abe who'd stayed home to guard the sacred dragon, or else not a single strand of its fur would have been left to fluff out the remaining nectar tree. Night deepened, and soon Aaron, Hala, Jane, Daisy, Wanda, Abe, and Pietro, invited at the last minute, had gathered around a grand dining table for an unexpectedly lavish Christmas feast. Centered on the table stood a tree, sculpted from layered magical ingredients. Shimmering sugar crystals, ribboned husks of enchanted herbs, and little glowing fruit that pulsed with warmth. They cut it into one generous wedge and 6 smaller slices. Abe, honored as the dragon's keeper, received the large portion. The rest was divided equally among the others. Abe grinned and shrugged as he lifted his slice. "I suppose being dragon keeper has its perks," he joked, tucking in. Aaron couldn't suppress a smile. His first Christmas in this world had felt hollow, spent in solitude, weaving illusions of family with magic. Tonight, though, was different. Genuine laughter filled the air. Jane teased Pietro about his bright new scarf. Daisy and Wanda traded stories of holiday mishaps. Hala poured spiced cider into steaming mugs that glowed like embers in the firelight. When the cider arrived, Aaron raised his cup in a quiet toast. "To friendship," he said. Glasses chimed, and for the first time since coming here, Aaron felt the true spirit of Christmas wrap around him, warm, unexpected, and real, much like the dragon's unwavering bond with its keeper. After dinner, everyone drifted back to their rooms to rest. Aaron resisted the urge to haul the still tipsy Daisy onto the bed for one of their late-night training sessions. Instead, he gently pressed a kiss to her forehead, then closed his eyes and withdrew into the spiritual realm. Daisy blinked up at him, sober now except for a faint, mischievous smile. Merry Christmas," she murmured, her voice a little too bright. Aaron opened one eye. "You sound awfully chipper for someone who hasn't had a break in weeks," she pouted theatrically. "Master, have you been tightening my strings too much lately? I haven't had a holiday in over half a month." "Feeling wronged?" he asked, amusement softening his tone. "Of course not," Daisy chided, shaking her head. "I'd never complain." He laughed and swept his staff in a graceful arc, inscribing a glowing rune in the air. In an instant, a swirling Kamatage portal blossomed before them. "If you won't take a holiday, Then I'll bring the holiday to you, he declared, stepping through and beckoning her along. On the other side, they emerged into a silent forest blanketed in fresh snow. Moonlight glinted off the frost-laced branches of a towering manna tree at the clearing's center. Colorful baubles and enchanted lanterns dangled from its boughs, casting soft, dancing lights across the ground. Daisy stared, enchanted. "This is beautiful. What is it?" Aaron reached into the fold of a spatial enchantment and produced a delicate, pale white wand, its surface rippling with inner light. He offered it to her with a gentle smile. "I couldn't give you a day off, but I couldn't let Christmas pass without a gift. So here, you deserve this." Daisy's eyes sparkled as she took the wand, cradling it like the most precious treasure. In that moonlit glade, amid the hush of snow and the glow of enchanted ornaments, Christmas had come at last. "For me?" The little rascal's eyes lit up. "It's for my wand?" Aaron smiled mysteriously. "This is called a muggle wand. As the name suggests, it's designed for non-witches and wizards. Its power comes from the crystal embedded in the handle. I've made some modifications, so although it can only perform the simplest levitation charm, your own magic will recharge the crystal." "Does that mean I can cast the levitation spell?" "In a way, yes. Just remember, the heavier the object, the more magical energy it requires." "I won't treat it like a toy," the boy promised at once. "Even better, watch this." Aaron held the wand against the boy's wrist. With a soft crackle, it bent and transformed into a pale white bracelet set with shimmering gems. Wearing it has exactly the same effect as holding the wand. The boy stared in amazement at the elegant bracelet. "Can I try it now?" "By all means." He took a few excited steps forward, raised his hand toward the drifting snowflakes above, and prepared to test his new magic. As she poured her magic into the wand strapped to her wrist, it quivered, and the falling snowflakes seemed to freeze in midair. "Oh, wow," she whispered, eyes wide. "I feel like a god." "Let's not get ahead of ourselves," Aaron replied, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "There's heaven and hell in this universe, but even I can't best a god." The girl stuck out her tongue and lowered her wand. "Relax. I was only joking. I've ordered my shadow warriors to return this wand to your bedside," Aaron continued. "You'll find it when you wake up. Consider it your Christmas gift and the first step in your training." "Understood, Master," she said with a mock bow. Then she raised the white wand once more and began her incantation for the Patronus charm. "Protect us, divine spirits." A pale mist burst from the wand's tip, scattering the chill from the air. Despite more than 2 weeks of practice, her magic power now rivaling that of a seasoned great mage and guided by professional wizards, she still couldn't summon a true Patronus, nor could she form a complete shield. There had been progress compared to her very first attempt, but only a modest, frustratingly small improvement. Kamatage gripped her energy whip, concentrated the crackling light into a tighter core, and watched it sputter out. Her technique was improving, but in the heat of combat she still faltered. Aaron wasn't surprised. Before her mutation, she had been an ordinary, spirited girl, not a trained warrior. No matter how fast she learned, true mastery would take time. 2 weeks later, Daisy's vacation drew to a close. Aaron drove her to the heliport himself, waving until the rotors lifted her out of sight. Once she'd gone, the apartment felt impossibly quiet, and he was back to his usual routine of one. He'd only been alone for a few days when his phone buzzed. It was Coulson. "Aaron," he said, voice grim, "I've got a situation." "Out with it," Aaron replied, flattening himself on the couch. "You have exactly 10 seconds before I hang up and go back to staring at the ceiling." "Gemma Simmons is missing." Aaron sat up. "Well, that's not the time for jokes," Coulson cut in. "She didn't just wander off. We think someone abducted her." Aaron pinched the bridge of his nose. All right, I'll help. Just don't make this a habit." He ended the call. Almost at once, Wanda appeared in the doorway. "Who was that?" she asked, stepping in. "Coulson," Aaron said. "Simmons is gone." Wanda's eyes darkened. "We have to find her." Aaron leaned back, exasperated. "Have you looked at the world lately? People go missing all the time. It's not exactly uncommon." Wanda frowned. "She's one of us." "I know," Aaron admitted, "but I can't drop everything for every case that crosses my desk." He gave her a weary look. "I'll think about it." Wanda crossed her arms. "Thinking isn't the same as doing." He forced a half smile. "Point taken." As Wanda lingered, clearly unconvinced, Aaron wondered if he'd just made a mistake. But Simmons was a friend, and if there was one thing he couldn't stand, it was injustice done to someone he cared about. He'd promised to think it over. Now he had to decide how far he was willing to go. "Do you really think S.H.I.E.L.D. can't find any of them with all its resources?" Aaron snapped, tossing his phone onto the counter. No sooner had he spoken than the screen lit up again with Phil Coulson's face. The former agent sounded exasperated. "Hey, didn't I tell you this is your problem now? Figure it out yourselves." Aaron exchanged a tired look with his partner. "We wouldn't have called if we had any other choice." Coulson's tone went from annoyed to urgent in an instant. Simmons was swallowed by a boulder, a black one that liquefies into a kind of liquid. He paused, as if trying to convey the gravity of the situation through the phone lines. "We have no leads. A stone that turns to liquid?" Aaron frowned, steepling his hands. He muttered to himself, weighing the impossible possibility. Coulson pressed on. "Do you know anything about it? You're the only one who might." "How could I know?" Aaron shook his head. "You've got the wrong guy. I'm no mystic. I'm just someone who reads patterns." "Precisely," Coulson snapped, relief threading his voice. "We need your insight. Name your price. We won't waste your work." Aaron stared at the call, conflict flickering across his face. Finally, he exhaled. "All right, I'll give it a shot." He tapped the screen to end the call, and at that moment, the shop door crashed open. Leo Fitz stumbled in, unshaven and disheveled, his usually composed expression replaced by raw panic. He scanned the room, eyes wide. "Oh God," he gasped, voice trembling. "We've got a real problem." Aaron stared at Fitz, his voice low and filled with feeling. "The power of love is incredible," he said. "You look like half your soul is missing." Fitz didn't reply. Instead, he tapped his phone. Coulson's voice came through the speaker, measured but sharp. "He went after you?" It was obvious. Coulson was silent for a moment, then let out a sigh. "I knew you'd do this. Fitz, we all understand how desperate you are to find Simmons. Believe me, we want her safe back more than anything. But you can't just go rogue. You took Lola without my approval and even got Skye to cover for you. That's not how S.H.I.E.L.D. operates." Fitz closed his eyes, rubbed his forehead, and whispered, "I'm sorry," before ending the call. He turned to Aaron with grim determination. "That's behind us now. I need someone who can divine Simmons's location." Aaron nodded toward a slender woman standing nearby. "She's been listening to our pleas non-stop. My ears are ringing." Fitz offered a wan smile. "Help me scry where Simmons is being held." The woman, Wanda, folded her arms and arched one eyebrow. "Before that, shouldn't we find out if she's even alive?" "She has to be," Fitz said firmly. "I refuse to believe otherwise." Wanda tapped her chin, then glanced at Fitz. "For an old friend, that'll be $100,000. Fitz stiffened. "Do you always charge this much?" She smirked. "I'm not in the business of free favors. Besides, Coulson can afford it. If I'm wrong, he'll get every cent back. And trust me, despite everything, he still cares deeply about every single person under his command." Fitz paced the length of the workshop, clutching his phone like a lifeline. 100,000 credits, he repeated, voice tight. "I'll transfer it the moment you finish the reading. Can you do it?" "Understood." On the other end, Aaron set a crystal ball on the workbench with careful precision. He closed his eyes and began to murmur, drawing on currents of energy that made the orb's surface swirl with mist. Slowly, the fog thinned, revealing a bleak tableau, a vast empty plain under a sky smeared with dust, lit only by the pale glow of a dead asteroid hanging low on the horizon. Across that desolation raced a lone figure, Simmons, her coat whipping behind her as a savage sandstorm bore down. Aaron clicked his tongue and shook his head, eyes heavy with concern. "It's worse than I feared." Fitz's voice caught. "Tell me she's alive, please. She's alive." Relief hit Fitz so suddenly he nearly dropped the phone. He pressed it tighter to his ear. "Good. Where is she?" Aaron's mouth twisted into a wry smile. "Not on Earth." Fitz's brow furrowed. "Then where?" "It's laughable to expect me, an outsider who's seen this world for mere moments, to know its true name," Aaron said. "But names have weight. I can give you one that fits." He paused, leaning closer to the crystal ball, as if listening for an echo. "I call it Wasteland." At that, Wanda, who'd been silent in the shadows, stepped forward, eyes narrowing. "Wasteland? What does that mean?" Hela's voice was calm but unyielding. There's no life here, no resources, no light, not even water. It's a true wasteland. Aaron snapped his fingers, then clapped his hands in approval. Perfect description. Hela nodded. The only silver lining is that there are no formidable enemies. Whatever life manages to eke out here is too feeble to pose a threat. But any creature that does survive is dangerous, Aaron finished for her. Absolutely. Jane, bring me a sheet of white paper, some paints, my drawing board, and brushes. Hela addressed her assistant, settling on the best way to convey the gravity of Gemma Simmons's predicament and justifying the $100,000 fee she'd negotiated for this assignment. Jane bowed slightly and fetched the supplies. In her mind, Hela replayed the divination vision of Simmons's harrowing flight from the sandstorm. She concentrated, choosing oils that would capture every gritty detail. 10 minutes later, the painting lay before them, an endless sea of dunes under a bruised, silent sky dotted with dead planets. Jagged rock spires jutted from the sands. A furious sandstorm roared on the horizon, its walls of dust threatening to swallow everything in its path. In the foreground, Agent Gemma Simmons sprinted for her life, her blouse in tatters, blood staining her forehead, fear and resolve etched on her face. With a satisfied nod, Aaron surveyed the scene. That paints the picture exactly. It's so bleak, Wanda murmured, her voice trembling. It feels like exile. Real exile doesn't compare, Hela scoffed. She'd spent time in hell's darkest reaches, far more oppressive than even the Death Star. People are different. Aaron shot Hela a sidelong look, stressing the word people. Gemma Simmons is Huma, N. Hela is a goddess of death. Hades may be Hela's second home, but it pales beside her first. How long has she been missing? Aaron asked. 2 weeks, Fitz answered with a sigh. I've tried every method to analyze that boulder, but there's nothing to glean. It liquefies at completely random intervals. Fascinating, Hela purred, a cruel smile tugging at her lips, though I fail to see the fun in randomness. Wanda bristled. Hela's gloating tone was trying her patience for the first time. Aaron pointed to the oil portrait of Simmons hanging on the wall. Perhaps you're too inexperienced to see the real question, he said. What does she look like? Wanda leaned forward, scrutinizing the painting. Isn't this the perfect moment for you to flaunt your artistic talents? Snap! Aaron pressed a hand to his face and shook his head. All right, Jane, take it away. Jane stepped forward and pointed at the portrait of Simmons. Notice how tense she looks, yet how controlled her stance remains. That tells us this isn't her first brush with danger. Aside from that thin line of blood on her forehead, she's in remarkably good shape. But here's the kicker. She's been stranded on that planet for over 2 weeks. No one could endure back-to-back sandstorms without food or water, so she must have found both in the wasteland. And whatever atmospheric or gravitational extremes that world throws at her, she handles them like it's nothing. Now that, Aaron said with a smirk, is professionalism. Wanda's mouth twitched. Professionalism? Try sheer desperation. Remember, Simmons is an Earth-born human. What could she possibly eat or drink on a barren desert world? Native plants and animals might be toxic. She could have scavenged alien carcasses just to stay alive. But she did it. Aaron leaned in, eyes bright. Most people in the wild fight just to survive. She's taken survival to another level. It looks like only a single sentence plus some web page code made it through. Could you please paste the full chapter text you'd like me to rewrite? Once I have the complete passage, I'll transform it into a smooth, idiomatic English version. Chapter 9 and 93. Hearing Jane, Hela, and Aaron speak, Fitz felt a surge of relief and heartbreak so fierce it made his pulse thunder in his ears. He clutched the edge of the table, eyes wide. Please, he said hoarsely, tell me how to find her. I have to save her. Aaron, the mystic among them, leaned back, arms folded. Fitz, I'm a fortune teller, not a miracle worker. Simmons, you keep running your analyses. Eventually you'll turn up something. If not, charter a ship and scour the cosmos. This painting is the only lead I've got for you. Wanda, standing off to the side, rolled her eyes. That's your idea of comforting him? Fitz swallowed hard, nostrils flaring. Then at least tell me about the stone. Where did it come from? Aaron shrugged. Unearthed on Earth nearly a century ago, back in Hydra's heyday. They've been hunting it ever since. Fitz stared at the oil painting, its muted swirls pulsing with promise and dread. Forget Hydra. How do we move on this? Right now. Aaron arched an eyebrow. I don't work for free. $100,000 gets you the painting and all the clues it contains. At that moment, Coulson and Skye stepped into the room. Coulson offered a crooked smile. Well, what if we throw in another $100,000? A tense silence fell. Fitz's heart leapt and his mind raced. The chase had truly begun. Aaron fixed Skye with a sharp look. I think we've stumbled onto something, though it may not be good news for you. Skye's brow furrowed. What do you mean? How could it be bad for me? Aaron hesitated, then met her eyes. It has everything to do with you, if you're ready to hear it. Skye squared her shoulders. Of course I am. We're all here to save Simmons, right? Coulson leaned forward, intrigued. Go on. Aaron ran a hand through his hair. The monolith wasn't just some random alien artifact. The Kree built it specifically to destroy Inhumans. Silence fell over the room. Skye's voice was barely a whisper. That is definitely not friendly. How did you learn that? Coulson asked. That's all I know, Aaron replied. But there may be more answers with Skye's mother. She understands Inhuman biology, and she might know how to use the monolith to open a passage to the other world. Fitz exchanged a hopeful glance with Skye. Daisy, Skye swallowed hard, steeling herself. Okay, let me try. She unlocked her phone, took a deep breath, and dialed the number she hadn't called in months. On the first ring, a gentle, familiar voice answered. Daisy, my dear daughter, it's been so long since I've heard from you. Mom? Skye's voice trembled. I need to ask you about the monolith. Here's a revised, polished version of the scene. Answered. Skye's voice shook as she described it. There's a huge black boulder out in the desert. Whatever it touches, ground, rock, even metal, it liquefies instantly. Jiaying's eyes went hard. Who told you that? She demanded. Stay away from that thing. The farther you are from it, the safer you'll be. Skye squared her shoulders. One of my closest friends, Agent Simmons, was swallowed by that stone. I won't say more, Mother, but you have to understand, that boulder is a catastrophe waiting to happen for all Inhumans. I'm warning you for your own good and for theirs. I know S.H.I.E.L.D. has been desperate to find a way to control or eliminate Inhumans, and they sent me here to extract this secret from you. They've miscalculated badly. Jiaying's face was unreadable. This has nothing to do with S.H.I.E.L.D., she said quietly. Aaron told me himself. Suddenly Aaron groaned and pressed a hand to his forehead, as if warding off a migraine. Countless curses rattled through his mind, and almost spilled from his lips before he could catch himself. Gaius told you? He muttered. Jiaying regarded Aaron for a long moment and then said softly, I'm sorry, but your friend may already be dead. Skye's heart lurched, but Aaron lifted his eyes to her. No, he said with quiet conviction. She's still alive. My divination shows she is not lost to us yet. This version preserves every key detail. Simmons' fate, the danger of the liquefying boulder, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hidden agenda, Aaron's divination, while giving the dialogue and narration a natural, flowing rhythm. Jiang paused, her fingers stilling over the tablet. I've also divined the condition of the world the monolith connects to, she said softly. Agent Coulson exchanged a look with Skye. Is that so? He asked. Jiaying's eyes met his through the video feed. I won't pretend to know everything, she admitted. But I can tell you this. Gaius has the power to bring your friend back. Damn it, Aaron exploded, slamming his fist against the table. He felt like he'd been set up. Jiaying was dangling him in front of an Inhuman crisis like bait. Without thinking, he snatched Skye's phone and yelled into it. You're Skye's mother, right? On the screen, Jiaying's lips curved in a faint, cool smile. Who are you? And mind your manners. Aaron leaned forward, voice low and dangerous. I'm Aaron Gaius, the man you claim can rescue Simmons from that other world. Why are you framing me? Watch your step or I'll sue you for slander. Jiaying's eyes stayed calm as the call clicked off. Leaning back, Aaron ran a hand through his hair. Slander, he muttered. Naked slander. Easy, Coulson said, rising to place a steady hand on Aaron's shoulder. Take a breath. How? Aaron shot back. I've kept a low profile for years, and now suddenly people want to destroy me? Skye crossed her arms. My mother wouldn't lie to me. Coulson knelt to meet her gaze. Skye, you can't judge someone's heart by her face. Your mother is the leader of the Inhumans. She's much more than you think. She can be all warmth and smiles when she's with you, but do you have any idea what she's really like the rest of the time? Aaron asked, leaning forward. You're making a fuss out of nothing, the other countered sharply. You're grasping at straws. I just don't believe a naive person could lead the Inhumans for this long, Aaron pressed on, especially when their position in this world is so much stronger than the mutants. Okay, enough, Fitz interrupted, rubbing his temples. He turned to Aaron, his expression serious. Forget the politics. Do you really have a way to bring Simmons back? Aaron opened his mouth to say no, only to be cut off by a soft chime echoing in his mind. A translucent panel floated into view, displaying a single prompt. New system task. Retrieve Gemma Simmons and return her safely to Earth. Reward, 600 magic points. Failure penalty, none. Accept task? Yes. Aaron blinked. 600 magic points wasn't a fortune, but it was enough to restore his depleted reserves, and right now he needed every ounce of power he could get. Moreover, the task seemed straightforward. Travel to a lifeless star, locate Simmons, and bring her home. With magic, it would take mere minutes. Without it, well, it would be considerably more difficult. It's not that there's no way, Aaron said at last, meeting Fitz's gaze. He tapped the yes option on the floating task panel. A soft chime acknowledged his decision. Fitz exhaled, a mixture of relief and determination washing over his features. All right, let's get to work. Gemma Simmons has been living there for 2 weeks. She's just an ordinary human. What real danger could she face? Sky looked at Aaron. So what do we do? Aaron drew a slow breath and crossed to the shelf. From among ancient relics, he lifted a small brass compass. Meet the Gaius compass, he announced with mock solemnity. This little marvel always points to whatever the holder most desperately seeks. I don't know much about the boulder or the portal, but I'm certain someone out there understands them. Sky's eyes widened. You mean we use the compass to find someone who knows how to open the portal? Exactly, Aaron snapped his fingers. There are 2 ways to solve a problem. You either go after the person who caused it, or you seek out the one who can fix it. We can't kill Gemma Simmons, so plan B is our only choice. Fitz's throat went dry. He seized the antique compass from Simmons's outstretched hand, the brass case cold against his palm. Taking a steadying breath, he began the incantation Gemma had taught him. Who can open the portal through the monolith? Who can open the portal through the monolith? Who can open the portal through the monolith? He repeated the words over and over, voice echoing off the facility's concrete walls. The compass needle whipped around in frantic circles, but never settled. Fitz's heart pounded. Why won't it stop? Is it broken? Or am I not focused enough? Gemma stepped closer, placing a reassuring hand on his arm. Neither. The compass is working perfectly. It's just reading too many signatures. There are Inhumans hidden across the globe who know how to activate the monolith, Hydra agents who cracked the code long ago, even a few private collectors who've reverse-engineered fragments of the original inscriptions. Right now, the device can't decide which one to point toward. Fitz closed his eyes and took another breath. If they were to find the right person, and fast, they'd have to refine their approach. Because every second they wasted gave their enemies a better chance to pry open the portal themselves. Aaron flipped the Kree compass over in his palm. Remember, this device is at least a millennium old. It's not just a directional tool, it's keyed to the monolith's power. He lowered his voice as he handed it back to the group. Let me show you how to use it properly. Besides the Inhumans, there are other operatives who know how to reactivate the monolith. This time, the needle swung, but it barely shifted. Aaron nodded. See that? You have to apply a process of elimination. He paused, then smiled wryly. Now, watch closely. That was just a warm-up. He tapped the compass again. We're only interested in those who are friendly to us and possess the monolith's activation code. At his words, the needle suddenly flailed, spinning so erratically it couldn't settle on any direction. What's going on? Wanda asked, stepping forward. No one else should be able to trigger it. Aaron's face darkened. I didn't expect this. It looks like things are more tangled than I thought. From the back of the room, Coulson's voice carried a quiet but firm weight. It's enough to know someone out there can open the portal. And they're not all on our side. Hydra's fingerprints are all over this too. I don't think Fury would object to us taking out a Hydra base. Fitz said, leaning back in his seat. Aaron gave him a wry smile. Nick Fury's opinion isn't what matters here. My attitude is, I've grown rather attached to my quiet life. I don't want it turned upside down. Fitz ran a hand through his hair. But everyone who knows how to open that portal, none of them are on our side. You don't even have to come along, Fitz pressed. Just lend us the compass, and S.H.I.E.L.D. will handle any unpleasantness. Aaron's eyes flicked to Sky. Easy for you to say. Last time I trusted S.H.I.E.L.D., one of their agents sold me out. Sky glanced away, uncomfortable. Wanda stepped forward, her voice gentle. There has to be another way to help. Aaron sighed, running a thumb over the compass's ornate surface. I am helping, just more subtly. If I get too deep, I'll end up in over my head. I don't underestimate Hydra, but I also don't want to be buzzing around like a trapped fly. Fitz sat up. So what do you have in mind? Aaron closed his eyes, took a steadying breath, and placed both hands on the compass. We need someone who's actually on our side, someone who knows the monolith's secrets. The compass needle trembled, swung left, then right, and finally settled, pointing northeast with unerring precision. Sky stared at the ancient monolith in front of her, barely able to believe what she was seeing. This actually works, she whispered. There's nothing supernatural going on here. Like I said, this stone has been around for millennia. Countless people have handled it over the centuries. Surely there are records somewhere. We just haven't tracked them down yet. Nick Fury's former protege, Agent Phil Coulson, lowered his voice. All right, get May on the line and have her bring the S.H.I.E.L.D. Airbus. Sky, Aaron, if you're available, we'll need you both on this mission. Aaron, the stone's reluctant guide, raised an eyebrow. Fine, but that'll be extra. How much? Coulson asked calmly. Another 100,000, Aaron replied, folding his arms. Coulson nodded. Done. Anything beyond that, we'll move through next year's budget. Aaron let out an exasperated snort. It used to be 7 figures, Coulson. Now you're pinching pennies at 6? I'd love to be richer, Coulson admitted with a wry smile, but resources are tight. That's the best I can do. Tsk, Aaron muttered, but he knew better than to push his luck. Before the conversation could continue, a tentative voice piped up. Sir, may I come too? Wanda Maximoff stood at the edge of the group, her hand raised apologetically. Absolutely, Coulson said without hesitation. He glanced at Sky, then at Wanda. With your abilities on board, this operation just got a whole lot easier. Wanda nodded, relief and determination mingling in her eyes. As Sky and Aaron finalized preparations over the comlink, Coulson watched them both, confident that this unlikely team would crack the stone's secrets and uncover whatever history lay buried within. Of course not, Aaron snapped, his glare pinning Wanda in place. She looked away, cheeks flaming. I was only trying to help. He shook his head. I don't need backup. You stay here and honor your promise. No meddling in anything dangerous. Got it, she muttered. 30 minutes later, the stealth aircraft hovered silently above the fortune-telling shop. Sky, with Fitz clinging to her back, stomped the ground and unleashed a shockwave that bounced them right into the plane's open hatch. Aaron cradled Abe in one arm as he climbed aboard Coulson's beloved Jeep, Lola, and then ascended the boarding ramp with measured steps. Talk about overkill, Wanda called after them, arms folded as the Airbus slipped into the clouds. I'm only going to have a conversation. I don't need my powers for that. Hela's lips curved into a cool smile. Whether you tap into them or not isn't the point. We can't predict every twist. Jane leaned against the hangar wall, arms crossed. The Master always says there are 0 chances and infinite chances of things going sideways. He won't let you draw on your abilities unless it's absolutely necessary. But aside from that, he's very tolerant of you. Wanda forced herself to nod, though her mind raced. The mention of the compass caught her off guard. She'd nearly forgotten it existed. Her eyes gleamed with sudden curiosity. Is the compass always kept on the shelf? Every time the Master finishes his work, the attendant explained, he returns it there. You're welcome to borrow it any time, but it's best to notify him first. Norway. Aaron led Coulson, Fitz, and Sky through a maze of snowy corridors, following the faint pulse of their enchanted pointer until they reached the fortress-like entrance of a maximum security prison. Coulson stepped forward with practiced confidence, flashing his ID and reciting the necessary clearances. After a tense moment, The stern-faced guards relinquished their rifles and granted the small team a 30-minute window to see their prisoner. Inside a spotless cell, a middle-aged man in standard-issue gray coveralls sat absorbed in a leather-bound tome. Aaron gave a respectful nod. "Professor Randolph, long time no see." Coulson studied the man thoughtfully. The stone had lain on Earth for countless ages, and Randolph, an Asgardian scholar living among mortals, had roamed these lands for centuries. If anyone knew more about its whereabouts or capabilities, it was him. Randolph marked his page, carefully closed the book, and sighed, as if settling back into an old acquaintance's arms. "So you found me," he said softly, Sky's brow furrowed. "Why are you in a cell?" The professor offered a wry smile. "Let's call it a self-imposed retreat." He gestured to the room, which was oddly clean, bright, and furnished with a simple desk and a single cot. "It's much quieter here than the outside world." Coulson exchanged glances with Fitz and Sky. This retreat might be by choice, but the answers they sought about the stone and its mysteries lay within these walls. The cell looked more like a compact office than a prison. Tables and chairs clustered around a low bench, books lined the shelves, a neatly made bed stood in one corner, and a small bathroom sat behind a curtained doorway. Professor Randolph wasn't wearing an orange jumpsuit. Instead, he'd slipped into casual clothes. And even more surprising, a plate piled with sandwiches and a steaming cup of coffee had been set out for him. A uniformed officer rapped on the door. "Charge is destroyed property and public intoxication. That's why you're here." Randolph waved a hand dismissively. "Asgardians are known for their drinking. That night, I simply wanted to see if I could polish off every last bottle of wine." Agent Phil Coulson stepped forward, offering a warm smile. "Professor Randolph, we really need your expertise. If you cooperate, there's a chance you can secure an early release." Randolph leaned back against his desk, arms folded. "I'm fine here, thank you. Norwegian prisons these days are rather high-end. Good food, comfortable beds, a well-stocked library, and I'm under the radar." Dr. Leo Fitz pressed his hands against the cold metal bars, his voice urgent. "Professor, you're our only hope. My girlfriend was swallowed by some kind of black boulder. We think it teleported her to another world. Please, we need your help." Chapter 994. Randolph fell silent, studying Fitz with a thoughtful gaze. "No wonder you're so anxious," he said finally. "I've known the ache of love, and I understand exactly how you feel. But I'm sorry. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do to help." Fitz's jaw tightened. "You can help," he insisted. "You're the only one who can." Randolph let out a weary sigh. "I really don't know anything," he admitted. "And between you and me, based on everything I've seen, your girlfriend, the odds are not in your favor. You might be better off preparing for the worst." A self-deprecating grin flickered across Aaron's face. "That may be so, but the truth is she's still alive, and I've given Fitz a reason to hope." Randolph looked from Aaron to Fitz, puzzled. "What makes you so sure?" Aaron shot Fitz a knowing wink. "You should remember that I dabble in divination. I've gathered a few crucial clues." Fitz leaned forward eagerly. "Professor, you have to see this." Reaching into his satchel, Fitz drew out the oil painting Aaron had painstakingly created. The canvas portrayed a massive boulder rising out of mist-shrouded ground, its surface etched with mysterious runes. Randolph took the painting in his hands, his brow furrowing as he examined every brushstroke. After a long moment, he looked up, eyes shining with genuine surprise. "I have to admit," he said, voice low, "your divination is astonishing. Even in Asgard, the only one known to achieve this level of insight is the All-Father himself, Odin." Agent Phil Coulson stood before the holding cell, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Everyone, meet our new special advisor to Esthield," he announced, pride shining in his eyes. The man inside, tall, golden-haired, clearly more accustomed to battlefields than bureaucratic offices, inclined his head in acknowledgement. Coulson couldn't resist teasing a little. "Don't get too comfortable. If I didn't need an official clearance, I'd never set foot in a Esthield building." With a graceful motion, the advisor, Randolph, reached for the oil painting laid out on the table. He held it up to the overhead lamp so the colors glowed. The scene depicted Agent Simmons, battered and exhausted, trudging across a bleak, rocky expanse. "She's on a forsaken world," Randolph said quietly, tracing the darkest ridges of the landscape with his gaze. I don't know its name, only its location, a place so far from civilized space that no one would ever think to look. It's exactly the kind of planet where ancient civilizations dumped their exiles, condemned to fend for themselves, scrambling for scraps until death finds them. Coulson's expression grew grave. That's why we brought you in. It's been over 2 weeks since Simmons vanished. If we delay any longer, she won't survive. Randolph's eyes glinted. All right, you have 2 conditions. First, you free me. Second, I see this tesseract, the cosmic cube, with my own eyes. Coulson exchanged a quick nod with the nearby guard. The guard slid the key into the lock. Randolph placed both hands on the steel door. With a single, effortless pull, he tore it from its hinges as though it were paper. He stepped out of the cell, free at last, and turned to face Coulson. "Lead the way," he said. "Time is running out for your agent." Randolph wasn't trying to flee. He simply had no intention of escaping. When the alarm blared, he shoved the cell door open and snatched the coat off the bunk. 2 guards raced in and found Randolph calmly stepping out of the cell. With perfect ease, he pointed at Coulson and said, "He did it." Coulson forced a tight smile. Arguing now would only make matters worse, so he mumbled a quick apology to the guard and offered to pay for any damage to the door. Not long after, the SHIELD Airbus touched down at a secret base. Coulson, Randolph, and the rest of the team debarked and wound their way into an empty warehouse. In its center stood a sealed glass case containing a single black boulder marred by dozens of square recesses. Randolph stepped forward and made a slow circuit of the display, studying every indentation. "I hate to disappoint you," he said, leaning in for a closer look, "but it appears to be an ordinary." He never got to finish. In an instant, the stone collapsed into a viscous jet-black liquid, sloshing against the inside walls of the sealed case. Yet the enclosure held firm, and within 2 seconds the ooze recoalesced, hardening back into the exact same pockmarked rock. Randolph blinked and turned to Coulson. "How often does it shift like this?" Fitz ran a hand through his hair. "Randomly," he admitted, a note of disappointment in his voice. "Well, it looks random, but I'm convinced there's a trigger. I've compared it against tidal charts, solar flare records, even the planet's rotation." "Wait a second." Aaron's eyes lit up. He tapped the oil painting propped against the glass display case, then jabbed at the holographic wasteland swirling at Simmons's feet. "No one's ever given you the tide schedules, the solar data, or the rotational period for this world, because it might not even orbit a sun." Randolph nodded slowly. "Exactly. If its cycle depends on the physics of an unknown planet, we'll never deduce the pattern with our Earth-based metrics. And frankly, I don't understand why you dragged me into this. I've never studied gravitational lenses, zero-point fields, or quantum harmonic oscillations. I've told you, I know nothing about this stone." Coulson stepped forward, eyes meeting Randolph's. "Sometimes," he said quietly, "it isn't about what we already know. It's about taking the path fate lays before us. You're the only one who's been helpful, and the only one with any knowledge about this stone," Aaron said, his tone low and urgent. "Think hard. Over all these years, have you come across anything about a portal?" Randolph hesitated, rubbing his chin. "I've chased down every whisper and rumor of wormholes I could find, but none of them have panned out." Aaron snapped his fingers. "Don't be so quick to dismiss them. Fate often hides in the smallest details of those old tales." "I assure you, none of it is true," Randolph insisted. "I've spent centuries, and I've never found so much as a shred of evidence." "Professor," Aaron leaned forward, "your research covers hundreds of years. Who's to say what's happened in that time? Even a false lead might hold a kernel of truth." Randolph sighed. "I understand why you're hopeful, but all we have is this one stone, a stone I've never seen before in my life." "So you need more clues?" Aaron pressed. Randolph nodded. "Obviously. Then we'll find them." Fitz's voice broke in, full of determination, as he hurried out of the warehouse. Randolph let out a soft chuckle. "You can see he's invested everything he has." Coulson looked at the departing figure and shook his head. "We almost gave up, all of us, but Fitz refused to let go. One of my 2 best researchers is stranded in another world, and the other is pouring all his time and energy into this stone." They stood in the lab's main chamber, shards of broken glass glittering on the floor. Coulson ran a hand through his hair. "He actually tried to climb into that display case. wanted to be swallowed by the artifact itself. If he keeps this up, he'll burn out completely, Fitz warned. Randolph raised an eyebrow. True devotion, absolute, unhinged devotion. It's remarkable and terrifying. Turning serious, he addressed Coulson. If this portal really can pull people back from wherever it goes, we have to destroy it. We can't let anyone else slip through. Coulson's jaw tightened. Agreed. If I ever hope to sleep again, that portal has to go. A shadow of pain crossed his face. The last person to emerge was no ordinary traveler. It was Asgard's second prince, Loki. He stabbed me in the chest before vanishing. Randolph forced a smile. Loki? I'm afraid I've never met His Highness. At that moment, Fitz burst back into the room, breathless and clutching a crumpled parchment. He slapped it into Randolph's hand. Here, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intel finally located their position. Aaron stared at the tattered parchment spread across the table. This is the only lead we've got. He traced the faded characters with his fingertip. It looks like Hebrew for death. Randolph's eyes went wide. Death, that word. I know it. Fitz sat up, intrigued. Where have you seen it before? Randolph glanced at Fitz, then back at the parchment. First, tell me everything you've discovered about the Stone of Corn, Mr. Fitz. Fitz adjusted his glasses. The Stone of Corn passed through Germanic tribes, surfaced in France during the 100 Years' War, and then vanished again before Napoleon rose to power. The clue on this parchment must date to just before its last disappearance. Before he finished, Randolph interrupted. England. Fitz looked puzzled. England? In 1853, I saw that exact Hebrew word carved into the wall of a castle in Gloucestershire, Randolph explained. That's where the stone went, if that inscription points the way. Coulson let out a laugh of relief. Then let's not waste another second. We catch the next flight. A few hours later, their chartered plane set down on a grassy strip at the edge of a misty wood. Rising before them was an ancient fortress, its once proud towers suffocated by ivy and time. Inside, dust lay thick on every surface, and dry leaves skittered across the stone floors. In the corners, cobwebs shimmered like ghostly curtains, as if safeguarding the castle's most dangerous secret and the path to the Stone of Corn. Randolph led them down the torchlit corridor, a faint smile touching his lips. Returning to this old wing seemed to lift his mood. I once came here for a masquerade, he admitted. Of course, that was just a cover. I'd heard rumors of interstellar travel taking place within these walls. Total nonsense, as it turned out, but the dance was spectacular. Where's the engraving? Coulson asked, stepping closer to the stonework. Right here. Randolph paused before a section of wall where the masonry was so precise it almost looked alive. I used to be a stonemason. Fine craftsmanship always draws my eye. He swung the flashlight beam across the stones until it settled on one brick bearing a single Hebrew word, Mut, death. Here, Randolph said, tapping the brick for emphasis. It's identical to the inscription on our parchment. One of its translations is death. More likely a warning, Coulson suggested, crouching to examine the carving. No trespassing in practice. Whoever owned this place must have known how to bend the castle's shifting laws, banish someone to another world, and never leave a trace. Aaron ran a finger thoughtfully along his chin. Murder is a crime everywhere, he said slowly, but if you dump the body on a different planet, the evidence disappears. Legally speaking, it never happened. By now, none of them doubted that the stone was more than a mere relic. Somehow, it was a portal. To ordinary visitors, it might look like just another sculpture, but to the team, every crack and inscription mattered. The premise is solid, Skye said, leaning against a battered crate, but using the portal just to dispose of bodies and erase tracks, that feels cheap. Aaron shrugged, brushing dust from his fingertips. I'm only speculating, he replied carelessly, but think about it. A Hebrew warning carved into the wall of a medieval English castle. It doesn't belong. Randolph rubbed his chin, frowning at the uneven letters. It reads like an ancient edict. Whoever made it meant business. Did you get any deeper intel? Skye asked. Last night I cornered that owl garb veteran at the masquerade, got him drunk enough to admit there was no time travel, just ritual sacrifices dressed up as devil worship. A twisted recruitment gimmick, nothing more. Then the fire dancers started, and I lost my window. Coulson stepped forward, sweeping his flashlight across a hidden doorway. The same Hebrew phrase glowed in the beam. Beware the threshold. That's why I couldn't leave the shield logo on the team's car, he said quietly. Too conspicuous. Kai eyed him. But the planes? You didn't evacuate them either. An eagle emblem should stand out. He gave a dry chuckle. Sometimes even we make mistakes. He flipped a small lever beside the stone door. Click. A low rumble echoed through the corridor as the ancient monolith slowly rotated, revealing a dark passage beyond. Skye replaced her goggles and gripped her taser. Well, here we go. Aaron checked his blaster. After you, Randolph swallowed. Let's just hope we don't find ourselves on the wrong side of whatever's inside. Coulson offered a tight smile. We stick together. That's how we get back. And with that, he led them into the shadowed portal. Click, click. The hidden door slid back into the wall, exposing a dark, descending corridor. Coulson, you could at least warn us next time before doing something like that? Aaron snapped, arms crossed. What? I thought a little surprise would liven things up. Aaron shot him a look. What if there's danger back there? At the very least, wait until I'm by your side. Better yet, until we're clear of the entrance. Before you open secret doors. Randolph cleared his throat. He's right, you know. The warning sign plainly said death penalty. Coulson opened his mouth to protest, only to bite his tongue. Holding a flashlight, he strode forward without another word. After you, Randolph said, stepping aside with an exaggerated bow. I still believe in respecting my elders and caring for the young. Lead the way, my friend. If anything jumps out at you, I'll be right behind to save the day. Coulson paused and grinned. Randolph chuckled softly. Coulson, you're the most stubborn person I've met in all my thousands of years. Thank you, I think. All right, enough talk. Let's go. They filed into the tunnel. Its walls closed in around them, and the air grew cool and damp. At the far end lay a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in shadow and its floor crowded with rows of archaic instruments, strange levers, brass dials, and glass spheres that seemed to pulse with hidden energy. The flicker of their flashlights danced across gears and catwalks, hinting at mysteries untouched for centuries. No one spoke. They had entered a place where time itself felt suspended. I haven't set foot in this room since my last visit, Randolph admitted, his surprise barely contained. Judging by its style, it wasn't here when I was before. It must be a more recent addition. Aaron's eyes flicked across the strange apparatus lining the walls. These machines. He tapped his lower lip thoughtfully. Each of them is centuries older than I am. Why would the castle's owner stash so many in one chamber? What do you make of it? Coulson prompted. Imagine that massive stone slab was here back then. What would these instruments have been used for? Fitz swallowed hard. They control the portal. Whoever built this place mastered the mechanism to open that boulder and seal it at will. These machines are the key. Congratulations, Fitz, Coulson said, clapping him on the back. The devices survived, and you've deciphered their purpose. If they still work, Randolph added with a cautious grin. He reached for a switch on the wall. One by one, aged gas lamps hissed to life, casting a warm glow through the chamber. Late 19th century, I'd say. Over 100 years old. There's still some life left in them, Coulson laughed. Aaron stepped to the room's center and set his foot on a round stone embedded in the floor. Kneeling, he slipped his fingers beneath its edge. Look, underneath, it's hollow. Judging by the size of this doorway, Randolph muttered as he stepped aside, it's meant to hold massive stones. He reached for the largest lever on the wall and gave it a firm pull. With a grinding rumble, the central section of the floor slid away, revealing a cylindrical pit several meters deep. Randolph peered over the edge. Brilliant design. Drop a boulder in there. Even if it melts, there's no way anything can climb back out. Fitz's eyes lit up. Exactly. Place the stone activate these instruments to energize it, and the portal should open. His voice trembled with excitement, and for the first time in more than 2 weeks, the tension that had knotted his nerves began to ease. Coulson regarded him warily. Are you certain? Or are you just hoping for the best? Only one way to find out, Fitz replied, stepping closer to inspect the arcane controls embedded in the wall. Coulson was silent for a moment, then pulled out his phone. Mike, can you two wheel a boulder from the warehouse back here? If Fitz's theory is right, we might just get this portal open and bring Simmons home. He tapped the screen, eyes determined. Let's move. Chapter 995. That evening, the old transport plane's cargo bay doors creaked open. A winch hummed as it lifted a reinforced glass container, inside it a rough-hewn boulder, and gently lowered the crate into the circular pit built into the floor. A hush fell over the crew as they fanned out, checking pressure gauges, oil lines, and rusted gear teeth to make sure everything was in working order. Mike and May stepped forward, eyeing the tangle of pipes and levers. A room full of Victorian-era contraptions, Mai observed, kind of like your office, Captain. Captain Fitz, clipboard in hand, gave a tight nod. May's brow furrowed. What are our chances of success? She asked. Fitz shrugged. I can't promise anything, only that it's worth trying. He motioned to Mike. Push that lever for me. No, the one that's pulled down. Yes, that's it. Now crank it upward. Mike leaned in and heaved the lever northward. Fitz didn't hesitate. He grabbed the main switch and slammed it into the on position. Instantly, gears of all sizes roared to life, rotating in a symphony of clanks and whirs. The instrument panel's needles leapt wildly, and the entire room began to vibrate, sounding like a field tractor struggling up a slope. Dust motes danced in the fluorescent glare as the ground trembled beneath their feet. Beneath the glass cabinet, the boulder in the pit hissed and oozed, its solid form dissolving into a dark, bubbling liquid. Fitz drew his flashlight and knelt at the pit's edge, sweeping the beam across the surface of the new substance. The fluid writhed and glowed, as if alive, proof that their makeshift crucible had, against all odds, done its work. The room was bathed in shadows, the only illumination coming from the faint hum of the portal's pulsing energy. Randolph aimed his beam at the dark vortex, his knuckles white around the flashlight. It has to stay on, he insisted. I need more light. Aaron pinched the bridge of his nose. What for? It's pitch black either way. He gave Randolph's arm a gentle shove. Nothing you shine will cut through that void. Randolph swallowed. It's a signal. If we can push this light through the portal and Simmons happens to see it, she might recognize it and find her way back on her own. Oh, Aaron's eyes lit up with sudden understanding, then flickered with alarm. Fitz, turn off your flashlight. But Fitz didn't move. He stood rigid, staring into the swirling darkness as if expecting Gemma to step out at any moment. Shit! Aaron barked. He lunged forward, wrenched the flashlight from Randolph's grip, and flung it across the room. The beam clattered against the far wall and died. Fitz let out a strangled cry. What are you? Bang! Metal groaned, gears squealed, and the overhead lamps shuddered on the verge of collapse. The old machinery creaked under the portal's strain, decades-old equipment never designed for this kind of power. Something's gone wrong, Mike called out over the din. The drive gears are locking up. Shut it down, Aaron ordered. Randolph sprinted to the control panel and yanked the master switch. Click. The lights snapped off, the portal's roar stilled, and at last the lab fell into an uneasy silence, broken only by the distant echo of machinery winding down. I don't know if the Asgardian was simply too powerful or if the machine had finally worn out, but with one savage pull, he yanked the control lever clean off. The contraption shuddered, died, and the shimmering liquid portal collapsed back into a solid boulder. Randolph wiped his brow and gave a guilty half-smile. Well, at least we can fix it now, he said, and it's probably best to seal it shut while we're at it. Aaron exhaled in relief, only to have Fitz's fist crack into his jaw. Aaron jerked his head back and countered with a boot that caught Fitz in the chest. Fitz tumbled backward several feet, slamming into the cavern wall with a thud. My mother never hit me, Aaron sneered, rubbing his cheek. Why did you stop me? Fitz's voice grew hoarse, tears glistened, inning in his eyes. Simmons could see the flare from that portal. If she rushes in and it's already closed, we'd be finished. Aaron's lip curled in disdain. You think her dying fast wasn't enough? Randolph shook his head, his expression somber. Love, he murmured, is the most terrifying and inexplicable drug of all. This device can drive people mad. Fortunately, I'm here, Aaron said, and even more fortunately, you shut it down in time. Had you not, the outcome could have been catastrophic. What are you talking about? Coulson asked, frowning. Aaron shot him a meaningful look. You were the one who healed the wound, but forgot the agony, he replied softly. It's a twisted world in there, Coulson, and you mustn't assume Simmons is the only soul trapped inside. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Imagine a place defined by desolation, decay, loneliness, and despair. What kind of creatures might take shape in such an environment? Cruel, ruthless beings that will do anything to survive. That's my worst-case scenario, but you can't deny it's within the realm of possibility. Fitz's holographic beacon pulsed beside him, sending out one desperate message. The door to escape is here. Come now, if you want out. At that instant, realization struck Fitz like lightning. His breath hitched and his hands trembled. He turned to Professor Randolph, eyes wide. "Professor," Fitz said, voice unsteady but urgent, "tell me, if a wolf and a sheep set out for the same goal at the exact same moment, who reaches it first?" Silence fell over the room as everyone waited for the answer, and for the truth Aaron's warning implied. Randolph forced a polite, awkward smile and lowered his voice. "Ah, do you have to be so cruel?" Aaron curled his lip. "Who gave him the right to swing at me? Never mind, let me answer the question. The sheep get eaten without leaving a scrap, and Simmons is still a woman. She's not exactly a knockout, but she's still a woman, and her fate would be even worse." "Enough!" Fitz's shout sliced through the air. His eyes were rimmed with red. "I don't know whether I stopped you in time, but I'm sure I did." Aaron turned on Coulson, eyes bright. "What's that you're holding?" Coulson lifted the object tentatively. A flare gun." "Perfect." Aaron applauded. "Good thing your shot didn't go off." Before anyone could respond, May slid between them. "Guys, I think we need a doctor." They all looked where she was pointing. Skye was slumped in her arms, two thin lines of blood tracing down from his nostrils. He managed a faint, uneven grin and raised a trembling hand. "I'm okay. Just give me a moment." Coulson dropped to one knee beside him. "What's wrong? You were fine a second ago." Skye pressed his fingers to his temples. "That pulsing, it was killing me." "The pulsing?" Skye shot him a wry look, his voice thick with disbelief. "Are you kidding me?" The workshop fell eerily silent for a moment, until a low hum cut through the tension. "It's so noisy," Mike Bennett complained, rubbing his ears. Aaron Park looked up from his notes and shrugged. "I'm pretty sure you're the only one who can hear it." He lifted his gaze to the strange, glowing stone set into the workbench. "This isn't just any artifact. It's a Kree war device designed to wipe out the Inhumans. Of course, it's emitting psychic feedback when it's active." "Forget the stone for a second," Professor Randolph Chase barked. "Fix the portal machine first." "Exactly," Leopold Fitz agreed, snapping out of his daze. "If we restore the stabilizers, I can launch a remote sensor through the breach and see where Simmons ended up." "How do we repair it?" Mike asked, leaning against a crumpled panel. "None of us understand its inner workings." Fitz didn't look up. He was already dismantling a circuit board with surgical precision. "We'll figure it out. We have to." Aaron closed his eyes, missing the simplicity of a repair spell. If only magic still worked. One incantation and the whole contraption would be good as new. Instead, he slid a slender, leather-bound volume from a hidden compartment in his space ring, the Book of Devils. He cleared his throat. "Mechanical expertise isn't really my forte, I'm afraid. Professor Randolph, since it's not every day that we cross paths, I was hoping we could discuss some academic matters." Randolph paused, screwdriver in hand. Fitz glanced over, brow raised. Mike and Aaron exchanged curious looks as the hum of the Kree stone grew louder, reminding them how little time they had. But for now, all eyes were on the professor, and on the enigmatic tome in Aaron's hand. "Oh?" Randolph sat up, his interest clearly piqued. "What's on your mind?" "Do you have any research on demons?" Aaron asked, leaning back casually. Randolph's expression shifted. He paused, choosing his words with surprising care. "I'd be careful how you phrase that. This topic runs deep, and I'm not eager to wade into it." Aaron offered a disarming smile. "Relax. I'm not hunting arcane secrets, just some good stories. It's a pain to sift through countless dusty volumes, so I figured I'd ask you, our very own living fossil." The nickname made Randolph wince. He cleared his throat. "Honestly, Aaron, you take what you read with a grain of salt. Take the legends of Asgard, for instance. They bear almost no resemblance to the tales in your old mythologies, and yet Asgard itself is real in its own way." "Professor," Aaron waved off the caution, "I don't need a lecture on cosmic realms. I'm writing a novel and could use a few demon anecdotes for inspiration." Randolph regarded him warily. "Is that really all?" You do realize I'm just a university lecturer, right? I didn't become a professor to swap ghost stories over coffee. Aaron inclined his head. Exactly why I came to you. You have nothing to gain by inventing elaborate lies. Randolph studied him for a long moment, then sighed. Fine, if you truly want the material, I'll see what I can unearth. But don't say I didn't warn you. Some of these tales don't stay buried. No one knows the stories whispered across the earth better than I, Randolph declared, leaning back in his chair. Just a moment. Aaron, known to some as Gaius, reached into his space ring and withdrew a neatly folded magic carpet. He spread it in the corner like a plush rug. From the same ring he produced a bottle of top-shelf brandy, a dish of crystallized ginger, and an assortment of delicate cakes. There, that at least adds a touch of ceremony. Randolph's eyebrows shot up in surprise, then he broke into a satisfied smile. I have to admit, Mr. Gaius, you're a far better host than Coulson ever was. Aaron grinned. Agent or not, I like a proper welcome. He settled himself beside Abe, motioning with a sweep of his hand. Please, tell us your story. Randolph poured himself a generous glass of brandy and held it to the light. Rich and smooth, he murmured, swirling the amber liquid. This easily ranks among the top 10 vintages I've ever tasted. Only a fine wine for a fine tale, Aaron agreed, nodding solemnly. Clearing his throat, Randolph raised his glass in a small toast, then took a careful sip. Placing the glass on the table, he began. The devil, the very symbol of evil and the perennial enemy of gods and mortals alike. With his vast powers, he deceives, manipulates, toys with, and devastates humanity. Of all demons, none is more notorious than Lucifer. Once the brightest of archangels in heaven's court, he dared to rebel against the Almighty. Cast down to hell, he rose there as one of its mightiest demon kings. Aaron poured Randolph another glass of wine, and Randolph immediately produced a small notebook, flipping it open to record every word. Aaron's tale sounded like one of Earth's oldest myths, the 7 princes of hell: Lucifer, Mammon, Asmodeus, Baal, Leviathan, Beelzebub, and Belial. But Aaron had spent years walking among humans. He understood there was more to the story than mere legend. With each sip, he became more candid, perhaps willing to reveal secrets that sober lips would guard. Phil, Coulson watched the exchange in stunned silence, mouth twitching at the absurdity of it all. Mike Peterson, unable to bear the spectacle, buried his face in his hands. They look like they're on a sightseeing tour, he muttered, voice muffled. Let's just pretend we didn't see anything, Coulson sighed, torn between amusement and exasperation. He had no authority to stop Randolph or Aaron, both answered to higher powers of their own. Besides, they were hardly men you could order around. Meanwhile, in the lab down the hall, Coulson's team was racing against the clock. The delicate interface they'd jury-rigged to contain Lucifer's sigil kept shorting out, sending sparks dancing across the consoles. Fitz knelt by the main console, brow furrowed, as he tapped commands into his datapad. It's still unstable, he reported. If we don't reinforce the link, it'll overload again. Reinforce, Coulson echoed, stepping over a tangle of cables. With what exactly? Fitz glanced up, eyes shining with determined urgency. We need to boost the containment field, pump more energy into the arcane matrix. Otherwise, the sigil's going to collapse. Coulson looked back toward the brightly lit lounge where Randolph and Aaron laughed over another round of wine. He closed his eyes, rubbed his temples, and forced a half grin. Great, he muttered. More work, fantastic. Mike peeked around the doorway. Can't we slip in there and ask the demon princes for a hand? Coulson shot him a warning look. Let's try fixing it ourselves first. He turned to Fitz. All right, build me that reinforcer. And keep the power feed steady this time. Fitz gave a brisk nod and dove back into his work. As sparks still occasionally flared, Coulson braced himself for the worst, and hoped that, once again, humanity's fate wouldn't hinge on demon gossip and a tipsy informant. How are we supposed to reinforce it? Mike asked, brow furrowed. I'm not trying to rain on anyone's parade, but most of this apparatus lies buried beneath the castle. We can't just rip the place apart. Fitz waved his hand, half embarrassed by his own intensity. Right, you're absolutely correct. Dismantling the castle would be our very last resort. Mike ran a hand through his hair. Thank our lucky stars, this chamber hasn't already been destroyed by the machine's vibrations. One wrong pulse and it could collapse these walls and bury us alive. Wait, Fitz said, eyes suddenly brightening. That's it, just as Professor Randolph explained. It's a quantum harmonic oscillation issue. At that, Randolph looked up from his datapad, slightly bleary-eyed. Did someone call me? Have you stabilized the resonance? May cleared her throat. Technically, yes, she admitted, glancing away. But we've only recreated the same oscillation pattern we saw before, and it's actually more severe this time. All right, Coulson said, leaning forward. Fitz, take it from here. The chamber's layout is oddly modern for its age. Its walls and pillars have been precisely arranged to resonate, creating a quantized field within the bedrock. This, Randolph said with a half-smile, is true craftsmanship. In my day, I was proud of such precision, until I realized that speaking plainly gets you taken more seriously. Fitz blinked. He glanced around at the puzzled faces before clarifying. Think of the room as a gigantic speaker, and that apparatus over there as a subwoofer tuned to the same frequency as the stone. So you're telling me you can actually repair it? Mike pressed. Not exactly, Fitz replied. What I've discovered... We don't have to repair it, Sky cut in, voice calm. I can open the portal myself. That's exactly what Fitz means, Coulson said. Sky can match the machine's frequency. Can you replicate the resonance? Coulson asked. It's already imprinted on my mind, Sky answered. May stepped forward, concern etched on her face. But your body, you nearly blacked out just now. Sky nodded. I know, it'll be intense, but I can handle it, certainly more reliably to hand these old parts. She hesitated, then said, I can hold it for about a minute. If it becomes too much, just tell me to stop. Everyone exchanged anxious looks, but there was no time for doubt. Sky squared her shoulders, ready to channel the room's hidden power and open the gateway within the stone. We can't lose you. I can do this, Sky insisted, determination shining in her eyes. Aaron held up a hand. Hey, no offense, but you need to face reality. Even if Sky can keep that portal open for a full minute, how exactly do you plan to get Simmons back before it closes? You'd have to fire off a beacon so she can find it. But isn't that dangerous? What if something murderous comes through instead? And assuming the alien world she's on is completely empty, can Simmons even sprint to the portal in 60 seconds? There's another problem. Is the portal's exit point fixed, or does it shift every time? If it's random, then tracking her down is like finding a needle in a haystack. Silence fell over the team. Coulson exchanged a grim glance with the others. Aaron's questions echoed in their minds, stirring doubt. Sky was risking serious injury to hold that doorway open for 1 minute. Would it actually accomplish anything? It looks like you've pasted a bit of Taboola widget code instead of the chapter text. Could you please provide the actual chapter content you'd like me to rewrite into coherent, idiomatic English? Once I have the story text, I'll be happy to polish it for you. Chapter 996. May narrowed her eyes at Aaron. What can you do? How do we get Simmons back without endangering her? Aaron gently petted the small dragon curled against his chest and offered a crooked smile. I don't have any brilliant ideas, only one really bad one. Coulson frowned. What do you mean by bad? Aaron met his gaze steadily. We send someone through the portal. May's breath caught, and Coulson leaned forward, disbelief written across his face. You're talking about sending a person into another world? That's right, Aaron said, his tone unflinching. It's the best plan I've got, and the worst one too. May exchanged a worried look with Coulson. Explain. Aaron unfolded his hands as if laying out a strategy on a table. Worst case scenario, our volunteer doesn't make it, and we add another missing person to the roster. But it's still safer than firing off flares and hoping for an answer. He paused to let that sink in, then continued more softly. Best case scenario, our rescuer finds Simmons and lets her know help is coming. In situations like this, where every day is a fight for survival, hope can be the difference between living and giving up. And two people can support each other, watch each other's back, share supplies, keep each other sane. Aaron shrugged. Ideally, we'd send a full expedition team through the portal. Realistically, we might only manage 1 or 2 specialists, but even that could be enough to bring her home. May folded her arms, weighing the risks. Coulson exhaled slowly, meeting her eyes. Neither could deny it. If they truly wanted to save Simmons, someone would have to cross that threshold into the unknown. Finally, we can bring enough supplies, food, water, medicine, spare clothing, tents, weapons, ammunition, even vehicles, to maximize our safety. But most important of all is the scientific gear. Simmons is a genius. With the right research tools, she could calculate exactly where the portal opens. I'll admit, that makes sense, Coulson said softly, rubbing his temples. But no matter how logical it sounds, it's still a gamble. What if? We don't have the luxury of waiting, Aaron interrupted, his voice firm. If we delay any longer, we'll lose our chance altogether. It's time to place our bets. We need someone with a brilliant mind and peak physical fitness, someone who cares about Simmons so deeply that even knowing it could be a trap, they'd still plunge in without hesitation. So who do we choose? A heavy silence fell over the room. Then every pair of eyes turned to Fitz. Aaron snapped his fingers, breaking the tense silence. Looks like everyone's already picked a volunteer. There's an unspoken agreement here. No, Phil Coulson said firmly, shaking his head. I'm not letting any of you take that risk. I'll go, Fitz said, stepping forward so quickly his chair scraped the floor. I'm the best candidate. No one knows the tech better than I do. Coulson folded his arms. Absolutely not. There's someone more qualified, me. Fitz stared, momentarily speechless. Coulson. I'm the director, Coulson interrupted quietly. If someone has to go through that portal, it should be me. Fitz's hand trembled. But Gemma, my fiancée, she's been missing over a week now. I can't just stand by. Fitz, Coulson said, voice softening. Simmons has been gone for more than half a month. We've all but given up hope, but you never did. You and she are our only scientists, yes. But at headquarters, there are others who can monitor the portal's mechanics. They might even discover a safer method of transit. If something happens to me, you'll still be here to carry on the mission. Fitz opened his mouth and closed it again. Coulson took a breath, eyes on the glowing gateway. That's an order. The portal's active right now. If we wait any longer, we lose our chance. I'm going in. He glanced around at the team, Wells, Aaron, and the others nodding grimly, and then back to Fitz. Stay behind. Help coordinate from here. We'll get her back. With that, Coulson squared his shoulders and strode toward the swirling light. Every step carried the weight of his decision and the hope that he'd bring Gemma home. There really is true love in the world, Aaron exclaimed, feigning emotion as he clapped his hands. Then he leaned in, offering a comforting grin. Seriously, you don't need to lose sleep over this. If Coulson doesn't turn up, Fury's not going to ignore him. So just pack your things, lay out the facts, and set off without a second thought. Thank you, Coulson said with a faint smile, but I still feel there's unfinished business. I want you to come with me. Aaron's eyes widened in mock surprise. Coulson, what happened to you? Where did the man who kept a cool 37-degree demeanor go if he's asking someone to tag along? It's not unreasonable, Coulson replied evenly. Do I look that foolish? Aaron shook his head, a reluctant smile tugging at his lips. No, but I'll need a better explanation before I sign on. Your compass could find Simmons faster than any tracker we've got. Your ring can stockpile supplies like no one's business, and you've handled more than your fair share of crises. Coulson met his gaze steadily. I appreciate the compliment, but I'm allowed to refuse. I know it's a lot to ask, Aaron said dismissively, waving his hand as if brushing away a nuisance. But stop acting like it's some grand impossibility. Then, Coulson said quietly, just say yes. You're asking me to do something dangerous, Aaron said coolly, arms folded across his chest. Phil Coulson met his gaze. Jiaying trusts your skills. She believes this stone conduit is vital to her people. And Sky, he glanced at her across the room, confirms it. Aaron let out a low laugh, shrugging. So? You want me to help you jump to another world? It's a request, Coulson replied evenly. A death wish? Not necessarily. Coulson exchanged a look with Agent Randolph. First, let's talk terms. What would it take to have you on board? Randolph shook his head. You can't put a price on someone's life. For them, yes, it's life-saving funds, Coulson said. But for Aaron here, regular fees don't apply. He's experienced in this field. Randolph's brow furrowed. And you're sure he can come back? Aaron offered a mock ponderous grin. Well, there's a pretty good chance. He leaned forward, voice matter-of-fact. Finding people or portals at random? Nearly impossible. But when you've spent years divining the timings, locating an opening is just another day's work. Silence settled over the room. Coulson and Randolph exchanged glances. Sometimes Coulson thought, the distance between people is wider than any chasm between man and beast. Aaron lounged in the command center's briefing room, legs stretched out, as the others bustled around charts and maps. To them, trekking into another world to rescue hostages was a do-or-die mission. To Aaron, it might as well be a sightseeing trip. Agent Coulson shook his head in amusement. Seriously, Aaron, where'd you learn that trick? Aaron flashed a lazy grin. Talent. Pure talent. I know you're all secretly jealous, but don't expect me to leap through a portal at the drop of a hat just because I can. Coulson straightened, folding his arms. Fact is, you're the only one who can do this right now. If someone's going, it has to be you. I'd be lucky to qualify as your sidekick. Fitz scowled. Fine, then I'm going with him. If Coulson's on the roster, so am I. Excuse me, Coulson replied, arching an eyebrow. When did I ever say I was going? I'm perfectly happy here, running the portal controls. Why should I risk my life out there? He stepped closer, voice lowering. That's exactly why I opened this up for volunteers. Your objectives are simple. Find Simmons, locate the exit portal, and return intact. You'll get a free trip to unknown territory, and, just to sweeten the deal, Fury has approved a $1 million bonus for whoever comes back. Fitz staggered as if struck. $1 million? When did I become a mercenary? Coulson grinned. The ink of it as incentive. Oh, and anything you uncover in that world? It's all yours to keep. As long as we can get Simmons back safely. Aaron snorted in disbelief. That world's a wasteland. Even if there's something out there, it's just scraps. You really think you can trade me a pile of rags for it? Coulson clenched his jaw but kept his face calm. Simmons has been surviving there for over 2 weeks. There has to be something valuable, something worth the risk. Aaron stroked his chin, still unconvinced. Even if that's true, having the coordinates means we can go whenever we like. But why stop there? Let's use this to negotiate with the Inhumans. Jiaying's not going to hand over a portal map for free. He paused, then shrugged. Fine, I'll bite. Coulson exhaled, relief flooding him. Great, just tell me what you need, and I'll make the arrangements. With a dismissive wave, Aaron said, All I ask is that you succeed. After all, that's the ultimate reward for an alchemist. Mortals can only envy and hate it. Aaron's words hung in the hush of the chamber, the glow of the space ring on his finger casting rippling shadows across the concrete walls. Coulson's mouth twitched as he stole another glance at that ring, the green light in his eyes betraying a flicker of envy. He cleared his throat and stepped back. Fitz, Mike, run a complete diagnostic on the portal generator again. Sky, you've earned some rest. May, pack my rucksack. You know exactly what goes in there. The team dispersed. Fitz and Mike vanished behind control consoles to cross-check every circuit. Sky sank onto a bench, exhausted but alert. May secured extra batteries, medical supplies, and specialized gear into Coulson's pack. More than an hour later, Coulson reemerged in a slimline tactical suit. His rucksack was slung over one shoulder, sidearms and extra magazines at his belt. Across the room, Aaron had traded his divine armor for a dark blue trench coat, its cut modern, its fabric subtly etched with patterns reminiscent of his former breastplate. He was feeding Abe energy bars, his expression casually amused. Coulson moved to where Sky was stretching her hands, fingers cracking. All right, he said. Once we step through that portal, keep your powers in check. I don't want you burning out your system. He glanced at Aaron. 24 hours after we go in, reopen the gateway. We'll meet you then. He hesitated, as if reluctant to admit a backup plan. And if it isn't ready on time, don't force it. We'll wait. Sky offered a firm nod. Understood. Randolph, leaning against a support pillar, raised his hand uncertainly. Before we go, can someone tell me exactly what she's planning to do on the other side? Silence answered him. Sky closed her eyes and raised her palms, sending a silent shockwave into the concrete. The wall quivered, the vibrations sliding along the surface as she measured its reverberations. She opened her eyes again, but said nothing. In the low light, the team exchanged glances. The questions remained unspoken. They had their orders, their timeline, and whatever lay beyond that shimmering portal, they were committed to facing it together. Randolph stared, speechless, as Sky activated her power. Waltfa, he began, then shook his head. Given the surge of superhumans on Earth these days, He told himself it wasn't so shocking that S.H.I.E.L.D. could recruit someone like her. Skye winced, a strange frequency pressing on her mind like a heavy weight. Sorry, I'm still dialing it in. She closed her eyes, reached out, and nothing happened for a moment. Then at her command, the jet-black boulders lining the pit began to liquefy. In seconds, the once solid stones pooled into a viscous, inky fluid, turning the circular pit into the mouth of a deep, ancient well. "Let's go," Agent Phil Coulson said. He drew a steadying breath and dove headfirst into the black liquid. Aaron, standing close by, shrugged, locked his arms around Abe protectively, and followed Coulson into the pit. At that moment, Skye withdrew her power, and any fluid solidified once more into an unbroken mass of stone, sealing the aperture behind them. Above the desolate landscape, the air shimmered, and a translucent vortex yawned open. Coulson tumbled free, hacking as he spat out handfuls of fine dust. Aaron stepped out more gracefully, brushing not a speck from his coat. After years spent mastering spatial magic, he always claimed that passing through a wormhole felt as effortless as walking through an open door. Desolate and crumbling, this place feels like the heart of a desert. Aaron hauled Coulson to his feet, then scooped a handful of sand through his fingers. "I was wrong," he admitted. "This isn't just a wasteland. It's a Death Star." "Maybe it's only like this here," Coulson said, fishing through his backpack. He produced the signal detector they'd brought, but the display stubbornly read, "No signal." He gave a wry laugh. "All right, let's find Simmons first. You sure you can track her?" "Of course." Aaron drew a small compass from his pack, closed his eyes, and softly spoke Simmons's name. The needle quivered, spun in tight circles, then steadied, pointing toward the dunes behind them. Coulson turned, swallowed hard, and stared at the horizon. "I'm certain we're not on Earth anymore. This is extraordinary." A fierce wind swept across the plain, whipping dust and pebbles at their boots. Above them, an enormous planet loomed close in the dark sky, its jagged edges glowing silver. Beside it drifted a lone asteroid equally luminous, and together with distant stars they cast a ghostly light over the barren ground. "You've seen worlds up close before," Coulson said, voice hushed by awe, "but nothing quite like this." "What do you feel?" Coulson asked, his voice low. "I hope I never have to see anything like that again," Aaron replied. "Fair enough," Coulson conceded. "No one with a pulse would react any differently." Aaron nodded. "Simmons survived in that hellhole for 2 weeks. We have to find her, and fast." Coulson ran a hand through his hair. "Agreed." With a flick of his wrist, Aaron activated the portable space ring and summoned a gleaming black motorcycle. Coulson's eyes widened. In this terrain, wheels were worth their weight in gold. Any search team on foot would take days. "You can ride that, right?" Aaron asked. "I'm an agent. Of course, I can ride," Coulson answered, then cocked an eyebrow. "Wait, you want me to drive it?" "Why not?" Aaron shrugged. "I'm not exactly dying to ride pillion with a balding middle-aged man." Coulson's chest tightened at the jab, and for a moment he felt the old sting of embarrassment. But there was no time for vanity now. "Fine," he said. "Get on, and let's bring Simmons home." "I'll take the hoverbike and be on my way," Coulson called over his shoulder. "So what are you going to do now?" Aaron grinned. "I have another option." He reached out, lifting Abe into the air by his front claws. "This isn't Earth. No one will suspect he's a dragon. What do you think?" Coulson glanced at Abe's narrowed eyes and barred teeth, the dragon's contemptuous glare sending a clear message. "Don't even think about it." Suddenly, the sleek flying motorcycle didn't look half as impressive. It was nice, sure, but next to a holy dragon, it felt, well, pedestrian. And besides, Coulson already owned a prototype jet car. He didn't exactly need another airborne toy. He cleared his throat. I was wondering, Abe's huge when he shifts, right? Any chance I could ride him?" Aaron laughed, shaking his head. "Honestly, I do mind. It's tricky enough keeping a firm grip on his scales. Adding a third rider would be ridiculous. Agent Coulson, in this entire universe, only I and my partner are allowed to climb onto Abe's back, unless I, his master, say otherwise. Now do you understand why I'm letting you keep the motorcycle?" Defeated, Coulson's shoulders slumped. So much for his dream of riding a dragon. "It looks like you've pasted a code snippet rather than the chapter text itself. Could you please provide the actual machine-translated chapter you'd like me to revise?" Once I have the full text, I can rewrite it into smooth, idiomatic English. Chapter 9 and 97. Hold your head high! As Abe's roar thundered across the sky, his form swelled 100-fold. The innocuous white cat had transformed into a magnificent white dragon. Each iridescent scale shimmered in a silver-blue light that outshone even the stars overhead. Coulson swallowed hard. He was one of the few who knew Abe's true nature, yet seeing him tens of meters tall left him speechless. The celestial dragon of legend and the irresistibly cute cat everyone adored were one and the same, and here he stood in all his glory. Aaron exhaled. On Earth, Abe restrained himself. Sure, people suspected he was a dragon, but he had to stay in cat form, couldn't even unfurl his wings. Here, there's no need to hold back. No worries, he's free to fly as he pleases. Coulson found his voice at last. Isn't this too big? Aaron tilted his head as if puzzled. Big? Abe only evolved a few months ago. At full power, he stretched over 100 meters. Now he's 50, half that size. Still, quite impressive. Coulson stared up at the sky where the silhouette of Abe stretched impossibly long against the clouds. In all his years dealing with superpowered beings, he'd never encountered anything like this. By his estimates, Abe was already 50 meters from nose to tail, more than enough to cause a stir. If the dragon doubled again, reaching 100 meters, it would be utterly uncontrollable. And no, he couldn't chalk it up to eating well and sleeping well. This was something else entirely. Do you realize how big he already is? Coulson blurted out, voice tight with excitement and a trace of panic. I'm not talking about spectacle, though, let's face it, he'd stop traffic from here to the city. I mean the real threats on this planet. Even the Inhumans are whispering about it. When Abe takes to the skies at that size, he's impossible to ignore. Aaron leaned against the railing, arms folded, a faint smile playing on his lips. Exactly, he said softly. Agent Coulson, you've got to think long-term. Imagine the power of something the Inhumans themselves fear. Coulson swallowed and forced a wry grin. You know what? I think I'd rather not go there. My only mission here is to get Simmons back safely, Coulson said, voice firm. Aaron smirked. And yet you've kept me in the dark. Coulson frowned. What exactly do you want to know? When Jiaying sold me to you, Aaron began, tone mocking, she was so naive, believing I had the power to raise the dead. That's why she sent me into this other world alongside you. Fine. If you plan to play games with me, just know there's a price for betrayal. Coulson's jaw tightened. He understood Aaron's threat, but he also knew stirring danger now would be reckless. Alerting their snake will only aggravate the situation. Aaron's grin widened. Calling the snake out isn't the goal, it's baiting it from its lair. Besides, I didn't come unprepared. He shot a look over his shoulder. Abe, heat things up. The dragon stepped forward, each scale glinting with latent fire, its ancient gaze unblinking. The sheer presence of the beast pressed down on Coulson's shoulders. This is unwise, Coulson muttered, though he knew he wouldn't prevail. I'll remember you warned me, but I still think we should be cautious for Simmons' sake. Aaron waved off the caution. Cautious won't get us her back. Abe, shrink down, just enough to carry me comfortably. At his command, the dragon's massive form rippled and drew in on itself, wings curling in until it stood ready at Aaron's side. Abe gave a slight nod, and his massive form began to contract, shrinking from tens of meters tall to just a few. We need the snake to come out on its own, Aaron reminded him as he vaulted onto Abe's scaled back, not stamp it into hiding. Agent Coulson, get ready. Agent Coulson swung onto his motorcycle and pressed the flight mode switch. With a soft hum, the bike lifted off the ground and hovered in midair. Aaron checked the compass's glowing needle, traced its direction with a finger, and whispered, "This way." In response, the holy dragon, Abe, unfurled his ivory-white wings and surged forward into the night sky. Coulson opened the throttle, determined not to lose sight of his unusual companions on this alien world. Under the dark heavens, the three of them cut a low-profile silhouette. To keep their presence hidden from the monstrous snake below, Aaron instructed Abe to issue a deep, resonant howl at regular intervals. On a planet so compact that Abe could fly its entire circumference in under a day, even a single thunderous roar would carry far enough to cover their approach. Any being who's managed to make the Inhumans think they're facing a genuine threat, and who's called this world home for 1,000 years, wouldn't have missed someone running wild in his own backyard. Even if he hadn't uncovered us yet, or coaxed the proverbial snake out of its hole, he'd already have this planet's coordinates locked down. Like the old saying goes, a monk may wander, but he can't escape his temple. Unless our enemy can find a way off-world, he's just a fish on the chopping block, his fate up to whoever holds the knife. As their ship streaked over the barren landscape, Coulson peered out the viewport. Below lay an endless desert, no plant life, just a few scattered puddles where water had pooled. No rivers, no lakes, no signs of wildlife. "How long do we have to keep flying?" Coulson asked. "That depends on how far Simmons has gone," Aaron replied, leaning back in his chair. "Abby can really push her engines, but don't blame me if you can't keep up." Coulson fell silent, conceding the point, and watched the desolate world pass beneath them. He suddenly spotted a line of stones arranged in the shape of a giant arrow on the desert floor below. "Hold on! Stop!" he called. "What is it?" Coulson asked, peering down. "Look over there," he said, pointing. "That's the marker Simmons left." Coulson frowned. "You're worried we've been heading the wrong way?" "It's not exactly opposite to our course," Aaron admitted with a shrug, "but it's off by a fair margin." He rolled his eyes at Coulson's puzzled look. "Agent Coulson, I thought only Fitz got worked up over these details. If we'd landed within 24 hours of Simmons's disappearance, her arrow might have still been reliable," Coulson said. "But it's been half a month. She could have gone anywhere by now. That marker's long since outlived its usefulness. We should trust the compass instead." Aaron bit back a retort and nodded. Before either of them could speak again, a sudden roar of wind tore through the air. They whirled around, and their stomachs dropped. A wall of white sand was rolling toward them like a tsunami, towering hundreds of meters high. In an instant, it seemed to lift the entire horizon. Coulson's breath caught in his throat. "Aaron, we need to—" "Move aside," Aaron said, his voice calm. He slipped a hand along Abe's snout and murmured, "Show him." Abe shot Coulson a sideways glance, lifted his head, and unleashed a roar that shook the air. Boom! A torrent of crimson dragonfire blasted into the heart of the sandstorm, ripping it open. Gravel turned to ash in an instant, and glowing embers rained down as the fiery wind howled. Coulson stood frozen, watching the swirling wall of sand split clean in two. His scalp tingled with shock, and it took him a full 10 seconds to speak. "Aaron, that was incredible," he finally said, voice low. "Abe, where did you learn to do that? Where does all this power come from?" Aaron's expression grew distant. "It goes back a long way. 11 years ago. I was just a boy, running through flower fields without a care in the world." Coulson's eyes narrowed. "Get to the point. I don't buy fairy tales." Aaron met his gaze steadily. "I'm telling you the truth." "But that's not the point," Aaron said, voice calm. Coulson frowned. "The point is, an 11-year-old boy, by sheer luck, finds a dragon egg and hatches a unique holy dragon. How do we know it'll stay obedient?" Aaron leveled a cool stare at him. Coulson felt a bead of sweat creep down his temple. "Relax. I've raised Abe since he was an egg. He's utterly loyal to me. Otherwise, I'd have reconsidered my position on S Shield." Silence fell between them as the motorcycle hovered above the dunes. They'd been fortunate to dodge another sandstorm. At dawn's first light, the tracking pointer in Aaron's gauntlet snapped downward. "Did you find it?" Coulson asked, unslinging his canteen and draining half its water. "I feel like we've been flying for hours." "Right there." Aaron pointed to a circular iron hatch half buried in the sand. "That's where Simmons is." Coulson took a steadying breath and drove the motorcycle down until its wheels touched the dunes. Aaron landed beside him, then reached out and pressed Abe's brow. In a heartbeat, the formidable holy dragon folded into the harmless form of a white dove. Agent Coulson swung open the heavy iron hatch and peered inside. To his surprise, a rickety wooden ladder descended into a surprisingly spacious underground chamber. "A cave?" he whispered. "Is someone else down there?" Aaron raised an eyebrow. "Unless it's overgrown alien wildlife. No, this is human construction." Coulson frowned as he examined the ladder's worn rungs. "Someone's been here before Simmons arrived. A survivalist team, maybe?" Aaron's eyes gleamed. Before S Shield got hold of the monolith, others must have braved its depths, trying to crack its mysteries. He clicked his tongue with admiration. "Human stubbornness knows no bounds." Coulson nodded. Better to be stubborn and alive on a planet where time doesn't even follow the rules. He shifted his weight. You stay up here. I'll go down first and take a look. No way, Aaron countered, stepping forward. If there's danger, I'm not letting you face it alone. Besides, we're not the only ones after that monolith. The Inhumans avoid it, so it's almost certainly Hydra's next target, and Simmons is relying on us to get to her first. With that, the two agents steadied themselves on the first rung and began their descent into the unknown. What a twist of fate. You're saying Hydra might have taken Simmons? That's only one possibility. Don't jump to conclusions, and have some faith in Simmons. She could surprise us and fight her way out. I know what my team is capable of. Coulson's tone was steady but cautious. He chambered around in his pistol and descended the ladder into the pit. Aaron followed him, pausing to survey the cave. A rough-hewn stone table stood in one corner, iron utensils arrayed neatly beside it. A small fire crackled in a wall recess, and a simple cot lay against the far wall. If I didn't know where we were, I'd think we'd stumbled onto a wilderness survival show. Coulson flicked on his flashlight, illuminating a stack of dusty equipment, battered crates, outdated electronics, even a couple of old spacesuits. They came prepared. These rigs look ancient. If they were state-of-the-art when they landed, they've been here for at least 10 years. None of that matters right now. Aaron moved past the gear and knelt at the foot of the cot. He lifted the edge of a worn blanket and revealed a pale, unconscious girl. Simmons. Coulson dropped beside him and gently shook her shoulder. Gemma, can you hear me? Simmons stirred, her eyelids fluttering as she tried to focus on the two figures leaning over her. The faint glow of the fire cast their shadows long across the cave floor, but Coulson's voice was warm and steady. You're safe now. We've come to get you out. Slowly, Simmons's eyes opened, clarity replacing confusion. The mission had brought them here, but retrieving her was only the beginning. Together, they would face whatever Hydra or time had thrown at her. Gemma Simmons blinked against the glare of fluorescent lights. When her vision cleared, she sat bolt upright, her heart racing at the sight of the familiar face hovering above her. Director Coulson, am I dreaming? She whispered. It's no dream, Phil Coulson replied, his voice gentle as he pulled her into a reassuring hug. We found you. Relief and joy flooded Gemma's eyes. Where's Fitz? Where is he? Before Coulson could answer, Aaron, ever ready with an ill-timed joke, grinned. Sorry to disappoint, but Fitz didn't make it. Coulson shot Aaron a withering look. Ignore him. Fitz is right where we need him, back on Earth, throwing himself into work. He spent 10 days straight cracking a case that's been haunting S.H.I.E.L.D. for over a decade, all because you went missing. Aaron puffed out his chest. Honestly, it wasn't rocket science. They just needed a fortune teller, like me. Coulson shook his head. Enough. Gemma, is there anyone else here with you? Gemma nodded, her expression sober. Yes, someone named Will. He's an astronaut. I met him yesterday, but not exactly by choice. She gave a rueful smile. I literally fell into a pit he dug. Aaron laughed. You met him yesterday? And he left you here alone? Charming. Gemma's eyes darkened with concern. He's been stranded on this planet for 14 years. He promised he'd return any minute. Coulson studied her for a moment. After 14 years in isolation, he could be anything. Friend or threat. We'll need to debrief him thoroughly. Gemma drew in a steadying breath. All that matters right now is that we're all alive and going home. Simmons sat propped against a stack of crates in the cargo hold, her left leg wrapped in a fresh bandage. When Coulson and Aaron entered, she lifted the edge of her blanket to show them the dressing. Phil Coulson's brows drew together. You're hurt. Simmons shook her head. It's just a scratch, a rock shard from yesterday's trap. At first, I thought Will was the enemy, and I cut myself getting out. But if he'd meant to harm me, he wouldn't have chased me down in that sandstorm and bandaged me up. Aaron folded his arms. Maybe you misread him. Possibly, Simmons conceded, but I'd rather trust my instincts than stay paranoid. Coulson exchanged a look with Aaron. What about your other instincts? What's right and wrong here? Simmons leaned forward. Before S.H.I.E.L.D. retrieved the monolith, both the Inhumans and Hydra were searching for it. The Inhumans, however, have an almost visceral fear of those giant crystals. Hydra, on the other hand, would exploit anything alien for power. So you think Will's Hydra? Aaron pressed. She rolled her eyes. Come on. Will wasn't Hydra. He volunteered for NASA's Deep Space program, stepped through the monolith portal over 10 years ago, and we finally got him back. He's never even heard of Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson gave Will's name a slow nod. We're all on edge, floating through who knows where on this 10,000-year-old ship. Paranoia comes with the territory. Aaron uncrossed his arms. I'm not saying drop your guard. Just, we're not alone anymore. We've got each other's backs, and we do have guns. Simmons straightened, wincing at the pull on her bandage. Fine, keep your weapons handy, but I'm not convinced Will's a threat. Coulson offered a wry half-smile. Then let's put him to the test. We'll figure out where his loyalties lie, without losing a crewmate in the process. Aaron grinned. Agreed. And if Will really is on our side, we'll be one step closer to getting home. Simmons settled back, the weight of uncertainty easing at last. All right, but no more solo heroics. We stay together from here on out. The three of them shared a firm nod, their makeshift alliance ready to face whatever mysteries the ancient vessel and the far reaches of space might throw at them next. Even if we make it out through the portal, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be waiting to pick us up. Whether he's a friend or an enemy, the moment he makes even the slightest wrong move, he'll find himself whisked off to the VIP cabin on their jet. But right now, he doesn't care. He'd gladly go to prison if it means escaping this living hell. Chapter 998. A thick slab of gala crocodile meat lay sizzling on a red-hot stone, fat crackling and sending a mouth-watering aroma into the night air. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Aaron, Simmons, Abe, and even the Holy Dragon licked their lips in unison. Aaron fared the best. Though he was a bit hungry, he could easily hold out. Abe wasn't so lucky. He unconsciously wiped a bead of drool from the corner of his mouth. The Holy Dragon, despite its vow of fasting, couldn't quite shake its greedy instincts. Simmons, meanwhile, stared in rapt fascination. Every crackle of fat was like the most exquisite sight she'd ever seen. After more than half a month surviving on mysterious liquids and unknown plants and beasts, it was a small miracle she hadn't collapsed. Now, watching the crocodile meat roast to perfection, her resolve almost cracked. All right, Aaron declared. He sliced off a chunk of the golden brown meat and popped it into his mouth. Tell me what you think. Simmons blinked, barely able to speak. Is it good? Aaron's eyes lit up as he savored the flavors. It's amazing, crispy and fragrant on the outside, tender and juicy on the inside. At his words, even the Holy Dragon gave a delighted rumble. Tonight, they all agreed, was a feast to remember. These steaks are leagues above your usual cuts, Aaron said, slicing off a large piece and placing it on Abe's plate. Shenglong made no pretense of manners, ignoring their guests entirely. He dug in with obvious relish. Aren't you hungry? Aaron asked Simmons, eyeing her doubtfully. Hungry. Of course I'm hungry. I haven't eaten in almost a day, Simmons replied without hesitation. Coulson, I have to ask, what's in your bag? Are those things moldy? She teased, poking at his backpack. Coulson grimaced, then sighed and unzipped his pack. He handed her 2 packets of compressed biscuits and a bottle of mineral water. Here, make do with it. May pack this. She probably didn't expect us to run into you so soon. Simmons stared at the biscuits and water, then looked across the campfire at the man and dragon sipping wine and savoring perfectly grilled steak. A wave of guilt washed over her. If she'd received these rations yesterday, she would have been grateful. Any food beats going hungry or munching on unknown creatures. But now, beside their feast, her meager provisions felt insultingly bare. It wasn't right to be singled out like this. Crack! Just then, the heavy iron hatch above them swung open with a clang. A man in rough linen climbed down the ladder, machete in hand. He paused at the bottom, eyes flicking warily between Aaron and Coulson. After a few tense seconds, he let his shoulders drop in relief. You're Simmons' friends, he said. How did you know? Coulson asked. The man Will, they'd come to learn, offered a wry smile. She's been carrying your photos and videos on her phone. Didn't have to look far to figure out who you were. Coulson exchanged a glance with Aaron. You did more than that. You actually found a way to open the portal so we could get out of here. Will's brow furrowed. Are you sure that hasn't just given us false hope? Every 24 hours, my team opens a portal on Earth, Coulson explained. We just have to be in the right place at the right time. Will exhaled sharply, his expression clouding. And how exactly do we pinpoint that place? I've been searching for 10 years, and I've never come close. Aaron stepped forward. I can help with that. I'm a seer. I can divine its location. Divination? Will's tone was skeptical. You want me to trust a bunch of mumbo-jumbo? Aaron lifted his chin. Call it what you like. I'm honest about what I do, and I'm good at it. There was a beat of silence as Will studied Aaron's steady gaze. Then, at last, he sheathed his machete and nodded. All right, he said. Let's see what you've got. I wouldn't have brought us to this hellhole if I wasn't absolutely sure, Simmons muttered, shifting his weight and wincing as he tested his injured leg. Coulson rose to his feet, his voice calm but Argent. The portal only opens once every 24 hours. We can't afford to dilly-dally. This planet isn't tiny, but it isn't huge either, and the portal shifts location each cycle. Add unpredictable sandstorms into the mix, and missing our window means waiting another entire day. He let out a dry chuckle. But don't worry, Aaron here brought a very, very special mode of transport. We've got nearly 10 hours left. That's more than enough time to get there. Aaron merely shrugged, eyes on his plate. Will leaned forward, folding his arms. Still, let's move fast. If we're late, everything changes. NASA promised to bring us home within a year, but Simmons just told me the stone's no longer in their possession. Aaron cut another slice of barbecue and bit into it thoughtfully. Chewing, he met Will's gaze. Okay, once I finish this meal, I'm off. But before we go, I've got a few questions. Will, you think you can help me sort them out? Anyway, Aaron said, leaning forward in his chair, once you're out of there, S.H.I.E.L.D. will interrogate you again. You'd better figure out how you're going to answer their questions now. She frowned. What's the issue? Aaron gave her a half smile. Why were you there in the first place? What was your mission? She took a breath. NASA has been obsessed with the monolith for years, but by the time they were ready to act, the budget for deep space missions had evaporated. A small faction inside the agency sold everyone on the idea that this monolith was the only exploration project they could afford. I was an Air Force pilot before NASA recruited me, and I volunteered for this mission as soon as they asked. I've never been able to say no to something everyone else calls impossible. Our team numbered 4. I went through the portal first, loaded down with all our equipment. Right behind me were the 3 scientists, Dr. Emily Chen, who collected geological and biological samples, Dr. Jorge Ramirez, who drew our maps, and Dr. Amina Patel, who studied the atmosphere in biota. My orders were simple: stay calm if anything went wrong and get everyone home alive. You're the only one left here, Coulson said, frowning as he studied Will. What happened? Will's face went pale. It got inside our heads, made us go crazy. Austin jumped off a cliff. Brubaker doused himself in gasoline and lit himself on fire. Tyler picked up an axe and came after me. In the end, I had no choice. I had to kill him just to escape. Coulson fell silent, turning his gaze to Aaron. Do you think this "it" is what the Inhumans are so afraid of? Gemma Simmons tilted her head. Why would it have anything to do with the Inhumans? Aaron shrugged, his expression grave. It's complicated, but remember, the Kree left that stone behind specifically to wipe out the Inhumans. Whatever's out there, it must be dangerous. It could very well be the same thing Will's talking about. Coulson rubbed his chin. Still, until we actually see it, we can't be certain. A tense quiet fell over the group. Finally, Simmons spoke up. Even so, shouldn't we try to keep our distance? Aaron chuckled, a slow, confident sound. If this thing were truly unbeatable, do you really think any of us would have survived it for 10 years? We've been fighting it since before most of you were even born. And here we are. Consider this. The Kree left Earth thousands of years ago, yet they abandoned that strange stone. Whatever's bound inside must have roamed our world ever since. And what a world it was. Barren, desolate, utterly empty. Even the fiercest dragon would shrivel into nothingness after centuries in such an unforgiving place. Will stared at the relic, his face set. And remember, no matter how long it's lain dormant, it's still a man-eater. We can't risk waking it. Our best move is to get out of here before it even knows we exist. Coulson threw up his hands in mock frustration. Honestly, I'm a little disappointed. If it hasn't struck, it's only because it already knows we're here. Didn't you hear that roar the moment you stepped outside? You see that? Will's eyes went wide. Are you out of your minds? Aaron just shrugged, almost amused. Look, if you want to draw a snake from its hole, you've got to rattle it a bit. But don't worry, we're not about to do anything reckless. The group huddled by the dome's exit, nerves frayed. All we want is to find out what it is, Aaron insisted, voice taut. We need to get out of here before it finds us, Coulson added, glancing anxiously around. Simmons raised a hand. Hold on, maybe there isn't even an it. Do you think I made this up? Aaron shot back. None of us has actually seen it, Simmons pressed on. And what happened to those three who came in before you? Their breakdowns could be pure psychology. Extreme isolation can shatter anyone's mind. That doesn't apply to astronauts, Aaron countered. We're trained for prolonged solitude. Simmons fell silent, then sighed. Fine, you're right. Let's move. Coulson cleared his throat. Aaron, finished eating? With an exasperated roll of his eyes, Aaron stowed his utensils in the space ring. Then he unceremoniously shoved the leftover barbecue into Abe's pocket. Waltfa, Will blurted, eyes wide. After more than 10 years alone on another world, he'd clearly missed the newest Earth slang. Aaron watched in astonishment as Will made the stranger ring swallow a handful of supplies in an instant. How did you do that? He blurted. Alchemy, one of my specialties. The man, Aaron replied, lifting his hand to display the smooth metal band. Everything you see here could feed an ordinary person for years. Will's eyes darted from the ring to the small dragon curled at Aaron's feet. It does that too? He asked, incredulous. Even clothes in there? Of course, Aaron said with a bemused smile as he scooped up the dragon, Abe, in one arm. There might be more hidden in its pockets than in my ring. I've been raising this little fellow since I was a child, so I keep him fully stocked on anything he fancies. Abe puffed out his chest, lifting his scaly head in pride, only to have Aaron tap him gently on the snout. Don't push your luck. The dragon's nose scrunched in mock offense, but he bowed his head and nodded reluctantly. Meanwhile, Simmons, who'd been swept into this world by a runaway boulder, had nothing of value to his name. Will had only grabbed a few essentials, yet that was enough. Within minutes, they emerged from the cave into the cool air. Unfolding a detailed map of the realm, Will pointed to a shimmering marker. Where will the portal open? He asked. Even though I haven't checked every possible spot, this map should still be enough, Aaron said, handing the worn parchment to Agent Coulson. No need, Coulson replied, brushing it aside. He tilted his head to the heavens. The stars will guide us. The stars? Will echoed. Shouldn't you be using that crystal ball of yours? Aaron smiled and looked back up. I rely on the crystal ball simply because it's my strongest tool, not because I'm the only one who can use it. Astrology is a fundamental discipline for any genuine seer. Agent Coulson raised an eyebrow. You really think the constellations can point us to an interdimensional portal? It's a bit more laborious, Aaron admitted. If I had a talisman, a pendant, for instance, I could call upon the spirit's inspiration and find our direction in an instant. He closed his eyes and let the night sky fill his senses. Constellations overhead shifted into intricate symbols, forming a living star chart only he could read. Within moments, 2 sets of celestial coordinates emerged in his mind. One glimmered intermittently, poised to flare again, while the other remained invisible until the heavens subtly realigned. There, Aaron said at last, pointing toward a low hill to their left. When the stars complete their dance, the portal will open right beneath that ridge. Will swallowed hard. Are you absolutely certain? Aaron turned to him, calm and confident. I've studied these patterns too long to be wrong. He gave a final nod to Coulson. Trust the stars. They never lie. You're disrespecting my profession. Skye turned a steely gaze on Aaron. He bristled, but before he could answer, she pressed on. It's not that I don't respect what you do, she said, but over there lie mass graves, a restricted zone where it might appear at any moment. Aaron blinked. Huh? For a heartbeat, he stood frozen. Then he laughed, trying to shake off the tension. All right, he said, I've got 2 sets of coordinates. The first is several dozen kilometers from here. The portal there opened later than expected, so it should align with the next time the boulder liquefies. The second spot is at the so-called grave mound. That's where you, Skye, triggered the boulder to open a portal last time. Only, your luck hasn't exactly been stellar. Skye folded her arms. Even if the risk feels too great, I can reopen the portal within the next 24 hours, and the coordinates will shift again. If you want to avoid uncertainty, you could head straight to that first location and wait. Normally, the stone takes up to 10.5 days to open on its own. Coulson spoke without hesitation. Then we go to the mass graves. Will gave him a puzzled look. Can't we just wait until tomorrow? It's the safer option. We'd avoid facing that unpredictable it. We have no choice, Will. Coulson's voice was quiet but unyielding. If the portal really opens in the graveyard, it might not even notice until it's too late. And I know our agent. When the time comes, she'll do everything she can to keep that portal active. If we don't get there in time, it will slip back through to Earth, and no one can guess how catastrophic that would be. Will ran a hand through his hair. That's the worst part. It is the Inhumans' greatest nemesis, Sky's people. If it breaks free, Sky will be its first target, and that boulder sits practically under its nose. If I were it, I'd destroy it in a heartbeat. Anything that stands between me and thousands of years' worth of freedom has to go. Simmons frowned. You think it will smash the boulder? Of course it will. Removing the boulder eliminates a massive threat. But if it succeeds, so do we, because that boulder is our only way home. Once it's gone, we'll be stuck in this hellhole forever. The moment Aaron finished speaking, Coulson, Simmons, and Will all exhaled at once. It was impossible to deny. Aaron knew exactly how to turn up the pressure. Unless they were fortunate enough that it never discovered the portal, they'd have no choice but to take a grave risk. If not, they faced almost certain exile for life. Chapter 999 will let out a long, relieved sigh. After 10 years without so much as a glimmer of hope, we finally have our chance. Let's make the most of it. He glanced at Aaron. But how exactly are we getting there? Weren't you supposed to handle transportation? With a knowing grin, Aaron tapped the ring on his left hand. In an instant, a deep blue rug shimmered into view, hovering a few feet above the ground. Behold, my latest acquisition, the flying carpet. Some call it the magic carpet. It set me back a small fortune, but trust me, it was worth every credit. Coulson shot Aaron a dubious look. Then why did you make me ride that flying motorcycle all the way here? I admit it was fun, but my legs are still stiff from the hours in the saddle. Aaron waved off the complaint. When we arrived, we needed a spectacle, a roaring engine, a dramatic entrance. It got us noticed. For our departure, though, silence is golden. Coulson rubbed his calves and managed a helpless smile. With Aaron running logistics, any protest was futile. Fine, he muttered, but next time, I'm in charge of the transport. Aaron laughed and held out his hand toward the carpet. Come on up, everyone. I promise you've never experienced anything like this. One by one, they climbed onto the smooth, flying carpet, anticipation sparking in their eyes. As the rug lifted effortlessly into the sky, they all knew this flight would be the most extraordinary journey of their lives. Careful where you step, Aaron warned, crouching to lower his center of gravity. Don't stand up. If you do, you'll fall in a heartbeat. He was the first to leap onto the hovering magic carpet. The other three exchanged nervous glances, then followed his lead. Once they were all aboard, the carpet rose with a gentle hum and swept toward the coordinates Aaron had set. Below them stretched an endless sea of ochre dunes, rippling under the scorching sun. The heat haze painted the horizon in wavering wave of gold and heat. Aaron stared out at the lifeless expanse, the fine sand drifting like dust through his fingers. It's hard to believe anyone lasts more than 10 years out here, he muttered. Will sat cross-legged behind him, scanning the wasteland with sober eyes. It's not life. This is survival, he said. There's water, though it's muddy enough to choke on. There's food, but it tastes like grit, and you have to eat it if you want to stay alive. And the monsters, they'll hunt you until there's nothing left. Aaron turned. Don't start exaggerating now. Will shook his head. I'm not embellishing. Imagine a deadly predator stalking you for 14 straight years, always on your heels, waiting for you to slip. He paused, voice dropping to a whisper. I'm the mouse in this endless game of cat and mouse. Can you even imagine the loneliness, the despair? Silence fell as the carpet carried them onward. Only the hiss of shifting sand and the distant roar of the desert wind answered. 4 figures skimmed the dunes, suspended above a world that offered only the barest promise of life and the ever-present threat of death. Will's voice rose a notch. But now the mouse is actually going to face the cat. Coulson leveled a hard stare at him. How have you managed to stay alive all these years? You're the one who knows it best. Surely you've learned how to avoid it. Will glanced down at Simmons's leg, where fresh bandages peeked out from beneath her trousers. It can smell blood from a long way off, he said quietly. Once it catches the scent, it follows it straight to you. Simmons shifted uneasily. Don't look at me like that. The wound's been dressed. He shook his head. That doesn't make us safe. It still has a very good chance of finding us. Coulson frowned. Then does it have any weaknesses? Will's face grew solemn. None that I've ever found. I've run from it countless times and occasionally outwitted it, set traps, led it into ambushes, but none of that kills it. And after a while I learned something that made me despair. I can't kill it. Coulson leaned forward. What do you mean? Remember Tyler, the guy who came with me? Will looked off into the middle distance. The first time we encountered this thing, Tyler swung an axe and smashed the old equipment to draw its attention. I got in close and nearly split its chest open. I was sure we'd ended it right there, but a few months later I saw it again, alive and just as furious as before. How can you be so sure it's the same creature? Aaron asked, leaning forward. You've never even seen it before, have you? Will shook his head, eyes haunted. No, you'll understand once you see it. All I know is that when I fought it the second time, I actually chopped its head off with a knife. Coulson raised an eyebrow. And then what happened? You couldn't have stopped at just 2 attempts. Will ran a hand through his hair and exhaled. The third time, I shot it in the head. The fourth, I set it on fire. The fifth, I flooded the entire area. By the 6th, I'd tried every method I could think of. It survived them all. That's when I realized there was no point in trying to kill it. I had to run. Aaron nodded thoughtfully. I get it. It can withstand endless defeats, but we can't afford a single loss. I know the stakes, Will said, voice grim. If I get hurt, I have to disappear to heal, because if it finds me weakened, it'll kill me. Aaron tapped his chin. So it's effectively immortal, but it's not all that strong. Only the power of an average adult male. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here telling us this. Right now, we outnumber it, 4 of us, including 2 seasoned S-Shield agents. If we coordinate properly, we can neutralize it before it even knows what hit it. Aaron leaned back in his chair and regarded Will coolly. We're 4 strong, 2 agents, a survival specialist, and an alchemist. 4 against 1. We have the edge. Will raised an eyebrow, then picked up his glass of iced water. He took a deliberate sip before setting it down with a soft clink. Or it's 1 against 4, he said, voice low. I'm not talking about knocking him out cold. Even if he hits the floor, he's on his feet in seconds, ready to fight again. But every punch we throw, every move we make, burns our stamina. If one of us goes down, the rest of us start bleeding, figuratively and literally. We won't just win slowly, we'll get worn down. Aaron's smile was thin, almost predatory. That argument holds water for ordinary fighters. Too bad we aren't. Will rolled his eyes. Right, because in your world, Simmons can somehow outspar me? Don't be naive, Aaron shot back. You've been off-planet for 10 years. You have no idea how much Earth has changed, how far their technology has advanced, how their tactics have evolved. Picture Captain America waking up after 70 years in the ice. He'd be a stranger on his own planet. The 2 men sat in silence for a heartbeat, each weighing the other's words. Outside, the hum of the facility's generators underscored the unspoken truth. This fight wouldn't be decided by numbers alone. He can turn into the Hulk, a genius scientist whose green form could single-handedly level an army. There's Tony Stark, the billionaire industrialist in his gleaming steel armor. And most absurd of all, gods straight out of mythology wander the streets. Superpowered people have become the hottest phenomenon on Earth, and a few of us have had our run-ins. Aaron leaned back in his chair and glanced at Coulson. Especially you, Phil. You managed to keep Loki, the god of mischief, in check all by yourself, even if only for a few seconds. Coulson's cheeks reddened. He cleared his throat. Let's keep this on the down low, he muttered. Aaron chuckled. Fair enough. How? But there's one more person you should hear about. He shifted his gaze to Simmons. Don't let her size fool you. Gemma's survived more than any of us. She's fallen from thousands of meters without a parachute, spent who knows how long locked inside a sealed cabin, and then been thrown to the bottom of the ocean. Simmons tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and offered a modest smile. "Pure luck," she said. "Nothing more than a fluke." "It's just luck he didn't die," Simmons muttered under her breath. "You know, she's the one with the real edge when it comes to suicide runs," Aaron replied smoothly. Simmons whirled on him. "What about you? Why haven't you introduced yourself yet?" He raised his hands casually. "I've said all there is to say. I saved Coulson after the god of conspiracy stabbed him in the chest. I pulled you back from the sea when you nearly drowned." Simmons blinked. "Are you seriously dragging him into this for no reason?" she hissed to Coulson. Coulson shook his head, half amused, half exasperated. "Take my word for it. If the alien invaders are only as dangerous as ordinary humans, they're nothing but garbage." Will said nothing. He tightened his grip on his weapons, silently noting every piece of firepower at his disposal. Attitude problems or not, he might have to rely on these people in a fight. A sudden hush fell over them. Coulson had stopped speaking. "What's that?" he asked, his voice low. Everyone turned to follow his gaze, and saw the shattered remains of a once great city stretching out below them, ruins bathed in the pale light of a setting sun. The sky above the ruined city was a dull, dusty gray. Wind-whipped sands had long since claimed the streets, leaving only a handful of weathered stone towers standing sentinel over the desolation. Even in its decrepitude, the scale of these ruins spoke to an astonishing past glory. Aaron hovered in the hovercraft's cockpit, brow furrowed as he studied the canyon of collapsed walls and half-buried statues beneath them. "This might have been the planet's original civilization, before the Kree showed up," he murmured. He traced a finger across the hollow screen. "They delivered that massive boulder, maybe an asteroid, right onto this world when it was at its zenith. The locals never stood a chance. Their cities, their culture, all wiped out in an instant. It must have happened thousands of years ago." Will leaned forward in his seat, voice firm. "But it wasn't just the civilization they destroyed. I've been scanning the ground readings and the geological layers. Something about this planet itself has gone wrong, like it's been poisoned from the core up. That's what really finished it off." Simmons raised an eyebrow. "Do you have any hard data to back that up?" Will shook his head. "No concrete proof. Yet I can't put it into words. If you could see what I see, you'd understand." A low chime sounded as Coulson joined their conversation, standing beside Aaron's console. He exhaled slowly, staring out at the shattered city. "How long until we reach the site?" he asked. Aaron didn't look up. "We're approaching the coordinates now. Should be there in a few minutes." Coulson tapped his fingers on the console. "We need to be there sooner rather than later. There's no guarantee the portal will stay open." Aaron allowed himself a half-smile. "Relax. The portal's on our side of the timeline. It won't open any sooner just because we're early." "If we're early," Coulson pressed, "we at least get a chance to plan our entry." Aaron nodded at last. "All right, 5 minutes to impact. Get ready." As they crossed the final dunes toward the ancient city's heart, every member of the crew braced themselves for what lay within those stone towers, an unknown legacy of triumph and ruin, waiting beneath layers of sand and time. Chapter 23. The Quinjet hummed steadily as it soared over the ancient ruins known as the graveyard. Below them lay the buried remains of a long-forgotten civilization, and beneath that, the portal to another world. Everyone on board knew they had a simple but critical task: hold their position and keep whatever lurked on the other side from reaching Earth. "Remember," Agent Coulson said, tapping the console in front of him, "no matter what happens, we can't let that creature through." Simmons leaned forward, her brow furrowed. "Actually, I have a different proposal. Aaron has given us the EXA-CT coordinates and timing for the portal's opening, but he doesn't know our plan yet." Simon glanced out the viewport, concerned. "We're flying at an altitude that should be well out of its reach, assuming it still can't fly, right?" Simmons nodded decisively. "I haven't seen it take to the air in over a decade. It's confined to ground pace." Aaron, who had been reviewing schematics on his tablet, looked up with sudden clarity. "So you're suggesting we position ourselves directly above the graveyard, but not too close to the portal itself?" "Exactly," Simmons said. If we hover a few kilometers away, we'll still have a clear line of sight. The instant the portal opens, we'll draw the creature away from that spot. With no ability to ascend, it won't be able to reach us. While it's chasing shadows, we'll slip through the gateway first, find that power stone, and destroy it from the other side. That should collapse the portal and end this threat for good. Coulson cracked a small smile. I like it. Safe, strategic, and with minimal risk to the team. Let's set it in motion. Simmons, Aaron, plot us a course. Simon, run weapons and comm checks. We move in 10. As the Quinjet veered east and adjusted its altitude, each operative prepared for the critical moments ahead. The fate of two worlds hinged on their next move, and they had no intention of failing. True, accidents can happen, Will interjected at an inopportune moment. You just set foot on this damned planet. You probably haven't noticed, but the sandstorms here defy all logic. Even graveyards aren't safe. On the ground, we can scramble for shelter, but up here in the sky, there's nowhere to hide. We don't need to worry about that, Coulson replied, casting a curious glance at Abe cradled in Aaron's arms. With him here, the sandstorms can't touch us. Will raised an eyebrow. You're telling me you can handle these storms? I've been away from Earth for just over 10 years. Has technology really leapt forward that far? It's not about technology, Aaron said evenly. It comes down to human capability. I'm not like the other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. I can do everything they can and more. Right, Agent Coulson? Coulson's expression flickered with annoyance. Was Aaron mocking the whole S.H.I.E.L.D. contingent? He fought the urge to snap back, anger and humiliation warring on his face. In the end, he forced out a reluctant nod, each hesitant movement a fresh stab to his pride. Aaron's fingers tightened around the edge of the flying carpet as doubts swirled in his mind. Who'd ever told him to be honest up here? And here he was, utterly at the mercy of the carpet's owner, his life, his fortunes, everything riding on the mercies of a stranger. One wrong word, one moment of disfavor, and it could all vanish in a puff of magical dust. After more than 30 tense minutes, the carpet descended over a strangely dark patch of desert. Simmons peered over the edge, her voice trembling. Is that a mass grave? It looks like a shallow depression ringed by dunes, and those aren't just rocks. Aaron followed her gaze. His face was pale under the desert sun. Bones, he said evenly. Hundreds of them lie buried just beneath the surface. Coulson folded his arms. Bones? And? Aaron shook his head. No flesh, no tissue. I've studied forensic pathology. This isn't natural decay. Everything's been picked clean bit by bit until not a shred remains. Like we joked before about man-eating ants. I'm beginning to think the joke wasn't far from the truth. A sharp intake of breath escaped Simmons's lips. She braced herself against the carpet's woven edge and stared down at the silent sun-bleached carnage below. A sudden gust of wind swept across the dune, uncovering more than a dozen weather-bleached skeletons half buried in the sand. Simmons stiffened, swallowing hard to steady his breathing, though goosebumps prickled along his arms. Will let out a low whistle. You're tougher than I gave you credit for. I thought for sure you'd lose your composure. Simmons forced a half-smile. I'm a biologist. I've seen my share of corpses, but I've never seen anything like this. Coulson frowned. You said only 3 people came through here with you, Will. How do you explain all these bodies? Will exhaled slowly. I don't know all the details, but here's my best guess. This place was being explored long before we arrived. Teams were sent in periodically, and none ever came back. I think they died out here, became part of these graves, and were simply left behind. Aaron crouched beside one of the skeletons and pointed. Look, he's still clutching a sword. His voice was calm, but everyone felt the chill of its implication. These weren't just lost travelers, but warriors who had perished in some forgotten battle. The desert wind sighed around them as they exchanged uneasy glances. However, the previous expeditions had met their end. It was clear this wasteland held more danger and more secrets than any of them had anticipated. Aaron carefully turned the fragile pages of the manuscript. Judging by its style, this was written at least a few hundred years ago. Will's eyes went wide. Does that mean people like me have been brought here for centuries? Almost without interruption, Aaron confirmed. Will swallowed. Then why? Aaron met his gaze, expression grim. It's all for him. This world is nothing but a barren waste. No resources, no value. We were brought here either to serve him and guide him back to Earth, or if that failed, to feed him. And frankly, humans are probably the most satisfying fare he can find. Chapter 1000. Will stared into the shifting dust with a mix of anger and disbelief. So let me get this straight, he said, his voice harsh against the wind. Austin and I were flung into that portal to die, and we never even knew why? He gave himself a bitter laugh. I thought we were pioneers, the first humans to crack the universe's secrets. Turns out we were just some alien's dinner. Aaron shrugged, kicking at a scattering of bleached bones. Hey, you've lasted over 10 years on the menu. That's impressive. Not many courses survive that long before they get eaten. Although, he added with a wry grin, when your bacon starts tasting old, our host might remember you're still on the menu. Will's jaw tightened. Resentment lodged in his chest like a stone. Thanks for the comfort, he muttered. You're welcome, Aaron replied, raising an eyebrow. How far to the portal's exit? Coulson asked, tightening his pack before glancing up at the horizon. Aaron pointed toward a giant, half-buried monolith looming against the gray sky. About 500 meters. The gateway will open on the far side of that rock. If we time it right, we slip through on our own terms. No sooner had he spoken than a ferocious wind roared in from the distant dunes. A great wave of sand swept across the plain, churning bones and debris into a blinding torrent. Coulson drew his coat tighter around his face. Move, he barked. Stay low and head for that stone. Now. Shoulders hunched against the gale, the three of them charged through the whiteout, every step a struggle, every breath a razor of grit, driven by a single desperate hope, escape before the portal closed and before the creature that considered them a delicacy decided it was finally time to dine. Be careful. Will snapped his rifle up and trained it on the heart of the sandstorm. It's coming. It always hunts with the storm, and maybe the storm follows it. There! Simmons's finger shot out, trembling. Instantly, Coulson and Aaron turned to look, and out of the wind-driven dust stepped a shape as black as a moonless night. It moved with impossible calm, utterly unaffected by the swirling sand. In that moment, all three understood Will's dread. The figure wore a tattered black robe that billowed around its skeletal frame. Its face lay hidden in shadow, and in one gaunt hand it gripped a long, rusted blade, an ancient knife dripping with time and bloodlust. Even from 20 feet away, the air around it felt frigid, heavy with a suffocating, malevolent presence. Though its eyes remained unseen, they could almost feel the creature's hunger, the predator's delight in the hunt. Coulson, Simmons murmured, her voice brittle as ice. I feel frozen right through. Now I believe Will. Will's voice cut through the howling wind. The reason this world's turned to dust is because of him. Coulson nodded numbly, shielding his eyes against the swirling sands. I know exactly what you mean. I swear I can feel something, like a nest of vipers, watching my every move. Not now, Will snapped, glancing at the horizon. A massive sandstorm was rolling in fast. Aaron, if you've got a trick up your sleeve, use it. Now! Coulson straightened, a hint of eagerness creeping back into his tone. You'll want to brace yourselves. What comes next might just shatter every assumption you've made. Aaron's heart raced. They had a dragon here. He'd seen its unquenchable flames with his own eyes, and he doubted for a second that the robed figure looming beyond them could stand against it. He drew a steady breath, snapped his fingers, and the carpet at their feet sprang to life. With a roar of unleashed magic, it lunged away from the churning sand, accelerating so swiftly that even the furious storm couldn't keep pace. Coulson's confident smirk froze on his lips. Indignation and shock warred in his eyes. Aaron, what on earth are you doing? Coulson gasped, gripping the edge of the carpet. Aaron glanced back over his shoulder, wind whipping his hair. He let a half-smile curl his lips. This, my friend, is called a strategic redeployment. I'm not going to kill him, Aaron said gravely. If I did, Jiaying would get what she wants, and he'd just become her weapon. Do I look like someone the Inhumans can control? He really did want to keep the black-robed stranger alive. Both the Inhumans and the villainous Kree had feared this creature, making him far too valuable to dispose of. Besides, Aaron hadn't forgotten the threat the Inhumans had leveled against him. While he wasn't the sort to be intimidated, he didn't relish being challenged either. Holding this man prisoner was like holding a knife at the Inhuman's throat, a demonstration of goodwill on Aaron's part. But before heading home, he needed to learn exactly what, or who, this figure really was. A little mystery wouldn't hurt. The magic carpet cradled them steadily in the calm air, leaving the swirling sandstorm and their captive far below. The winds died down, and Aaron watched as the black-robed figure slipped into the last eddies of sand, as if aware he could no longer threaten those high above. "What sort of creature was that?" Coulson asked, his voice steady. "He looked human enough, but he's definitely not one of us." Aaron gave a short nod. "You don't need to remind me. He has no human emotions. He sees us only as food, but he can't fly, and as long as he has to chase us on the ground, he won't prioritize us until he's certain of his prey." "But he's still down in the mass grave," Simmons pointed out, exasperated. "Our trap didn't work, and I don't see us getting another shot." "What do we do then? Go back empty-handed?" Will asked, tension in his voice. "We have to make sure he isn't lurking by the portal," Coulson said, his tone steady and low. "The sandstorm's died down, we've got air superiority, and the situation's in our favor. We probably won't be back here after today, but before we leave, we need to learn exactly what he is, and find out why both the Inhumans and the Kree fear him so much." Aaron raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Coulson to voice the very plan he'd been mulling over, yet none of them had the means to carry it out alone. "I need your help," Coulson admitted, meeting Aaron's gaze with rare seriousness. Click! Click! In a flash, a black metal cauldron dropped from the sky, landing with a heavy clang at Aaron's feet. He stared at Coulson, irritation flaring in his eyes, as if to say, "You've got to be kidding me." After all, Aaron had been planning to handle this on his own. Now it seemed Agent Coulson had other ideas. "I understand what you're saying," Aaron replied, stepping forward to clap Coulson on the shoulder. "I'll send the magic carpet back to the graveyard once I drop you off. After the black-robed man kills you, he's bound to feast, and in the process, he'll reveal his vulnerabilities. I've brought a telescope. I'll keep my distance, watch him, and record everything so your sacrifice won't be in vain." Coulson's eyes widened. He opened his mouth, then closed it. "That isn't what I meant," he insisted. "What then?" Aaron challenged. "You don't expect me to shoulder all the danger by myself, do you?" Coulson hesitated. He, Simmons, and Will were no warriors, mere civilians with no means of defending themselves against a supernatural predator in a black robe. One misstep, and they'd become this creature's next meal. Aaron, by contrast, had casually bested dragons and dark magic before breakfast. He was more than capable of holding his own. Aaron let out an amused snort. "All right," he said, lips curling in a half-smile. "If you're not willing to let me take the risk, I guess I can refuse. Agent Coulson, I've already done you a favor by coming here with you." "I don't expect you to do this for free," Aaron said coldly, "but keep your nose out of my business. S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't have that kind of clout here, at least not yet." Coulson's cheeks flushed. He forced himself to look away from the carpet's hypnotic patterns and remind himself who he was dealing with. The absence of immediate danger didn't mean they could relax. "Understood," he mumbled, head still bowed. Aaron gave a curt nod. "Let's go back to the mass graves." A moment of awkward silence hung between them as Coulson fought the urge to apologize again. Finally he straightened. "You don't have to tell me twice." Guiding the magic carpet back toward the site, Aaron remained silent. 5 minutes passed before the spindly silhouette of the mass grave came into view, a bleak stretch of earth a mile from the portal's hidden coordinates. Thousands of bodies lay interred here, a grim testament to the portal's unchecked power. Aaron scanned the ground below, brow furrowed. "He's here," he murmured. "I can sense him." Coulson swallowed hard, eyes wide. The man in the black robe hadn't shown himself yet, but Aaron's words carried the weight of certainty. Hovering over the silent rows of graves, they both waited, tensed for the moment their quarry would reveal himself, and for whatever confrontation lay ahead. Will peered through an aged brass spyglass, sweeping the desert floor below. "He's waiting for us to drop our guard," he said in a low voice. "The moment we land, he'll spring out." High above the dunes, Aaron lounged on the hovering magic carpet, legs dangling as he gently stroked his drake companion, Abe. The holy beast's iridescent scales flashed in the sun. "Can you locate him?" Aaron asked in Abe's own tongue. Abe paused, nostrils flaring as he inhaled. Finally, he raised a shimmering paw and pointed straight down. "He's there, buried in the sand, directly beneath the carpet." Aaron chuckled and scratched the drake's chin. "Your nose is unbeatable, yet it's good to have confirmation." Will lowered the spyglass. "Shall I pull him out now?" "No need," Aaron replied, swinging his feet in the air. "Once he shatters that boulder, this planet becomes his cage. I can drop in on him anytime. I have no interest in him beyond understanding what he is. And if necessary, I'm not above dissecting him." Will nodded, folding the telescope away. Around them, the hush of the desert stretched endlessly. "Enough scanning, Will," Aaron said with a grin. "He's right under us, exactly in our blind spot." "How did you know?" Will asked, eyes narrowing. Aaron spread his hands toward the sky, a subtle aura of magic glimmering around him. "The stars told me," he replied with a playful grin. "That's the advantage of being a fortune-teller." Coulson frowned. "Do you think he's going to follow us? That would be really troublesome." "As soon as we can strike," Will said, his voice serious, "we land a crippling blow. That'll slow him down and buy us time." "Easier said than done," Simmons interjected, crossing her arms. "From this angle, any attack we manage would barely scratch him, let alone disable him." Coulson glanced at Aaron. "Are you sure this plan actually works?" "Absolutely." Aaron nodded once, then flicked his wrist. The magic carpet beneath them rose another dozen meters, hovering silently in the starlit air. Will looked around in confusion. "What are you doing?" Aaron held up a simple silver ring on his finger. His tone was calm, almost matter-of-fact. "I suffer from intense paranoia," he explained. "To cope, I've pre-stocked this ring with everything I might need: food, water, energy cells, transport gear, various survival tools. But I also reserved space inside for weapons." He paused, letting the implications sink in. Then, with a sly smile, he prepared to draw on the ring's hidden arsenal and give their mysterious pursuer a reason to think twice before following. "So?" Aaron asked, his voice calm as Coulson said nothing. He reached out and tapped the space ring on his finger. Instantly, a dark green wooden crate materialized on the magic carpet between them. Coulson's eyes went wide. The crate bore S.H.I.E.L.D.'s eagle emblem and a bright, dangerous goods warning label. "Weapons crate?" he muttered. "I wouldn't have thought you had access to these. If they're S.H.I.E.L.D. issue, I certainly don't know about it." "Neither does Nick Fury," Aaron replied with a shrug. "Back when S.H.I.E.L.D. call apst, I lifted one of these off the helicarrier's armory deck." Coulson raised an eyebrow. "How many of those crates are in your ring?" "Just the one," Aaron said. "Saved it for exactly this kind of emergency. Besides, what better way to protect S.H.I.E.L.D. agents than with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own hardware?" Simmons stepped forward and flipped open the lid. Inside, 30 grenades lay lined up in perfect rows. Will couldn't help laughing. "Now that's what I call a surprise package." Aaron grinned. "Grenades are cute, but I'm the kind of guy who's detonated a nuclear warhead." With a flick of his wrist, he activated the ring again. In his right hand appeared a sleek black sniper rifle. He lifted it as though testing its weight. "All set," he said. "Let's go do some saving." Aaron slid a fresh magazine into his rifle and loaded 10 standard rounds. His alchemical skills were on the verge of a breakthrough. He was almost able to craft 9-fold enchanted bullets powerful enough to kill a subfather. But his stock of high-grade shells was nearly gone, with only a few 8-fold rounds left. It felt wasteful to use them on a weakened monster, barely tougher than a man. More importantly, if his cloaked ally fell, the Inhumans would have no reason to hold back. With a sharp click, he locked the magazine in place, racked the bolt, and tossed his old rifle aside. He squinted through the scope, then called over his shoulder, "Keep one grenade for Coulson. Use the rest to flush him out." Coulson glanced at his belt pouch, eyebrow raised. "Keep one for me? I'm not volunteering for a kamikaze run." Aaron let out a half smile. "That last one's for blowing apart the boulder he's hiding behind. Unless you're planning on punching through solid rock." Coulson laughed, shrugged on 2 grenades, and readied himself. "All right, let's go make some noise." Will slipped 1 grenade into his pocket and yanked the pin from another. He set it on the edge of the magic carpet and gave it a gentle nudge. Boom! Flames leapt skyward as the blast heaved sand and earth into the air. The cracked shells of human skeletons, long-buried victims, were hurled outward, but the black-robed figure never appeared. Will drew a ragged breath and tossed a second grenade. Before it even touched down, he pulled another pin and flung it with both hands. Then a third, a fourth. Over and over, he repeated the motion with machine-like precision, each explosion marking a release of the anger he'd carried for more than 10 years. A fierce light burned in his eyes, and a grim, almost savage smile played at his lips. Standing back, Coulson, Simmons, and Aaron watched without intervening. They understood that Will needed this moment to let loose the grief and rage that had shadowed him since childhood. If he didn't purge these demons here, they would follow him home and haunt him forever. It looks like you'd like me to polish up a chapter, but I don't yet have the text you need rewritten. Could you please paste the chapter here? Once you do, I'll happily transform it into a smooth, idiomatic English version, retaining all of your original characters and plot details. Chapter 1001. A shadowy figure burst from the smoke and debris of the latest explosion. The first grenade might have been chance, the second an accident, but over 10 successive blasts left no room for doubt. Someone knew exactly where he was hiding, and they were determined to finish the job. His body was failing, every muscle trembling with exhaustion. Abandoning it wasn't an option. He needed help, fast. "He's out," Will snarled, knuckles whitening around his rifle. "That damned monster." Aaron offered a half smile, raised his gun, and pulled the trigger without aiming. The enchanted demon hunter bullet, a heavy golden slug, screeched from the barrel. Bang! The shot echoed across the cratered field. The black-robed figure jerked backward, a perfect round hole punched through his forehead. Not a drop of blood appeared. A sudden breeze ripped away the tattered scarf enveloping the newcomer's face. Beneath, skin hung in folds, withered into an almost skeletal mask. The thing standing before them wasn't entirely human, and somehow it still moved. Simmons hunched over the edge of the floating carpet, clutching her stomach as she retched. The thing before them was positively nauseating. Its face was nothing more than desiccated skin stretched tight over bone, one eye puckered like a strip of dried bacon, the other a sagging mass of rotting flesh that seemed ready to drop out at any moment. "A biology expert, huh?" Will quipped, staring in disbelief. "Honestly, I'd take a cute little corpse over that any day. This looks like some fetid cadaver that just crawled out of a sewer." "Did you kill him?" Coulson asked Aaron curtly. Aaron shook his head, the corner of his mouth quirking up. "No, but I did find something intriguing." He lifted the demon hunter, an imposing alchemical weapon he'd commissioned from Aaron Gaius and then painstakingly modified himself. Though it ran on limited charges, it boasted a grenade launcher with the firepower of a magical cluster gun and a sophisticated scope capable of piercing even the craftiest illusions. In many respects, it outclassed conventional artifacts. Aaron swung the scope toward the black-robed figure sprawled on the ground. Simmons took a step back, still pale, while Will and Coulson leaned in behind Aaron's shoulder. Through the demon hunter's lens, the grotesque corpse before them shifted, its decay smoothing away, revealing something even more astonishing than any of them had dared imagine. Aaron stared at the figure in black robes. The man's body was every bit as ravaged as his empty skull. Decades of decay had stripped away his organs and flesh, leaving only a brittle skeleton sheathed in a thin layer of skin. Ordinarily, such a corpse would lie crumbling in the earth. Yet this one stood upright, shifting on its feet as though it were fully alive. A closer look revealed the reason. Nestled against the spine was a 10-inch-long worm, its pale body coiled around the vertebrae. The parasite had consumed what little remained of the man's flesh and now animated the corpse like a grotesque puppet. Inhumans and Kree alike feared this creature, but when you peeled away the mystique, it was just a worm. Aaron fought the urge to laugh. Then he shuddered at the thought that this slim, weakened parasite had endured for centuries. If it ever regained its former vigor and found enough hosts, it could unleash horror on a scale no one had yet imagined. "What did you learn?" Will's voice cut through the silence. Aaron turned, a wry smile tugging at his lips. "Believe me, you're better off not knowing." He'd uncovered the answer he was after. Now all that remained was a clean getaway to Earth. He had no interest in tangling with any more surprises. Just then, the robed corpse trembled, its rib cage rattling like dry bones. With a hollow groan, it rose to its full height, the gaping hole in its skull doing nothing to hinder its movements. "Watfa?" Coulson's voice trailed off, his eyes widening in shock. He'd heard Will insist the man couldn't be killed, but experiencing it in person was something else entirely. "He really is indestructible," Will sighed, rubbing his temple. "But at least he can't fly. I guess that's something." Simmons frowned, impatience in her tone. "That doesn't help if he keeps tailing us. We can't risk him making it back to Earth." "Let me handle this." Aaron's expression remained calm as he drew his pistol. 4 sharp cracks echoed in quick succession, each shot smashing into the black-robed man's wrists and ankles. With sickening snaps, his joints gave way. No matter what he is, cripple his limbs and he's stuck. Will stared in surprise. "You're good at that. Ever do this sort of thing before?" Aaron shrugged. "I learned fast." Coulson flashed Aaron a thumbs up. "Great shot. Any better ideas?" "No? Then pipe down." Coulson and Will exchanged glances but fell silent. The black-robed figure lay motionless, broken and helpless. Still, everyone aboard the magic carpet kept their weapons trained on him, fully alert. They took turns keeping watch, never letting the black-robed man out of their sight. Minutes ticked by, and the sky reddened as the sun sank low. "How long until the portal opens?" Will asked, urgency cracking his voice. Coulson tightened his grip on the railing but kept his tone even. "A few minutes. It should be ready any second now. Aaron, you set?" Aaron glanced back at Simmons, whose hands were shaking as she monitored the readings. "Not yet," she whispered. He's getting up." Aaron mounted his sniper rifle and looked through the scope. At first glance, it seemed impossible. The man's arms and legs were shattered in dozens of places, yet he was rising to his feet. Zooming in, Aaron saw that each broken bone was fused by a web of glittering sand grains. The parasite had siphoned out every drop of marrow and replaced it with fine desert sand. As long as the skeletal frame remained intact, it could reassemble itself instantly. Aaron let out a low chuckle. "Well played," he muttered. "No wonder this world's one big desert. This parasite doesn't just live in the sand, it controls it." Aaron's voice cut through the tense quiet. "Everyone, I have bad news. He isn't just some mindless creature. His intelligence rivals ours, maybe even exceeds it." Coulson slammed a hand on the table. His face was etched with fatigue and worry. "Now's no time for jokes," he growled. "The portal opens any minute. We need to stop him before he gets through." Aaron stepped forward, anger sharpening his words. "I'm serious. He understood every single thing we said." Will forced himself to look at the man in the black robe. He watched in horror as shadows seemed to gather around him, as though the night itself clung to his skin. Will swallowed hard. "So he knew where the portal would open?" "At least roughly," Aaron replied, voice eerily calm. "He knew it would appear at the graveyard. He didn't know the exact coordinates until now, and we're precisely where it's going to open. In the next few minutes, he'll be on us like a parasite." Coulson's jaw clenched. After a long moment, he nodded. "Then we hold him here, no matter what. We may not get another shot at this. If he makes it through that portal, it's over." He tossed a pistol to Simmons. "Stand ready. When I give the word, fire every round." "Understood," Simmons replied, checking the chamber. Aaron turned to Will. "We've still got a dozen grenades. Don't hold back. Use them all when the time comes." "Aaron," Will started to object. "Quiet." Aaron cut him off. "This isn't dire yet. I have a different plan." Coulson froze, then glanced at Abe, who was dozing peacefully beside him. In an instant, the tight knot of dread in his chest unraveled. Overthinking only invites disaster, and caring too much can paralyze you. He'd almost forgotten their secret weapon. A single blast of dragon flame would scorch any monster to ash. Coulson looked back at Aaron. "So what are you thinking?" "I have no plans to kill him. Yet," Aaron said, leveling his pistol at the man in the black robe. "Now's not the time to be soft here." "Ted," Will shot back. Aaron offered a slight smile. "Thank you for the reminder, but I don't need your lessons." He took aim. "Watch closely. This is alchemy in action." Bang! The golden bullet tore through the air and slammed into the robed man's chest. It tore clean through the parasite grafted to his spine, snapping vertebrae like twigs. The body slumped but didn't collapse. Will frowned. It didn't even slow him down. Aaron shrugged, eyes on the figure pinned against the gravestones. "Patience." He paused, then his finger tensed on the trigger. Bang! 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 Before Coulson, Simmons, and Will could react, 3 shots rang out in rapid succession. The echoes rolled across the cemetery. The man in the black robe, still as a statue moments before, was now pinned immobile. One bullet had passed straight through the parasite's main stem, the other 2 shredded its lateral tendrils, trapping both host and creature against the cold earth. The shattered cathedral spire loomed overhead like a jagged warning, its broken stones casting long, menacing shadows across the courtyard. Aaron tightened his grip on the demon hunter's sniper rifle, flexing his fingers around the trigger guard. "It should be ready any second," he said, voice calm but edged with anticipation. Simmons frowned, shifting from foot to foot. "Ready for what? I still don't feel a thing." Aaron allowed himself a small, knowing smile. "Of course not. The bullet never hit you, but that doesn't mean the same is true for him." He leveled his gaze at the black-robed figure standing motionless below. "I know exactly what you are, and I can pinpoint your location on the spot. You must have felt the warning pulse through your body just now. If you value your life, you'll stay right where you are and not move a muscle." The robed man's posture tensed, and even Coulson, usually unflappable, stared in disbelief. You know who he is. How could you possibly?" Aaron tapped the rifle's reinforced scope. "This is the Demon Hunter, the most powerful alchemical weapon at my disposal. Its sight doesn't just magnify ordinary light, it reveals what's invisible to the naked eye. Energy signatures, spectral forms, demonic auras, everything. That unkillable fiend you see down there? Through my lens, he's riddled with vulnerabilities." Coulson's jaw dropped. Then he strode forward, hand outstretched, as if to grab the rifle and see for himself. "You never mentioned any of this before." Aaron stepped between him and the weapon and held up a hand. "My apologies, but these arms are government property, not exactly a free play toy. Better to focus on what's happening out there." He nodded toward the courtyard, where the black-robed figure began to shift. Simmons swallowed hard. "So, what's the plan?" Aaron leveled the demon hunter again, his eyes narrowing in the scope. "We finish this, quick and clean." He exhaled slowly, then squeezed the trigger. In that instant, the ancient stones quivered with the power of alchemy unleashed, and the hidden weaknesses of the robed stranger were laid bare in a single, fatal shot. "Don't use those bindings without my permission." Coulson yawned, tilting his head back. "Ugh, this is getting old. You just keep repeating yourself." "I'm sorry, but I won't reveal his true form." A rasping voice issued from beneath the black-robed figure's cowl, hoarse yet unmistakably defiant. Will swallowed hard. "I can't believe it. I've never heard him speak in over 10 years. That means Aaron must have him really on edge," someone muttered nearby. Aaron stepped forward, amusement curling his lips. "Where does your confidence come from?" he asked, voice cold. "I wasn't around during your prime, so I can't comment on that era, but right now, you're nothing but an insect, each movement a struggle. Crushing you would be like squashing an ant beneath my heel." "You can't kill me," the robed man rasped again, words coming slower but with unshakable certainty. Aaron let out a soft chuckle. "You've certainly got staying power, living foe, our countless centuries, but at this point, you're nothing more than a frog in a well, ignorant of the world above." He glanced at the guards. "That was a standard bullet we fired just now. You didn't even flinch." He turned back to the prisoner. "But you haven't endured an alchemical round yet. Right now, you're too weak to withstand it. When I do, you'll be utterly annihilated." The black-robed figure's reply was a breathy whisper, yet it carried across the chamber with eerie calm. "You cannot kill me." There was no fear in his voice, only unwavering certainty. And in that moment, everyone present felt the truth of his words settle like a stone in their stomachs. Aaron leveled his gun at the hooded figure. "You're still breathing only because I happen to dislike the current inhuman leader," he said coldly. "Otherwise, you wouldn't even deserve to speak. Time's running out." Agent Coulson stepped forward, urgency in his voice. "My advice? Don't make a move if you value your life. You can scoff all you like, but I've seen those blue-skinned Kree for myself. I've come face to face with the accusers who command their fleets. If you don't believe me, the next bullet will change your mind. Living for 1,000 years isn't worth dying over a useless pride." A low, mocking chuckle escaped the robed man's lips, but he did not shift or draw a weapon. In centuries past, Mortals on Earth had worshipped him, offering tributes at intervals measured in generations. He absorbed their memories to stay current with humanity's advances. Yet he knew next to nothing about the Kree, a race of supremely powerful beings whom he feared above all others. Aaron's facts were undeniable, so the hooded figure remained frozen, caught between disbelief and the stark reality of those last words. Outside, the night wind rattled the windows, and the tension in the room tightened like a drawn bow. Each second that ticked by only made it clearer. Aaron and Coulson held all the cards, and the accusers of the Kree would be their ruthless backup if they ever chose to call them in. The risk was enormous, but after thousands of years of imprisonment, this was the closest he'd ever come to freedom. If he backed down now, he'd never forgive himself. And once they were gone, the boulder would be destroyed. Miss this chance, and there might never be another. Less than a minute left, Coulson warned. We have to decide now. Aaron gave a casual shrug and steered the magic carpet straight toward the swirling portal. The black-robed man hesitated only a heartbeat before dropping every reservation and launching himself in hot pursuit. "Open fire!" Coulson yelled. Simmons squeezed the trigger, filling the air with gunshots. Will hurled every remaining grenade, the explosions roaring louder than the wind. Still the black-robed figure charged on, leaping, sprinting, rolling at uncanny speed to stay on the carpet's trail. "Stop, Aaron! Don't lead him in!" Coulson shouted. Aaron's jaw tightened, but he didn't slow. Instead, he channeled a sliver of his own magic into the demon hunter. In that instant, the man's eyes flared, and the chase reached its breaking point. He whirled around and leveled his pistol at the black-robed figure darting through the swirling dust. A sharp report rang out, and a glowing bullet roared from the barrel. Seared by arcane flames, the projectile blazed red, its metal casing struggling against the raw magical energy as deep fissures began to fracture its surface. Chapter 1002. A sizzling burst of flame ripped through the air as the incendiary round slammed into the cloaked figure's chest. Burning shrapnel scattered in every direction, igniting his black robes in an instant. The blistering heat seared through flesh and bone, robbing him of his strength. After only a few faltering steps, he collapsed to the ground, engulfed in roaring flames. Will stared in awe. Incendiary rounds? These are infinitely more effective than grenades. Aaron gave a nonchalant shrug. Told you, this is the alchemist's masterpiece. He leveled a cool gaze at the writhing form on the ground. Consider that your final warning, insect. We may meet again, and next time, you'd better watch your mouth. I won't be so forgiving. Simmons hovered at the edge of the glow, voice trembling. Is he dead? No, Aaron said. He's badly wounded, but barely clinging to life. I never intended to kill him outright. Will frowned. Why spare him? That thing is a monster. Letting him live only invites more danger. A flicker of irritation passed across Aaron's face. I don't need you telling me how to do my job. I didn't volunteer for this hellhole. Coulson strong-armed me into it. But if you'd rather finish him off, be my guest. Besides, I came here only to bring Simmons back. Rescuing you is a detour. Killing him isn't part of my mission. Aaron's certainty left Will unsettled. Do all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents really stretch their ethics that far? He isn't S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Aaron said. I'm not S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Coulson added, though his tone betrayed a worry for the agency's reputation. Aaron's dismissal, by contrast, was born of a desire to sever any ties with it. 10 seconds later, the magic carpet dipped behind a boulder and swept Aaron, Abe, and the others into the freshly opened portal. The instant they vanished, a 30-centimeter-long insect squirmed out of the charred throat of the black-robed man. It paused, glanced unwillingly at the departing group, then burrowed into the sand. Moments later, a skeletal humanoid began clawing its way up from beneath the earth. Before anyone could react, the pitch-black liquid at their feet roiled and boiled. With a deafening hiss, a dark blue cloak erupted from the depths, flinging Coulson, Simmons, and Will off their feet. Aaron descended with practiced grace. Abe executed 2 mid-air somersaults and landed solidly at his side. "Shock girl, stop! They're back!" Mike called out, relief flooding his voice. Skye immediately cut off the special frequency pulses aimed at the boulder. Her limbs still trembled, but a pale smile curved her lips. Fitz sprinted to Simmons' side, scooped her into his arms, and wept with joy. "It's okay, you're back," he murmured against her shoulder. Simmons returned his smile and gently patted his arm. Fitz, I'm all right. It's just that the gravity on that planet was different from Earth's. I need a moment to readjust. Nearby, May knelt beside the figure, collapsed at their feet, and tapped his shoulder. Who is he? She asked, frowning. Did someone else come through the portal? Coulson stepped forward and studied the man's pale features. His name is Will. He says he volunteered with NASA more than 10 years ago. It's a complicated story, but for now, he's no threat. He turned to Mike. Take him up to the plane, put him in Sky's old cabin, and keep an eye on him until we can verify his story. Mike nodded and gently hoisted Will over his shoulder. As he headed for the helicopter, the rest of the team exchanged weary, hopeful glances. Earth had its heroes, but now it had a mystery to solve. Copy that, sir, Aaron reported crisply. Agent Coulson, sorry to bother you at this hour. General Randolph interjected. Have you forgotten something important? Coulson glanced over at Aaron, who was carefully folding the magic carpet they'd used to cross the portal. Yes, Aaron replied. Destroy this stone. I'm going to shatter it before we leave, Coulson confirmed. Mayi frowned. Shouldn't we inform Director Fury? He won't allow us to destroy an object that could intimidate the Inhumans. If he knew what's on the other side of that portal, he'd agree with us, Coulson said, his voice still tight with lingering dread. This artifact threatens not just the Inhumans, but all of humanity, and possibly the planet itself. General Randolph leaned forward. Tell me, what did you encounter inside? A creature that can't be killed, Aaron answered. Its lifespan exceeds even that of the Asgardians, and it single-handedly obliterated the civilization beyond the portal, along with its home world. Randolph whistled in disbelief. After a long pause, he turned to Coulson, his expression grave. Now you see why I insisted we destroy this stone immediately? I expected some ruthless warlord on the other side, never total annihilation. Exactly, Coulson agreed, steeling himself. We don't get a second chance. That was one terrifying man-eating monster, Coulson said, staring at the massive boulder now settled back into its pit as if nothing had happened. But there's no way it's coming back. I hope you're right, Randolph replied, nodding slowly. Shall we go? Yeah, let's move. 2 minutes later, everyone else had filed out of the chamber. Coulson hung back, drew a fragmentation grenade, yanked the pin, and tossed it into the pit. The ensuing explosion rocked the cavern, shredding the boulder into black, glittering shards. When the dust settled, he let out a long breath and surveyed the strange array of devices scattered around the room. He fished his phone from his pocket and dialed Nick Fury's secure line. Sir, I need to report in. Stone's gone? Fury's voice was crisp over the line. It's destroyed, or mostly destroyed. I wouldn't rule out a few residual fragments, Coulson admitted. Gloucestershire, England, Fury said as if reading from a checklist. Hilt will pick up the gear and any shattered remains there. Anything else? Coulson's chest tightened with a sudden pang of guilt. Sir, what exactly do you mean? Gaius, Fury prompted. Wasn't he with you? Coulson hesitated, the weight of what he'd done and what he'd left behind sinking in. Well, he was the only one who truly understood that creature, yet he flat-out refused to tell me anything. Sir, I reminded Nick Fury, you know Gaius better than any of us. If he doesn't want to talk, there's nothing we can do. What unsettled me wasn't my failure to extract information. It was the fact that he deliberately brought the monster back. Fury tapped the dossier on his desk, a wry smile playing at his lips. That's the real question, Agent Coulson. If his plan was to close the portal behind him, why save the creature at all? A sudden flash of insight struck me. You think he's discovered another way to cross between worlds? Fury's eyes gleamed. Not a theory, an absolute certainty. I frowned. With all due respect, sir, Gaius isn't reckless. Even if he found a backdoor through the portal, he wouldn't risk dragging that beast into our world. Leaning forward, Fury's tone turned grave. Exactly, which makes you ask, what is his true agenda? He harbors a grudge against Jiaying, but never strikes her directly. So why involve the Inhumans? Coulson stared at the readout in disbelief, confusion giving way to helplessness. He ran a trembling hand over the console. Sir, I can't access this, he admitted, voice low. Sky, perched on a nearby bench, leaned forward. Coulson, isn't that female alien, the one who played Shockwave, one of your squad members? Her tone was half curiosity, half concern. He swallowed hard. He'd suspected the truth all along, but hearing it aloud made his chest tighten. I'll do my best, he said at last, though the words tasted of doubt. Late that evening, in the warm glow of the divination house, Aaron carefully settled Abe beside the crackling fireplace. The chimneys whispered with magic as he summoned his task panel. A translucent window appeared before him. Task: bring Gemma Simmons safely back to Earth. Reward: 600 magic. Points penalty for failure: none. Status completed. Aaron tapped the receive icon. A cheerful chime echoed through the room. Congratulations, host. You've completed the system task and earned 600 magic points. He allowed himself a small, satisfied nod. His magic point balance had just crept past the 1,000-point mark. It wasn't a fortune, but it felt like a genuine achievement. Sliding the panel aside, Aaron reached for the leather-bound dossier Randolph had entrusted to him. Inside lay the chronicles of demons past, their origins, abilities, and downfall. He flipped through each page with purpose. Tonight, he would pore over these stories, extracting every lesson he could. From them, he planned to craft a demon worthy of legend. Hela let out a low chuckle. Looks like we hit the mother lode this time. Aaron set down the dossier he'd been studying. Not bad, he agreed. But the real prize is with the Inhumans. They're the key. I just hope they don't disappoint. See, I told you it would come to this, Hela crowed triumphantly. Wanda folded her arms, her voice tight with frustration. I still don't understand what you two are plotting, she snapped. Sometimes I feel like I don't belong in this family at all. Aaron's expression softened. Wanda, everything we do is for your own protection. She let out an exasperated sigh. I know. You say it's for my own good. But honestly, being kept in the dark is infuriating. She paused, drawing a steadying breath. Aaron, I want you to know that I appreciate you more than you can imagine. You saved Pietro. You saved me. You gave us both a second chance at life. Aaron allowed himself a small, pleased smile. About time you said that, don't you think? Wanda's cheeks flushed, and she turned her gaze away, guilt warring with relief on her features. There's something else, she began hesitantly. Do you ever wonder why all of us, Hela included, wear so many masks? Each identity seems designed to hide some bigger secret. Aaron frowned, rubbing his temple. What are you getting at? Wanda met his eyes, her tone urgent. Hela's motives remain an enigma. I can feel it in my bones. There's more to her story than we know, and I need to understand what she's really hiding. Wanda took a deep breath and met her friend's eyes. Jane is a vampire, and Abe's a dragon, she began, pausing to choose her words. I, too, have powers. Our family has never been normal. You three communicate as if you share one mind, no barriers at all, and I've always been on the outside, pretending to live like everybody else. Hela leaned back in her chair, a half-smile playing on her lips. So you've reached your limit, she observed. How long have you felt this way? Wanda clenched her fists for a moment. It's just not fair. I don't mind fitting in, but my life is anything but ordinary, and I still feel vaguely excluded. Aaron tapped his fingertip against the tabletop, the gentle clatter echoing in the quiet room. I think I know what you mean, he said after a pause. Wanda shook her head. No, you don't. Aaron's expression grew earnest. Yes, I do. I'm only a year older than you, remember? Right now you're stuck between two worlds, extraordinary and ordinary, and you can't fully belong to either. Wanda let out a small, defeated sigh and nodded. Exactly. It's incredibly awkward. For a moment, the three of them sat in thoughtful silence. Then Hela reached out, covering Wanda's hand with her own. We'll figure this out together, she promised. Aaron nodded in agreement, and for the first time that evening, Wanda felt a glimmer of hope. It's so awkward, Wanda admitted softly, wringing her hands. It makes me uneasy, almost as if everything would be fine without me here. Call it insecure hypocrisy, Hela remarked, arching an eyebrow. She turned to Aaron. Should I tell her? Aaron met Wanda's hopeful gaze and felt a sudden pang of guilt. No, he said quietly. If we tell her now, it will only make things worse. Hela gave him a curious look. Maybe. But sometimes the harder you push, the farther people recoil. You know her powers better than anyone. They flourish on calm emotions. You risk pushing her past her limit. Aaron fell silent, chewing on her words. Finally he spoke, voice low. Do you remember what you promised me? Wanda's posture stiffened. Her voice was calm, but a note of hurt crept in. I remember. I stay within the divination house. I don't join Eschild, and I don't use my powers recklessly. She drew in a slow breath. I've kept every part of that bargain. Honestly, if you look at it right, my life here isn't so bad. Aaron's eyes narrowed. Don't pretend you have a choice. You think I wouldn't see through your calm act? He ran a hand through his hair, frustration edging his tone. What do you really want, Wanda? She met his glare without flinching. For you to trust me. Aaron's shoulders slumped, his voice almost a whisper. I want to, but I can't, because I saw it in the cards. He shuddered, recalling the terrible vision that had flashed before him. And I'm terrified of what might happen if I tell you. Aaron stared at Wanda, his expression a tangled mix of relief and lingering fear. He still wasn't entirely sure what lay at the heart of the Scarlet Witch's power, and the uncertainty unnerved him. He forced a wry smile. All right, he said, voice low. I didn't think it through. I treated you like a canary in a coal mine, raised a phoenix and left it caged. He paused, bitterness lacing his words. But starting today, you're free. Wanda's breath caught. You want to send me away? Her voice trembled. Remorse flared through her. She shouldn't have questioned him, shouldn't have complained. That's not what I meant, she stammered. Aaron held up a hand before she could finish. His tone softened. No, I'm not driving you off. I just thought you deserved a proper break. He offered her a tentative smile and waved a hand, as if brushing aside the tension between them. I was wrong not to consider how you felt, but it's not too late to fix this. From now on, do whatever you like. If you ever grow tired of, well, everything, you can come back here anytime. Your room will always be waiting. Wanda's heart fluttered with conflicting emotions, relief, guilt, a lingering sting of hurt. She forced a small, uncertain smile. I know I overreacted, she said softly. Let's just forget this ever happened, okay? Aaron shook his head gently. That won't do, he replied. Unexpectedly serious, he met her eyes. You deserve more than being dismissed and then welcomed back like nothing occurred. Let's really talk this through, properly, so we both know where we stand. Wanda blinked, her defensiveness ebbing. Between them, the air felt charged with unspoken understanding. Whatever came next, they would face it together, honestly. Aaron leaned back in his chair, a teasing smile on his lips. You can grit your teeth for a day or two, but give it time and you'll slip into a real funk. Then who'll be there to pick me up? So be honest, who's been asking about you these past couple of days while I was gone? Wanda blinked, cheeks flushing. No one. Really, nobody's been looking for me. He chuckled. I've already bent over backwards for you. Can't I get the truth in return? Your mood shift was too sudden. Something's off. Her eyes flickered with uncertainty, voice soft as silk. It was Vision. He found me and asked me to join the Avengers Reserve team. He says I can help make the world a better place. I seem to recall telling you what being a superhero really entails, Aaron said gently. Aaron in trouble, Wanda echoed, lips trembling. More precisely, overwhelming responsibility and never-ending headaches. She lowered her gaze. Honestly, Natasha, Steve, and Clint all approached me first. I turned every one of them down, but when Vision spoke, I couldn't refuse. Everything he said made sense. Hala, who had been watching quietly, finally spoke up, eyebrow arched. You're not in love with him, are you? It looks like I only received a brief snippet and some website code. Could you please paste the full chapter text you'd like me to revise? Once I have the complete passage, I'll rewrite it into smooth, idiomatic English while preserving all your original plot points and details. Chapter 3. Wanda's cheeks heated at Aaron's words, and she stumbled over her response. And no, that's not it at all. It felt like a student finding a mentor whose authority can't be questioned. You trust what he says. Aaron frowned thoughtfully, then shook his head with a rueful sigh. It's really a matter of perspective and distance. Hala leaned back, a sly grin curving her lips. I admit, I find that mechanical man a bit overbearing. Yet here we are, all bowing to what he holds in his hand. Aaron glanced between them, exasperated. You're both missing what I'm saying. He turned to Wanda. You and Pietro owe your powers to the Mind Stone. It's not that you simply believed Vision's words, it's that the Mind Stone was whispering in your ear. Wanda blinked, realization dawning. That explains so much. No wonder I felt unsettled. When Vision offered his guidance, I hesitated. And Pietro? He thought for a heartbeat and then refused outright. Exactly, Hala said, leaning forward. The Mind Stone's influence seeps into your thoughts. Your gift is energy manipulation, tapping into minds, even rewriting memory. Pietro's gift is raw speed. Neither of you can escape the pull of that stone. She allowed her gaze to drift toward the horizon, where Vision's silhouette stood alone. So when he beckoned you both, it wasn't just his invitation. It was the Mind Stone reaching out through him. Wanda swallowed, her heart pounding. That's why I couldn't ignore him. It wasn't just Vision. It was the stone calling to me. Aaron nodded gravely. Now you see why distance matters. If you let that influence grow, no bond, no matter how strong, can withstand it. Silence fell over them as the truth settled in. Far off, Vision watched, unaware that his own power might prove the greatest threat to the ones he wished to guide. His powers may look similar to yours at first glance, but quality-wise, they fall far short. To put it bluntly, you and your brother were a buy-one-get-one-free deal, and he's the one who really walked away with the prize. And just so you know, the Mind Stone is nothing more than a key to unlock your true potential. You surpass the stone itself in power. Hela. Aaron's tone cut through the air like a blade, and his sharp glare told her she'd gone too far. Someone clearly doesn't want me spilling all the secrets. Hela shot back with a playful raise of her brow. Wanda listened, absorbing every word. Although she still harbored doubts, the fog of uncertainty had finally begun to clear. If the Mind Stone is skewing my judgment, she said quietly, then I'll refuse Vision's invitation. Aaron's expression softened into a reassuring smile. No need, he said, waving off her concern. I expected that would be your first thought. Vision's offer is merely a formality, a way to introduce you. I also bear responsibility for your well-being. While my request may feel binding, it's meant to protect you. Wanda's protest caught in her throat. No, you can't. But Aaron was already dismissing her objections. He lifted a hand toward the studio door. Jane. Moments later, Jane stepped out, her keen eyes picking up the sudden tension in the divination room. Master, do you need something? Aaron gave a curt nod. Help Wanda pack her things. She's accepted. A more exciting position. Jane glanced at Wanda, frowning in confusion. Wanda's fingers twisted the hem of her sleeve as she looked away, cheeks burning. Master, what's going on? It's nothing, Aaron replied, waving her off. Just do as I said. Of course. Jane sank into a low bow before slipping back into the studio. Silence fell once more. Wanda stood, stunned, her mind racing. At last she forced a smile and met Aaron's cool gaze. You owe me an explanation. Aaron leaned back, eyes thoughtful. Listen, the Avengers are a step up from S.H.I.E.L.D., no contest. You'll be working alongside Steve Rogers, Natasha Romanoff, Clint Barton, Bruce Banner, Tony Stark, even Thor, though I hear he recently departed Earth again. He shrugged. They've all proven themselves, and they'll welcome someone with your talents. But keep your wits about you. Learn from these seniors, but don't take every word as gospel. Wanda swallowed, nodding. She felt a flutter of excitement, and something like trepidation at the thought of joining Earth's mightiest heroes. As Jane returned with packing crates, she realized her life was about to change in ways she could never have imagined. I understand. Wanda nodded slowly. Just, please, stay off the front lines. She cocked an eyebrow. Is that really necessary? Aaron shifted uncomfortably. Your powers can handle almost anything, but your body, you tire too quickly. I'm not saying you shouldn't contribute. Even within the Avengers, there are safer assignments. Evacuations, crowd control, logistical support, things that don't require you to dive headfirst into combat. He paused, then added, and if the Avengers ever let you down or treat you unfairly, remember, you can always walk away. If I decide it's time for you to leave, no one will stop me. A small, amused smile tugged at the corners of Wanda's lips. Is there anything else? Aaron turned and retrieved a slender vial filled with a pale golden liquid, placing it carefully on the table. This is the elixir of fortune. One sip guarantees you 12 hours of heightened luck. It won't literally grant wishes, but when you need fortune to swing your way, well, you'll feel the difference. All my wishes come true? Wanda's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to inspect the potion. He shrugged, offering a reassuring grin. Not in a fairy tale sense, but it'll give you that extra edge in critical moments. He nudged the vial toward her. There you go. Now, go on and pack your things. I'll think about what else I need to give you. Consider it done. Wanda accepted the elixir with a bright smile. As they walked back to Aaron's chambers, she twisted off the cap and took a cautious sip. Hela, trailing a few paces behind, raised an eyebrow. You really just let her go? She teased. No hesitation at all. Aaron glanced over his shoulder and offered a wry smile. What was I supposed to do? I can't exactly keep her caged like a canary. Why not? Hela's tone was light, almost playful. You thrive on chaos. Having her under your thumb would at least prevent any unpleasant surprises. He ran a hand through his hair and looked away. She doesn't want that. And honestly, the Avengers are the best place for her right now. They all know her, she'll be cared for, and if something goes wrong, Banner can get in touch with me immediately. Hela chuckled, the sound echoing softly in the marble corridor. You'll regret this, I promise you. If I were you, I'd seal her powers in stasis, safely, let her sleep peacefully, weave her sweet dreams, and leave it at that. Aaron sighed, shoulders slumping. Our methods differ, Hela, but you're not wrong. Someday, I'll regret it. I leaned back in my chair and sipped my wine. Out of all the women I know, only Daisy signed a contract with me. I don't have to worry about her. Hela raised an eyebrow and let a slow, knowing smile spread across her lips. Well, you're lucky there. The rest are a handful. Mortals, mutants, witches. I grinned. And vampires, she chuckled dryly. Not vampires yet, but who knows? Maybe aliens next. I snorted. Try finding aliens. Good luck. Her eyes glinted in the candlelight. Why not? You've got interstellar connections, the Sovereign, the Kree, or perhaps even Asgardians. She paused, tilting her head. Given your preferences, you'd only go for someone with a human complexion, though. I forced down my irritation. Your Highness, you're imagining things. Her laugh was sharp, tinged with amusement and challenge. Do you take me for a fool? She leaned forward, tapping a slender finger on the table. I've seen the contracts you've signed. There's always more to your dealings than meets the eye. I set my glass down, meeting her gaze evenly. I made one with Daisy, and that's it. Everything else is rumor. Hela's smile didn't waver. Very well. But remember, rumors have a habit of becoming facts if you ignore them long enough. She rose gracefully from her chair. Enjoy your evening, Aaron. I'll be watching. As she glided away, I couldn't shake the feeling that her words weren't merely idle banter. With Hela, every warning was a promise of trouble to come. I drained the last of my wine and braced myself for whatever might lie ahead. I doubt there's anyone in this courtyard who knows you better than I do. Aaron flinched. Oh, really? Hela smirked. I admit I underestimated you. I thought it would only be the 7 stars embracing the moon, but surprise, it's actually the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Aaron's brow twitched as a sinking feeling settled in his chest. 8? Exactly 8? Hela folded her arms. No more, no less. He huffed in frustration and refused to argue further. With a casual gesture, Aaron retrieved a dark blue windbreaker from his space ring, the very armor of the immortal god, and, with a flick of his fingers, transformed it into a bright red women's coat. Hela's eyes widened. Don't tell me you're really going to give that artifact to her? Aaron merely tossed the coat to her, a faint smile playing at his lips. In that moment, even the breeze seemed to pause, waiting to see what would happen next. I'm sorry for the trouble. Please forgive me. I don't need it right now, so I'll lend it to her. At least she'll have an extra layer of protection. Then we won't bother changing its color or look. Exactly. She won't feel uneasy wearing it that way. Hela rolled her eyes. You really are spoiling her. Your Highness, Aaron replied with a smile, once your powers return, I won't hesitate to spoil you just as much. Oh, well, there are only 2 things of yours I truly admire. Hela paused to run a fingertip along her lip. First is your sword. In your hands, it may be nothing more than a dusty old relic, but in mine it would dominate the 9 realms. Its greatness would rival even Odin's Gungnir. Don't get any ideas, Aaron said, bristling. Hela's gaze shifted to Abe. And the second thing I admire is him. How about handing over your dear companion? That's even less likely, Aaron said flatly. Fine, that's pointless. Aaron sighed. You're insatiable. All right, on the day you finally leave, I swear I'll prepare a feast so lavish you'll never forget it. Hela's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Agreed. I'll wait. Hella smiled serenely, scooped Abe into her arms, and headed into the living room. Aaron exhaled in relief. He lifted another vial of Phoenix tears from the shelf and began packing Abe's clothes and the remaining tears into a sturdy cardboard box. He tucked in a thick envelope of cash and slipped in a bank card, then sealed the box with a satisfied nod. 10 minutes later, Wanda returned, her spirits high and a glossy red suitcase in hand. Jane stepped up and bowed. "Master, everything's packed. Are you sure we haven't missed anything?" Wanda shook her head. "Really, there's nothing more. Just a few changes of clothes and toiletries." Aaron set the red suitcase on the table beside the box. "Here," he said, pushing it toward her. "This is just a little extra support for your trip." "Thank you," Wanda replied, accepting the suitcase gracefully. She hesitated for a moment, then added, "Actually, I have one small request." Aaron raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" Wanda held out the brass compass they'd found months ago. "Could I borrow this for a while?" "I only need it for a little while," Wanda said. "I'll bring it right back." Aaron didn't hesitate. He reached up, lifted the Gaius compass from the shelf, and handed it to her. "It's nothing to write home about, just a magic tool that points to what's hidden in someone's heart." Wanda fought to keep her excitement in check. She carefully opened the compass, laid it flat on her palm, and murmured the activation words. The needle fluttered, steadied for a moment, then began to tremble again. A delighted laugh escaped her, unaware that, just beyond the circle of light, a pair of blood-red eyes watched her every move. "Finished reading it?" Aaron asked from the doorway. "I have." Wanda closed the compass with reverent care and set it on the table. "I promise I'll come back often." "Good." Aaron's tone was cool. "Since you've decided to join the Avengers, consider this base your second home. We may not be a formal government agency, but we have our rules. Stay focused on your duties, keep a low profile, and feel free to stop by whenever you're free." Wanda nodded, clutching the promise like a lifeline, and still oblivious to the silent watcher lurking just out of sight. Compared to S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, the Avengers have it far busier, and their initial training will swallow up every free moment. There's no chance for a pre-mission holiday. "When do we leave?" Aaron asked, shading his eyes against the late afternoon sun. "Right now." Wanda slipped a last pair of boots into her bag. "I called Steve while I was packing. Natasha's picking me up at the cafe in 10 minutes. Aaron gave her a skeptical look. Impatient? She managed a small, embarrassed smile. "If I don't go now, I'll talk myself out of it, and regret it forever. I chose the cafe so I can say goodbye to Pietro. And honestly, I'd rather the others not see us off together. It would just be awkward." He raised an eyebrow. "Thoughtful," he said slowly. "I'll give you that. But don't pretend nothing happened between us. While I'm gone, keep my people on alert. And when you get to the Avengers compound, tell Vision to stay clear of me. If he crosses my path again, I won't hesitate to dismantle his alchemy." "Understood." Wanda offered him a brief, defiant smile and turned to leave. "Master." Jane hesitated in the corridor, her gaze fixed on the ornate compass she carried. "The needle? Just now, it swung and rested on you for several seconds." Wanda paused, hand on the cafe door. A tense silence stretched between them. Then snap! Jane gasped, stumbling back. "Oh my God!" Aaron paused, rubbing his forehead with a small ironic smile. "No wonder she left so easily. Just keep this between us, okay?" "Understood, sir." The next morning, Aaron clocked in, cleaned up, and settled at the breakfast table, but the empty chair across from him felt strangely conspicuous. "Enjoy your meal," he told Hella, sliding his chair back. "I'll go find something to do." Hella watched him with a teasing grin. "Creating a demon again? You look like you need a spark of inspiration." He shook his head. "Not today. I've got some personal business to handle." He pulled out his phone and dialed. "Gaius, it's Aaron. I need to see you in person." Within moments, a rippling field of blue-purple energy appeared in the center of the room, and Gordon, the eyeless messenger, stepped through the portal, bowing slightly. "Sir, Miss Jiaying asked me to summon you." Aaron's brow lifted. "I thought she'd come herself." Gordon shifted uneasily. "She's indisposed in the afterlife at the moment. She's tied up with several matters there and can't leave, so she sent me in her stead." Aaron waved dismissively at the assortment of documents spread across the desk. "I don't care about any of this right now," he said, eyes suddenly brightening as he turned to Jane. "How would you feel about coming with me?" Jane's cheeks warmed at the offer. She hesitated, then asked softly, "Sir, you mean?" "I heard about what happened with Wanda, enough to set off alarm bells," Aaron explained. "It doesn't seem right to leave you cooped up here brewing potions all day." Jane straightened. "I started out as a maid, and I enjoy this work. It helps me process the elixirs more quickly." Aaron leaned back in his chair. "Life isn't only about mixing potions. You need to see the world, add some color. I'm heading to the Inhumans' lair, and I could use your help. If things go south, it would be irresponsible to face it alone." A smile lit Jane's face. "I understand," she said. Aaron glanced over his show, Elder at Gordon. "Hope you don't mind us tagging along, Gordon. One extra passenger." Gordon's expression remained unreadable, but inwardly he grumbled at the unexpected company. Outwardly, he gave a curt nod. "I don't mind." Reminder: our website will be undergoing maintenance soon, which may cause you to lose your reading progress. Please back up your bookshelf and reading records. Screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience, and thank you for your patience. Chapter 1004. A flicker of violet-blue light split the air in the dimly lit room, forming a rippling portal. Gordon stepped forward, gesturing for Aaron and Jane to follow, and in an instant they were gone. When Aaron blinked his eyes open, he found himself on a broad stone terrace overlooking a village built into sheer mountain slopes. The settlement, known among its residents simply as Afterlife, was an elegant blend of ancient architecture and modern comforts. Ivy-clad stone buildings clustered among towering pines, their rooftops dusted with fresh snow. Below, the valley was swallowed by dense forest, the treetops swaying in the crisp mountain breeze. Here and there, Inhumans in comfortable, well-tailored clothes strolled leisurely along cobbled streets or paused to chat by glowing lanterns. Aaron inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of pine and snow. "This place is incredible," he said, his voice tinged with awe. "It feels like the perfect retreat or retirement spot." A woman seated behind a carved wooden desk smiled, revealing a few delicate scars tracing down her cheek. She wore a flowing tunic that blended traditional Eastern motifs with Inhuman design. Beside her stood a young woman, cloaked in a simple hood. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Gaius," the older woman replied. "I'm Jiaying, leader of the Inhumans, and this is Daisy, though you may know her better as Sky. I'm her mother." Aaron took a seat across from Jiaying, nodding respectfully. He turned to the hooded figure beside her. "I've long admired you, Sky," he said. "I never imagined you'd have a mother like her." Jiaying's eyes twinkled as she exchanged a knowing look with her daughter. Outside, the late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the snowy pines, and a new chapter of uneasy alliance had just begun. Aaron leaned back, arms folded, studying Jiaying with sharp curiosity. "If your power lets you absorb other people's lifespans to stay immortal, you must have taken countless lives over all these years," he said. Jiaying met his gaze evenly. "More than I can count, but each elder volunteered. They offered their lives so I could live on and guide our people." Aaron gave a wry shrug. "A necessary sacrifice, I suppose, something to soothe your guilt." Pain flickered across Jiaying's face. "Guilt? No. Every transfer was agony, for them and for me. They watched me grow stronger while they withered away. I watched them grow old and die. But this is my responsibility, to be a worthy leader, to protect our people and our future. It's a burden I cannot abandon." Aaron leaned forward, a teasing note in his voice. "Even if it meant giving up your husband and your daughter." Jiaying's expression didn't change, but her eyes grew distant. Aaron continued, "Last I heard, Sky's thriving. She's a SHIELD agent now, dedicated and fierce. Still under Captain Coulson's command. He can be infuriating at times, but I'll admit he's a good man, responsible, compassionate. But what about your husband? How did you handle him?" Before Jiaying could answer, Lena cleared her throat, stepping forward. Her voice was hesitant but firm. "It wasn't Jiaying who made that choice. It was Sky and Coulson who took care of it." S-Shield had wiped Carl's memory clean. He'd forgotten all his troubles, become just another ordinary doctor, and settled into a new life. "That sounds perfect," Aaron said with a grin, leaning forward. "Now, let's get down to business." He fixed Jiaying with a meaningful stare. "You can probably guess why I've come." Jiaying's expression remained calm. "It has something to do with that boulder." As you requested, I crossed into that other world and found him, the one who terrified both you and the Kree. He's still alive, though weakened. With the right supplies, he could recover faster than you'd think. That's the information you wanted, and thank your lucky stars I went. Any ordinary agent who tried would have ended up as his next meal, let alone brought back any usable intel. Jiaying's pupils constricted, and for a moment shock crossed her features. Then she smoothed her face into a relaxed smile. That stone, it has been destroyed, hasn't it? Aaron hesitated. Sky told you? She's my daughter, Jiaying replied softly. There's one less threat for the Inhumans to worry about. She'll be sure to tell my mother this wonderful news, Jiaying said confidently. Wonderful, Aaron replied with a mocking clap. But don't forget, I'm the only one who can open the portal. Jiaying's heart thudded, and her smile froze. What are you talking about? Literally that, Aaron said, folding his arms. You asked those two to work with me, and I refused. Yet somehow he stumbled through that portal, discovered a whole new world, confirmed our target was still alive, and destroyed the boulder so no one else can use it. I'm not sure what you contributed, but since I did the heavy lifting, I deserve a reward. Jiaying forced a tight laugh. Aaron, that's completely unfair. Unfair? He arched an eyebrow. Do you think I like being left out? I happened to be standing right beside you when you were on the phone with Sky. With a smooth gesture, he traced a glowing circle in the air. An orange-red portal blossomed before them, revealing a vast desert under a violet sky. 2 planets, one massive, one tiny, hanging weightless on the horizon. With a sharp crackle, the gateway shimmered to life. Aaron snapped his fingers, and in an instant the swirling portal winked out of existence. You know I don't summon magic lightly, he said evenly, his gaze fixed on Jiaying. But seeing is believing. No matter how much I tell you, nothing convinces like that portal. Jiaying's shoulders sagged. She swallowed hard and forced herself to speak. What do you want in return? Aaron allowed himself a small, appreciative smile. He raised 2 fingers. I'll keep it simple. I have only 2 requests. Jiaying's heart pounded. First, tell me who, exactly, was in that world you just showed me. His name is Hive, Aaron replied. He was a human warrior, captured by the Kree during the heyday of the Maya civilization. He's also the first human to undergo their alien experiments. A member of the Ancients? Aaron sneered. That figure from legend? Lena, who had been watching silently by the doorway, frowned in confusion. If he's just the first alien test subject, why would he be a threat to, well, to everything? Jiaying ran a hand through her hair in frustration. The comparison to Apocalypse is obvious, but Hive is even more ruthless. His power isn't just brute strength or mind control, it's total domination from body to soul. He can bend any being, human or alien, to his will. Lena drew in a sharp, cold breath. I think I understand now why you're so terrified of him. She glanced at Aaron. And what's your second demand? Aaron's lips curved in a slow, deliberate smile. That, he said, is something we'll discuss once I've confirmed we're all on the same side. Jiaying let out a shaky laugh. Inside, she knew she had little choice, but the stakes had never been higher. The room was heavy with antiquated knowledge, dust motes drifting in the slanted light, the scent of old parchment thick in the air. Across a polished mahogany table, Aaron met Jiaying's steady gaze and allowed himself a faint, mirthless smile. Hive may not be the strongest Inhuman, he said quietly, but he's undoubtedly the most dangerous. Aaron pictured the grotesque scene again, a parasitic worm clinging to a bleached skeleton, twisting it to its will, and felt a strange twinge of pity. He pushed it aside almost as soon as it came. There's something else I need, he continued. I want information on the afterlife, your so-called refuge. You've lived through centuries of history. You must know something about it. Jiaying's brow rose in surprise. Why do you care? You've never cared for anything. Surely you wouldn't. Wouldn't what? Aaron interrupted, a harsh laugh breaking free. Lie low like you do? Don't lump me in with your Inhumans. You hide to survive threats. I hide to truly live. Surviving and de-living are not the same thing, and I've never doubted my right to live. For a long moment, Jiaying said nothing. Then, with deliberate grace, she rose and walked to a tall bookshelf overflowing with dusty tomes. Her fingers flicked across the spines until she withdrew a slim dossier bound in cracked leather. She placed it before Aaron, its cover stamped with strange, indecipherable symbols. This dossier, she said evenly, contains everything I could confirm about the afterlife. It's incomplete, but it's the only reliable source you'll find, especially one untainted by inhuman politics. Take it, but don't expect any secrets about us. Aaron's eyes flicked over the document, already eager to delve into its pages. Outside, the first rays of dawn slid through the window, illuminating a new chapter in his quest, one that promised both revelation and danger. Aaron rolled his eyes. I'm not here to wreck the place. I just need some ingredients for my alchemy. If any awakened Inhumans can supply them, I'd much prefer that. But most of the townspeople here are unawakened Inhumans living ordinary lives. They certainly don't have what I'm after. If you doubt me, we can even draw up a contract. Jiang slid a manila folder across the table. I trust Gaius's word. This should help. Aaron opened it and skimmed a few pages. A faint smile curved his lips. Taro Village teemed with rare and exotic creatures, like a living forbidden forest. Everything he needed would be here in abundance. He tossed the folder back to Jiang. This is exactly what I was hoping for. Have a look. We'll set off for Taro Village next. The forest is alive, and Taro Village does not welcome outsiders. Really? Absolutely. It won't necessarily stop you, but you'd be wise to keep a low profile. Aaron said nothing. He turned his gaze to Gordon. Can you guide us there? You know the way. Gordon hesitated. I can't go in myself. A powerful ward guards the village. Just lead us to the entrance. We'll handle the rest. Gordon looked toward Jiang, his eyeless face asking permission. Take Mr. Gaius there? Do it. He nodded, then approached Aaron and Jane with a nervous gait. Raising a pale hand, Gordon summoned a shimmering blue-purple energy field. It hovered for a moment, then split open like a gateway. Aaron and Jane slipped through without another word. Once they'd gone, Jiang let out a long breath. Good. I'd rather not follow them. Raina's expression grew serious as she faced Jiang. You know I can see snippets of the future, but his fate is blurred. I can only infer fragments through others' visions. I know. I don't want to call on Gaius unless it's absolutely necessary. If he becomes an enemy of the Inhumans, everything could be lost. Raina opened her mouth to reply, but her words died on her lips. Her eyes widened in sudden alarm as she stared at something none of them could yet see. Jiang set a clear glass jar on the table. Inside lay a small, jet-black cuboid stone. Lena's eyes widened. You can't mean to tell me you carved that off the monolith? Surprised? Jiang said, calmly folding his arms. You'd expect the Kree, or Hydra, or even Eshield to have devoted every resource to studying it. But the ones who know it best are the Inhumans, the very people who fear it most. Our elders unlocked the secret to opening its portal long ago, yet entering that other world is strictly forbidden. Once you cross over, there's no coming back. He hesitated, then added in a low voice, And Hive, the first Inhuman, if he ever returned to Earth, he'd bring ruin upon our people, unless the Inhumans themselves face extinction, Lena finished, realization dawning in her tone. Exactly. Jiang met her gaze. Ironically, the threat we least want to face might one day be the lifeline we need. Lena fell silent for a moment, her voice barely a whisper. Maybe that day isn't as far off as we hoped. Jiang looked toward the window, the city's lights flickering in the dusk. The world is shifting, faster than ever, not just from technological breakthroughs, but from the sudden emergence of superhuman abilities. We'd better hope we're ready. The Inhumans lack both cutting-edge technology and overwhelming firepower. When disaster strikes, they're like a small dinghy on a stormy sea. One wrong move, and they'll capsize. So we need Gaius's help? Raina asked, brows knitting in concern. Lena shook her head. What? Jiang, you know exactly who he is. It's best if the Inhumans stay as far away from him as possible. He feels the same. It's safer for both sides to keep their distance. Jiang's expression grew grave. I'm well aware of his reputation, she replied softly. But we need his contract, a binding agreement that can restrain the Hive. Right now, the portal to the other world is under our control, and the Hive is at its weakest. In my view, trusting Gaius is the most reliable way to protect the Inhumans when disaster inevitably comes. Raina fell silent. On the surface, Jiang's plan sounded reckless, but the more she thought about it, the more sense it made. Maybe it's not so mad after all. Jiang's gaze drifted to some distant memory. Raina, I've lived a long time. I was once as naive as you are now, but after Hydra dissected me, I discovered how wrong I'd been. The truth is always worse than we imagine. Gordon led Aaron and Jane to the edge of a vast bamboo forest. This is as far as I know, he said. From here, you're on your own. Understood, Jane replied. Gordon nodded respectfully, then vanished in a shimmer of light. Aaron squinted into the dense grove. Isn't Sequence 8 of the Moon Path the Beast Tamer? This secret realm ought to be full of exotic creatures. You could pick any pet you like. Jane shrugged. I've already taken the Beast Tamer's potion and absorbed its powers. Keeping a pet now would just distract me. In the Volturi, we always had animals stocked with their own food. No need to feed them on our time. Aaron let out a little chuckle. Suit yourself. Actually, Jane said, giving him a faint smile, if you're willing, join me inside and help me look around. Before he could protest, she accelerated into the forest. Her form blurred as she weaved effortlessly through the towering bamboo. But after only a few dozen strides, she came to a sudden stop, her heart pounding. A soft susurration rippled through the grove. The bamboo stalks ahead were sliding together, sealing off her path. With the same stealthy, gliding motion, the canes behind her shifted and locked in place, cutting off any hope of retreat. Jane's eyes narrowed. Whatever lay within had just chosen to trap her. And now she'd have to find a way out, alive. Jane cocked her head and sprang upward. As the bamboo stalks on either side whipped toward her like living tendrils, she sailed past them with ease and alighted atop a single, swaying culm. The entire grove went still, as if its heartbeat had been stilled. She paid it no mind, simply peering down. All she saw was an endless sea of green, no hint of the hidden village she'd been told lay somewhere within. Refusing to concede defeat, Jane began her search again, this time with newfound patience. She bounded gracefully from bamboo crown to bamboo crown, her deep red eyes sweeping every inch of the forest floor. The mottled patterns of sunlight on leaves, the scurry of ants along a fallen branch, even delicate spider silk drifting in the breeze. Then she saw it, a narrow chute of water plunging into a jade-green pool far below. It lay in the forest's remotest heart, the only visible source of fresh water. A spark of inner knowing flared within her. Here was the true doorway into the secret tarot realm. A faint smile curved Jane's lips. Behind her, a curling swirl of inky mist solidified into a pair of phantom bat wings. With effortless grace, she folded them close and drifted down, back to the edge of the bamboo thicket. I've found it, Master. If my instincts are right, Taluo village must be hidden behind Yilian waterfall. Aaron glanced at Jane with a satisfied smile. Well done. Let's go. With a sharp snap of his fingers, he summoned the magic carpet from his space ring. The silk-like weave shimmered into being beneath them, and in an instant they were aloft, gliding toward the thunderous cascade. Through the swirling mist and bright spray, the path to Taluo village awaited. Chapter 1005. The moment they passed through the curtain of water, the kaleidoscope of colors vanished, and Aaron felt the corridor close in around them, as if they were plunging through a tunnel in time and space. Absolutely stunning, Jane breathed, her eyes glinting in the dim light. But, she paused, a hint of awe still in her voice, it still doesn't top the Master's spirit realm. Aaron gave a half smile. Let's hope this hidden world lives up to the hype. They quickened their pace and stepped out of the tunnel into a radiant expanse. Overhead, a flawless blue sky stretched between rolling white clouds. Birds flitted among trees heavy with blossoms, and every breath they drew tasted of earth and new growth. Talk about a change of scenery, Aaron said, stretching his arms wide. First the Master's realm, now this, 2 perfect oasis spots back to back. I could get used to vacationing like this. As he spoke, a graceful creature emerged from the flowering hedges. Its sleek coat shimmered green in the sunlight, and a single spiral horn crowned its head. Aaron's lips curled into a smirk. So this is a living Qilin, he said, stepping closer to get a better look. Not bad, but honestly, it's not what I expected. Jane tilted her head. Oh, what did you have in mind? Aaron tapped his chin thoughtfully. I pictured something more deer-like. Slender legs, graceful antlers, scales along its flanks, and a long, swishing tail like a cow's. Jane laughed, shaking her head in bemusement. Well, you've certainly painted an interesting picture. This one looks nothing like your version. Aaron shrugged, glancing back at the Qilin as it trotted away into the vivid landscape. Books and legends can be deceptive. Let's see what else this place has in store. Jane watched the Qilin's graceful silhouette recede into the distance. It looks exactly as you described, Master. Aaron let out a rueful sigh. Yes, in form it's flawless, but it's missing the one thing that matters. He shook his head. Power. Divinity. This should have been a divine beast with awe-inspiring might, yet aside from its beauty, it's little more than ordinary livestock. Do you sense any real threat from it? Jane fell silent. There are only a handful like Abe. Precisely, Aaron agreed, bitterness in his tone. I let my expectations run too high. He flipped his gaze ahead and signaled for them to move on. Tarot is truly a paradise, though. As they strolled along the sun-dappled path, they passed creature after creature, a phoenix wreathed in crimson flames, a snowy white nine-tailed fox, a rotund Dijiang dozing in the grass, a dragon horse bending to sip from a clear stream, and a Suani curled in peaceful slumber. Each was breathtaking in its own right, but none emitted even a trace of divine power. The lineage of these so-called divine beasts had withered until their immortal blood was almost undetectable. Aaron glanced at Jane. You're a trainer, Jane. What's your impression of them? Jane hesitated, brow furrowing as she studied the distant figures. They seem free, happy, peaceful, yet there's an edge of wariness, not just toward us, but toward any outsider. They fear our arrival might shatter the quiet they've built. Aaron let out a low chuckle. I can't blame them. After all, I once belonged to their world. Hey! A sharp voice cut him off before he could finish. Outsiders aren't welcome here. Aaron and Jane turned toward the sound and saw the reason for the warning. A gentle spring breeze rustled wildflowers across a wide meadow, which ended at an ancient village of moss-covered stone huts and carved wooden pillars. Guarding its perimeter were nearly 30 men and women, clad in yellow and green training tunics and armed with swords, spears, and halberds. Their stances were tight, eyes alert. Aaron raised both hands in a peaceful gesture. We come in peace. Are you the guardians of Tarot? At the front of the group stepped a spirited old man with a full head of white hair. His staff, topped with a carved emblem of intertwin, Ed leaves, tapped the ground with a soft thud. Yes, he replied, voice steady. We have watched over these lands for generations. Are you the village chief? Aaron asked. The old man offered a modest smile. Chief, perhaps in title, though I'm simply the eldest entrusted with leadership. Aaron inclined his head. I understand. We respect your borders and mean no harm. The guardian studied them for a long moment, then gave a slow nod. Very well. State your purpose in Tarot territory, and speak plainly. With tension eased but caution still in the air, Aaron and Jane prepared to explain why they had come, hoping their story would be met with more than just suspicion. The old man rested one hand on his gnarled staff and regarded Aaron coolly. I may not hold the official title of village chief, he said, but in every practical sense, I lead these people. Aaron's lips curved into a casual smile. All the better. Negotiations will be simpler. We come with no ill intent. We simply wish to strike a few bargains with the people of Tarot. Bargains? The elder's brow furrowed, and his knuckles whitened on the staff. There's nothing here of value to outsiders. I suggest you leave before you stir trouble. I haven't even told you what we want yet, Aaron replied, unfazed. You leap to the conclusion that there's nothing to offer. From where I stand, all I see is fresh air. Don't lie to me, the old man snapped. No one outside these mountains can claim to possess our rare mythical creatures. A flicker of curiosity passed over the elder's face. Is that why you've come? Aaron waved a hand dismissively. Believe me, that's not it. Tarot's landscapes are lovely, but I've witnessed grandeur. There's nothing here that truly captivates me. He stepped forward and offered his hand. My name is Aaron Gaius, an alchemist by trade. At the name, the elder's body stiffened, his grip on the staff tightening. Gaius? He whispered, eyes widening. Are you truly Gaius? Crack, crack. A sharp splintering echoed through the clearing, jolting them both to attention. Aaron stared in disbelief. This was absurd. Gaius's name reaching even this hidden corner of the world? He cleared his throat and spoke up. Excuse me, have you ever heard of someone named Gaius? The attendant behind the counter glanced up, surprised. Gaius? He's mentioned in the ancient Tarot annals, texts from thousands of years ago. Very few people know about them. Aaron's heart skipped. Is that so? What do the records say about him? The man tapped his chin. They call him a bringer of hope, but they warn that his legacy also carries disasters for future generations. Aaron's face went pale. Hope, followed by ruin, that fit all too well. His lineage began with the first ancestor, who had saved the universe, and the second ancestor, who had delivered hope to this planet. Yet each had left behind a trail of calamities that he, their descendant, was now left to mend. He forced a tight smile and asked, "Just to be clear, the Gaius from those ancient tarot records, he has nothing to do with modern tarot practice, right?" The attendant shook his head. "Not that I've ever heard." Aaron let out a long, shaky breath. Thank goodness. Aaron exhaled in relief. At least the tarot secret realm no longer bore any deadly traps left by his ancestors. Otherwise, he'd have opened a portal and made a hasty exit. He fixed the white-haired elder with a calm gaze. "Now that you know me as Gaius, I hope you'll believe I harbor no ill intentions." The old man's silver hair swayed as he shook his head. "You may claim the name Gaius, but you are not the man you were thousands of years ago. I know nothing of your character today." Aaron felt his jaw tighten. The elder's suspicion struck him as baseless and purposely provocative. Beside him, Jane's quiet restraint snapped. Her fingernails elongated into crystalline claws etched with glowing runes. "Master, may I?" "Jane," Aaron interrupted, lifting a hand. "We are civilized people. We don't solve every disagreement with violence." With a frustrated sigh, Jane let her nails shrink back to normal. Aaron returned his attention to the elder, determined to keep negotiations on friendly terms. "Let me be perfectly clear," he said evenly. "We came to the tarot realm for one reason only, to gather rare alchemical materials. Nothing more, nothing less." Aaron cleared his throat and offered an uneasy smile. "To give you a few examples, we harvest the horns of unicorns, the plumage of phoenixes, the wings of the river emperor dragon, the blood of the nine-tailed fox, even the bones of Swanee." He trailed off as soon as he saw the white-haired elder's deep frown and the furious blaze in the eyes of the warriors behind him. "Listen to me, please," Aaron added hastily. A broad-shouldered man with a red sword slung at his back and a bristling beard stepped forward. "Mythical creatures?" he growled. "These beings are the original inhabitants of Tarot. We won't stand by while you hunt them down." Jane let out a mocking laugh. "Original inhabitants? To our employer, they're nothing more than fancy farm animals." "Jane," Aaron's voice went cold. Even if her remark rang true, this was no place for it. He shot a warning look at Guangbo, who moved to intervene. "Don't hold me back. They need to understand exactly who they're dealing with." Angered, the burly tribesman brandished his knife and stalked toward Jian and her companions. Jian's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile, and in that instant, her eyes flared a deep, sanguine red. Confronted by that ruthless gaze, the man froze. It was fiercer, more bloodthirsty even, than the legendary soul-eating beast. Sensing the danger, Guangbo reached out and slapped the man sharply on the back of the head. "Silence, fool. You've no business speaking here." The tribesman reeled, confusion clouding his features. Guangbo gave him a subtle wink, a silent command to retreat. Defeated, the man slunk back into the queue, knife lowered. Guangbo exhaled and turned to Gaius with a respectful nod. "My apologies, Sir Gaius. That fellow can be rather headstrong. Please forgive his outburst." He forced a polite smile while reminding himself that aside from the divine dragon and the soul-eating beast, only Gaius bears the special mark in the tarot grimoire. Even Aaron, his descendant, must be handled with care and respect. "It doesn't matter," Aaron said, meeting Guangbo's worried gaze. "But these mythical beasts are our family," Guangbo protested. "I'm afraid it'll be impossible to comply with your request." "This isn't a request," Aaron countered, his voice calm but firm. "It's a deal, a fair one." He held up a hand. "Listen, the materials I need, feathers, scales, small vials of blood, won't require harming any beast. Fallen feathers, loose scales, those are all fine. It's like shearing wool off sheep, really. Take Swanee, for example." Aaron nodded toward the line of massive creatures behind them. One in particular, the Swanee, stood easily several meters tall, its ridged scales glinting in the afternoon light. "In 10.5 days, Aaron continued, "I want you to groom him, trim his coat, comb out any loose scales, give him a standard health check, Draw a few small blood samples, nothing that would hurt him. That's all I need. Guangbo blinked, speechless. Gathering fallen feathers and scraped-off scales seemed straightforward enough, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something else was at play. He opened his mouth to object, but Aaron simply smiled. And as for payment, Aaron leaned in confidently, you'll be more than satisfied. Let's just say I operate the largest and most diverse farm and ranch in the entire universe. I can cover part of their feeding expenses, Gaius clarified, but I won't be supplying the food itself. Feeding expenses? Guangbo arched an eyebrow. Mr. Gaius, Taro won't let them starve. Aaron gave a small, rueful smile. I think there's been a misunderstanding. He lightly rubbed the surface of his space ring, and with a soft hum of power, the ring released a blinding flash. And the light faded. He was holding a massive rainbow fruit that shimmered with every color of the spectrum. This is my gift of goodwill, the legendary rainbow fruit. Its flavor shifts with temperature and humidity, truly a dreamlike delicacy. No sooner had the fruit appeared than a sweet, tantalizing scent filled the air. Everyone within Taro, both human and creature, paused to breathe it in. Rare beasts lifted their heads, nostrils flaring. Within moments, Dijang, Qilin, and the nine-tailed fox emerged from the gathering crowd, drawn by the aroma. Even Swan Ni, patiently waiting in line, couldn't help but swallow hard, eyes fixed on the luminous fruit in Aaron's hand. Aaron, the ancient god, nodded thoughtfully. It seems Taro Village's rare beasts won't refuse our offer, he said, turning to Guangbo. What do you think? Guangbo hesitated a moment, brow furrowed. The deal should be doable, he answered at last, but I need to discuss the finer points with the others, especially Shenlong. Shenlong? Aaron raised an eyebrow. You mean the dragon? There's a dragon in Taro Village? Exactly, Guangbo confirmed. Taro Village has always been under the dragon's protection, and that includes these rare creatures. If you want to finalize anything, you'll need Shenlong's consent. If it refuses, I'm afraid there's nothing we can do. Aaron considered this. Very well. Where do I find this dragon? I'll speak to it myself. With a courteous wave, Guangbo cleared a path through the gathering villagers. He led Aaron and Jane along a winding trail to a shimmering lake just beyond the settlement. Tall pines whispered overhead, and the water lay perfectly still. The dragon dwells at the bottom of this lake, Guangbo explained, but it rarely shows its face. When you're by the shore, call to it respectfully. Only then might Shenlong reveal itself. If you want to speak with the dragon, you'll have to wade into the water, one of the villagers cautioned. Aaron smiled confidently. That won't be necessary. I know a bit of dragon speech. He parted his lips and let slip a few low, rolling syllables. Though brief, they carried his meaning unmistakably across the still air. Deep beneath the lake, something stirred. The water's glassy surface rippled outward, then exploded in a roaring surge as a 100-meter-long white dragon broke free of the depths. It coiled upward, cresting the lake's edge with a thunderous crash. With one ear-splitting roar, the dragon unveiled iridescent scales that glimmered like polished pearl under the sun. Guangbo and the people of Taro fell to their knees at the beast's magnificent display, eyes wide with reverence. Each placed their dragon-scale weapons on the shore and bowed low, foreheads touching the ground in a solemn salute. At the dragon's roar, their blades and spears flared crimson as if breathing in its power. Aaron watched intently, a spark of exhilaration in his eyes. The creature's antler-like horns curved gracefully like those of a majestic stag. Its broad head carried the noble profile of a camel, and its sinuous neck undulated with the sinuous elegance of a serpent, an embodiment of all the extraordinary beauty and mystery of the East. The dragon hovering before him bore an aura far surpassing that of any other creature in the Taro's secret realm. With its divine bloodline, it could scarcely be called a mere beast. In fact, it was the only living dragon Aaron had ever seen in this universe, and he cursed himself for not bringing Abe to witness it. Suspended on powerful, iridescent wings, the beast fixed Aaron with eyes like molten gold. From its flared nostrils drifted a curl of white mist. A flicker of hesitation passed through those luminous pupils before it spoke in deep, rolling tones of draconic. Gaius, or Dragon Speaker? Aaron let a half-smile curl at his lips. Dragon Speaker? That title brings back memories, he said lightly. But feel free to call me Dragon Rider. or dragon slayer. After all, I once raised a holy dragon, and I did slay an evil one. Silence fell. Then, with a note of wariness, the dragon rumbled. You wish to trade with the Taro realm? Aaron's gaze swept over the swords and staves clenched in Guangbo in his companion's hands. He leaned forward, voice cool and measured. Not the realm itself. Rather, I wish to trade with you. The beasts that roam this place possess weak bloodlines. Their remains yield only the most common potion ingredients, useless for advanced alchemy. But you, he paused, meeting the dragon's stare, you are in a league of your own. It looks like I only received a single sentence and a sight notice, not the full chapter. Could you please paste the complete chapter text you'd like me to polish and rewrite? Once I have the entire passage, I'll be happy to transform it into a coherent, idiomatic English version. Chapter 1006. Aaron's heart raced as he stood before the great dragon, its emerald scales glinting in the flickering torchlight. Though the creature was only a lesser demigod in power, it was a veritable treasure trove, every scale on its hide ranked among the finest alchemical materials in existence. With enough of them, he could refine 9 enchanted bullets in a single stroke, perhaps even more, before he finally attained godhood. The dragon shifted on its haunches, steam rising from its nostrils. When it spoke, its voice was a low rumble. You want my scales? Aaron met the dragon's gaze without hesitation. I do. Over the millennia, you must have shed thousands of them. Otherwise, how could the blacksmiths of Taro Village afford to forge weapons of dragon scale? Yours renew naturally. Parting with a few won't cost you anything. He paused, measuring his words. In exchange, your hoard will grow richer, and the villagers will finally have what they need to trade with you. The dragon's eyes narrowed, glinting with curious thought. Why not harvest scales from your own dragon? Surely it has plenty to give. Aaron's expression softened. My drake, Arcanos, is more than an asset. He's family. His scales mature only once. I could never bear to trade even one away. For the briefest moment, something like amusement flickered across the dragon's colossal face. It let out a low, almost amused growl. Very well, it said at last. Bring me your villagers and their finest offerings. If their generosity matches your words, we have a deal. Relief flooded Aaron's chest. He inclined his head. The terms were set, and if all went according to plan, he would soon walk away with the most coveted alchemical material in the world. Aaron hesitated, a knot of guilt twisting in his stomach. He hated the thought of turning on his own companion, but he'd come too far to back down now. Matters of honor be damned. The dragon shifted its massive body, scales clicking softly. In a low, wary voice it asked, What if I refuse? Aaron offered a casual shrug and a faint, cold smile. You won't. The dragon's golden eyes blazed. How can you be so sure? Leaning back against a craggy boulder, Aaron tapped his fingers together. Because I'm being polite. He counted each item off on his knuckles. I could rob you blind and slaughter you without a second thought. Your scales, your blood, your heart, tendons, liver, horns, even your hide, they'd all be mine. Alchemists would kill for your components. Medicines, potions, culinary delights, decorative carvings, I could make a fortune. He paused, letting the implication hang in the smoky air. But I was raised with some sense of civilization. I'll offer you a fair deal. That doesn't mean I lack the power to turn on you if negotiation fails. At that, the dragon's patience snapped. It reared back, nostrils flaring, and unleashed a roar so thunderous the ground trembled. With terrifying speed, the ancient beast lunged forward, jaws gaping, rows of ivory teeth gleaming. Jane sprang into action. She threw herself in front of Aaron, eyes glowing bright red. Pain! She cried, gathering her magic into a crackling sphere. A jagged bolt of energy streaked toward the dragon, only to fizzle against its impenetrable hide. The dragon recoiled no more than a breath, snarled in annoyance, and charged on, utterly unfazed by Jane's attack. The dragon hesitated for the briefest moment. Then, as if stung by indignation, it accelerated even more fiercely. A mere vampire dares to challenge me? It seemed to thunder through the wind. Jane's heart skipped a beat at the creature's sudden surge. With its massive wings beating the air and jaws opening in a deafening roar, the dragon closed the distance in seconds. Instinctively, Jane thrust her arms forward. From the shadows erupted dozens of black-flamed chains, whipping through the air to coil around the dragon's legs and neck. The beast roared again, its colossal body shuddering under the strain. But the chains, seared by the dragon's raw power, snapped one after another, her like brittle twigs, gone in less than 2 seconds. Seizing that fleeting opening, Jane uncorked a magic potion and downed it in a single gulp. Flames red as blood burst from her lips, sweeping across the water's surface in a roaring wall of fire. The searing heat raced toward everyone's faces, blotting out the dragon's form in a blinding glare. Pain lanced through the dragon's underbelly. With a strangled cry, it banked upward, beating its mighty wings to escape the blaze. Though the fire was barely a scorch to its armored scales, even a creature of its size prefers not to be burned alive. Jane staggered back, her robes fluttering, her face drained of all color. The violent flurry of spells had sapped her mana almost to nothing. Gasping, she steadied herself with one trembling hand on the ground. "Fall back," she ordered, her voice hoarse but unwavering. Around her, the others hesitated only a heartbeat before obediently retreating, leaving the smoking aftermath of the dragon's furious charge behind them. "You're only a sequence 6, the master chided, and lasting 2 moves is about the best you can manage." "Sorry, master." Jane bowed her head in apology. If she'd remained at sequence 5 as a Crimson Scholar, she might not have fallen so quickly, but digesting a sequence 6 elixir was no easy task. It would be at least another year before its power was fully integrated. Aaron glanced up at the dragon circling above. "Let's talk this through," he said evenly. "Forcing my hand won't do you any good." The dragon gave no sign of wanting peace. Aaron's calm invitation felt more like a challenge, a prelude to dissection, it seemed, and that was intolerable. With a roar, the creature coiled and shot forward, its massive claws spreading wide as if to rend Aaron in 2. Aaron sidestepped the first swipe, then drove his right fist into the dragon's flank. The impact boomed like a cannon shot, blasting the creature hundreds of meters across the sky until it slammed into the mountain, sealing the soul-devouring beast. At this moment, his raw strength measured at capture level 80, his body alone now rivaled that of the great monsters he might one day face. The people of Taro Village stood at the lakeshore, mouths agape. They had always believed their guardian dragon to be invincible, yet here it was, sent tumbling through the air by a single, thunderous punch. A moment later, with a deafening roar, the dragon righted itself and circled back. At the spot where Aaron's fist had struck, the scales glowed a soft white, knitting themselves back together until the wound disappeared. "I didn't come here to fight you," Aaron said evenly, sheathing his gauntlet. "My words just now may have seemed rude, but they were true. I think you understand that by now, so can we talk?" The dragon said nothing. Its enormous golden eyes burned with anger and suspicion. Talk? After taking such a blow, why should it pause? Better to retaliate than squander its momentum. With another furious bellow, the beast dived beneath the water's surface. Seconds later, it burst forth again, its colossal body skimming over the lake. Each scale shimmered with a pale luminescence, and the entire waterscape erupted in an emerald glow. As the dragon ascended, the lake's waves rose and spiked, swirling around the creature in a spiraling dance. Then, as if summoned by its will, the water itself coalesced into a second dragon, over 1,000 meters long, its form carved from the lake's shimmering depths. The people of Taro Village watched with renewed hope. This was the dragon they'd always heard about, formidable enough that even the dreaded Soul Devourer had been utterly powerless against it, and these 2 human combatants were far weaker. Guangbo felt a knot tighten in his chest. Gaius was at risk here. If he fell, who knew what might happen? Ancient tomes claimed that Aaron Gaius's power rivaled the god's own. Perhaps, against the dragon, he could have held his ground, but he wasn't here, and without him, things could go badly. Aaron, however, seemed entirely untroubled. He lifted an eyebrow and called out, "Look at him, just parading the same old draconic tricks. It's lazy fighting, really." The dragon, stung by the insult, reared back and unleashed a deafening roar. Simultaneously, the water dragon answered its call, plunging forward in a cascade of spiked waves. "Master, what should we do?" Jane's voice trembled as she watched the flood of water bearing down upon them. Aaron offered her a calm smile. "Don't worry. It's a minor disturbance, nothing I can't handle." He raised his right hand and traced a precise pattern in the air. Instantly, an orange-red sigil materialized overhead, expanding outward like a rising sun until it formed a protective dome over the battlefield. The incoming waves slammed against it, shattering into harmless spray. Inside the barrier, Aaron stood poised, ready for the next move. Aaron raised his staff, and in an instant a colossal water dragon surged through the air with terrifying force. It tore open a shimmering portal mid-flight and vanished without a splash, leaving Aaron unharmed on the shore. No sooner had he steadied himself than another massive portal yawned overhead. The water dragon reemerged with a deafening roar, jaws agape. In one swift motion, it swallowed the other dragon whole and flung it into the lake's depths. Boom! Waves surged outward, smashing against the banks as steam rose in thick, ghostly plumes. Aaron allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. "Truly, the portal is Kamartaj's greatest magic," he said, voice unruffled. "Though I admit, this is the first time I've ever opened one over a kilometer wide." Along the shoreline, the people of Taro village pressed together, their faces pale with worry. They stamped and whispered among themselves. "The dragon can't be beaten, can it?" one woman asked, her voice shaking. "It's invincible," another villager insisted. "But it's been dragged beneath the water," someone protested. An elder raised a hand for silence. "They struck our dragon by mistake," he explained calmly. "Remember, it is our faith, our guardian of the world." The villagers' voices rose in heated argument. "He'll win for sure." But the dragon sank to the bottom of the lake. Legends say that dragon once sealed the Soul Devourer itself. But enough! Guangbo bellowed, cutting through the clamor. Instantly, the crowd fell silent. He took a deep breath, then approached Aaron with deferential steps. "Master Aaron," he stammered, voice trembling, "the dragon." "Relax," Aaron said with a short laugh. "I'm not foolish enough to get caught unprepared. Have some faith in your patron saint." He turned to face the placid surface of the lake. Closing his eyes, he whispered a phrase in the old draconic tongue. When he opened them again, his grin was confident. "A water dragon bested by water? Ridiculous. I've come to offer a partnership. I need a steady supply of dragon scales, just enough to be worthwhile for both sides. Taro village has plenty to spare, and I guarantee the trade will be mutually beneficial." For a long moment, nothing stirred. Then, a sudden breeze rippled out across the lake, sending concentric waves toward the shore. Yet beneath those faint ripples, the water remained perfectly calm, no sign of the great dragon deep below. "It doesn't matter if you won't come out," Aaron said coolly. "I can always dive in and fetch you myself." Below the surface, the dragon stirred, water cascading off its scales as it rose. This was its home turf. If Aaron actually plunged in, the creature would finally have its chance for revenge. "Tsk," Aaron muttered, lips curling in disdain. "I clearly overrated its courtesy." "Master, are you really going down there?" Jane asked, uncertain. Why bother? Jane thought. They could keep toying with it from shore. If only Aaron didn't have to hide his full power. He was holding back so much. Aaron chuckled darkly. He leaned forward and pressed a fingertip to the lake's glassy surface. In an instant, 2 fiery orange sigils materialized in his palm. "If it refuses to surface," he declared, "we'll just force it up." Bosat's thunder! Jagged streaks of orange-red lightning stabbed into the depths, writhing and snapping under the water. With each surge of Aaron's magic, the bolts multiplied and branched into a dense web across the lakebed. In moments, the entire basin flickered with electric light as the waters churned into a roaring, thunderous pool. From the abyss came a titanic roar, an angry promise of the battle to come. The dragon finally hauled itself from the lake, unwilling to remain submerged any longer. It would have been sheer masochism, and it wasn't in its nature to suffer needlessly. It had only one choice: heed its instincts and surface. "It would have helped if you'd come up sooner," Aaron sneered, eyes cold. "Now look at you, bursting into tears at the sight of a coffin." He stepped closer, voice leveling into business. "As I already explained, Taro village must supply me with a steady stream of materials, chief among them, dragon scales. The other ingredients can fluctuate in quantity. In exchange, I'll send them rare magical reagents to feed and strengthen their exotic creatures. For the villagers themselves, I'll provide potions that detoxify, heal injuries, and restore both body and spirit. Such elixirs will be invaluable in a martial settlement like Taro." He paused, letting his words sink in. "In short, Taro village becomes my raw material base, but under my guarantee of its welfare and sustainable growth. It's a true win-win. Taro gains everything and stands to lose nothing. Shenlong hesitated, then gave a reluctant nod. Despite its misgivings, it could not deny the logic of Aaron's proposal. I can agree to your request, Shenlong said, but the dragon scales, they have special uses, and Taro can't spare many. Aaron frowned. What special uses? Shenlong met his gaze. Only weapons forged from dragon scales can harm soul-eating beasts. Soul-eating beasts? What's that? Shenlong pointed toward the mountain looming behind them. At its summit gaped a vast tunnel, its entrance sealed by interlocking dragon scales that gleamed in the light. Inside is a soul-devouring creature from another world. It grows stronger with each soul it consumes, but it can't break its own seal. Instead, it spawns smaller beastlings to harvest souls and feed its power. For the people of Taro, dragon scales are the only defense against such horrors. Aaron studied the scale barrier, sizing up the threat. Frankly, the so-called soul-eating beast looked more like a minor nuisance, no more formidable than the dragon standing before him. Probably some stray devil who wandered to Earth, got trapped, and has been sealed for thousands of years. He shrugged. All right, he said, let's get to work. I understand. If you're willing to help us take down the soul-devouring beast, Aaron continued, then securing dragon scales will be no issue. Drag him out, Aaron chuckled, shaking his head. I'm here to gather materials, not start fights, but if the beast's reward is rich enough, well, it wouldn't be impossible for me to hand you over. Shenlong's eyes widened for a moment. Then he forced a laugh. Oh, haha, just joking. Don't mind me. The fact is, I need hundreds of dragon scales every month. No less, no more. That won't work, Shenlong muttered under his breath. Without those scales. Quiet, Aaron snapped, cutting him off. Do you think Gaius is stupid? Maybe we don't have scales right now, but we do have a dragon. You. Now that you've emerged from the lake, you're our greatest weapon. Not even the corpse of the soul-devouring beast could defeat you, much less one of its lesser spawn. With you here guarding the village, what need have we to trade in dragon scales? Shenlong clenched his fists. He'd expected to be backed into a corner, but he never thought the boss would turn on his own allies so casually. Still, with no easy way out, he swallowed his resentment and nodded. In the tense silence that followed, the only sound was the lapping of the lake against the shore, and the quiet promise that the real battle was just beginning. Those soul-eating beasts weren't even considered real soldiers, just minor nuisances. Every so often, one or two would surface, only to be cut down almost before they reached land by the defenders of Taro Village. Yet despite the meager payoff, hundreds of would-be hunters clamored for the chance to claim those two heads. It wasn't a grand spectacle. The true challenge was simply stepping onto the battlefield at all. Without that opportunity, who could sleep soundly by the lake? Aaron turned to Shenlong with a wry half-smile. So, delivering 100 dragon scales each month won't be a problem, right? Shenlong blinked in surprise, but quickly shook his head, relief and anxiety mingling on his face. No, not at all. Dragon scales are a strategic resource here in Taro and have been prized for thousands of years. Our standard yield is about 20 scales per month. Chapter 1007. 20 pieces, 20 pieces, Aaron repeated evenly. He didn't live for alchemy alone, and 20 dragon scales a month was more than enough. Besides, with such a small order, he could afford to offer a lower price without incurring any loss. If you like, I could set up a teleportation array here to make trading more convenient. No need, Guangbo replied. A teleportation array would disrupt Taro's stability. Very well, I respect your decision. Aaron smiled, then turned to Guangbo. Beginning next month, I'll open the portal on the 15th. Jane can come then to trade. You'll have ample time to gather the materials I need. Don't let me down. Understood. You have my word. Excellent, Jane, Aaron called as he started to lead her away. But before they'd moved more than a few steps, a faint murmur brushed against his ear, and his heart skipped a beat. Hermione? He froze, eyes widening, and whipped his gaze toward the hill across the lake. Fury flared in his chest. Curse that soul devourer, the creature sealed within me. Aaron's lips curled into a snarl. That whisper hadn't come from Jane at all, but from the one name he never wanted to hear again, Hermione. The soul devourer trapped inside his seal. Aaron's blood burned with fury. The adversary had clearly judged him formidable enough that even Shenlong, the dragon, could barely hold him in check, so he resorted to seduction, hoping to shatter the seal, and he'd done it with the cruelest ploy of all. He took on the voice of the one Aaron missed most. Years of Aaron's steady calm shattered in an instant. "Dragon," Aaron said through gritted teeth, "I need to ask you something. If I cast magic here in the Tarot secret realm, will anyone outside sense it?" Shenlong's scaled brow furrowed. "You just used magic, didn't you?" "I did." Aaron pressed a thumb to the emerald ring he wore. "But that was Kamartaj magic, ancient, reliable, woven into this universe for millennia. It's my own power. What concerns me is if I draw on Gaius's magic, will the outside world detect that?" The great dragon hesitated, then answered cautiously, "I can only guarantee that the villagers of Tarot won't spread word of it. Beyond that, I cannot be sure." Aaron snorted, helpful as ever. He flexed his hand, watching the emerald gleam in the dim light of the secret realm. In a place like this, every stirring of power risked reaching beyond the veil. He needed his aura sealed tight. Thankfully, Ancestor Horn had seen this day coming and left him a precious gift, a ring that hid his magical signature entirely. With that ring in place, Aaron felt the tension ease from his shoulders. No whispers could betray him now. No prying eyes could trace his power to its source. He glanced at Shenlong with a half-smile that didn't reach his eyes. "All right, dragon, let's see how deep this rabbit hole goes." He turned away from the gigantic form of the dragon and strode deeper into the secret realm, every step measured, every heartbeat a promise of the storm he was about to unleash. Unless you saw it with your own eyes, no one would suspect he'd used magic, let alone magic from another universe. "Hope you don't mind if I teach the Soul Devourer a lesson," Aaron said, smiling. But the chill in his voice sent a shiver down Shenlong's and Guangbo's spines, as though the god of death's own scythe hovered at their necks. They exchanged a single telling glance. If either of them dared object now, Aaron would kill them without hesitation. "We don't mind," they replied in unison. Aaron's lips curled in approval. He snapped his fingers, and a wisp of pale flame appeared atop his fingertip. Bringing his finger to his mouth, he inhaled and then blew gently. In an instant, the tiny blaze erupted, swelling into a titanic dragon of fire, its undulating body dozens of meters long, its wings beating the air into a furnace. Shenlong backed away, awe and fear mingling in his eyes. "What sort of flame is that?" he murmured. He could feel its power pressing against him, threatening to infect him, and he knew that, were he to resist, he'd have to expend even more of his divine strength to shake it off. Aaron stood before the ancient red seal carved into the cavern wall. He raised his hand, voice calm and steady. "Lihuo, the fire that burns the soul, is the natural enemy of a soul eater. Release it." In an instant, the flame dragon burst forth from his palm, its scales gleaming with white-hot fire. With a deafening roar, Lihuo lunged at the seal like a living comet. Guangbo's eyes widened in alarm. "That blast will shatter the seal," Aaron smirked. "If that barrier were made of paper, it wouldn't matter. I have no intention of letting this beast escape." From within the crimson barrier came the Soul Devourer's pleading voice, a sinister whisper that twisted Aaron's name on its tongue. But before it could lure him into hesitation, the seal's surface erupted in brilliant white flame. Lihuo's fire struck true, cleaving through the darkness and incinerating the demon's very essence. A howl of agony shook the cavern. The Soul Devourer's shriek echoed against the walls as the soul-scorching flames dug deeper into its core. Embers surged, and the demon's tortured cries rattled the seal. Aaron's expression never wavered. "I don't care about your suffering," he said softly, "but don't presume you can sway me with borrowed voices." He snapped his fingers and tore open a small, fist-sized portal behind the seal. Through that rip in reality, he hurled a sphere of emerald energy directly into Lihuo's midst. A muffled explosion thundered from within the sealed chamber, and the demon's agonized screams escalated into a frenzy. The seal quivered, its scarlet glow flickering violently as the soul-devouring abomination writhed on the other side, trapped, tormented, and utterly helpless. "Master, what was that just now?" Jane asked, her curiosity clear in her bright eyes. "Those were toxins," Aaron replied curtly. "The raging flame can hold a soul devourer in check, but it won't finish it off. These compounds won't kill it either, but they sap its strength and overload its pain receptors, making the agony of a soul burn unimaginably intense. It will remember this torment for the rest of its existence. Jane offered a small, admiring smile. Master is wise. Aaron cast a dismissive glance at the seal before them. Let's go. Without another word, he turned and strode away. Jane fell into step beside him. Inside the sealed chamber, the soul-devouring beast writhed in misery. Its translucent flesh was scarred by blackened burns, 2 wings lay shattered, and half its head had been shattered away. Yet those physical wounds were nothing compared to the damage done to its spirit. The raging flame consumes souls, and the soul devourer's power comes from feeding on them. Had it not been forced to divert most of its soul energy into eliminating Li Huo, Aaron's flames would have reduced it to ash. Now, all that remained within those shattered bindings was regret and unbearable pain. How had it been so foolish as to challenge this man? I'm not sure how long it will take me to recover from these injuries, but it's too late to turn back now. I have no choice but to enter a deep, restorative sleep and hope I wake in time. Snap! An orange-red energy whip lashed across Aaron's shoulder with brutal force. The impish boy gripped the whip with fierce concentration, every strike delivered in a blur of speed and precision. Aaron, by contrast, remained unnervingly calm. Not a muscle in his face twitched as he barely shifted his stance, letting the crackling weapon slice harmlessly past. Good power, Aaron observed quietly, but far too predictable. The boy's eyes flashed. He spun, unleashing a second assault, the whip slithering through the air in brilliant arcs that made it impossible to see clearly. Aaron took a measured breath, then calmly reached out with his right hand. In a single, fluid motion, he caught the whip mid-swing and yanked it hard. The surprised youth let out a startled cry as he was flung off balance, crashing to the flow or in a spray of sparks and debris. Aaron stepped forward, a wry smile on his lips. "You've got strength," he said, "but speed alone won't win this fight." "How do you feel?" Aaron asked, his voice steady as he watched the boy flex his stiff muscles. "Terrible," the boy admitted with a rueful grin. "I thought you'd have caught me." Aaron shook his head. "That's how they do it in the movies. In a real fight, you can't count on a lucky save. When I was training, my butler beat me mercilessly. Only by feeling the pain did I learn to avoid it." "Right, master," the boy said, offering a playful salute. "You always know best." Aaron's lips curved into a small smile. "And don't forget to call me master." "With pleasure, master," the boy replied, leaping to his feet. He spun once on the balls of his feet, then planted himself in a firm stance. "See for yourself. My foundation is rock solid. My angles are sharper, my power more focused, and my accuracy has never been better. No mistakes today." Aaron studied him for a long moment, then nodded approvingly. "That's exactly the progress I wanted to see." "Thanks for the compliment," she admitted, dropping her gaze, "but thinking back on it now, I feel a little disappointed in myself." "Same here," Aaron muttered, flicking her lightly on the forehead. "Theory and real combat are 2 different things. You have to treat me as if I were your greatest enemy, your rival, if you want to perform at your best. This isn't just a sparring session, it's your first real test. I didn't expect you to outshine me, but I did expect you to give it your all." She winced and whispered, "I know, I shouldn't have taken it lightly." "Then prove it." Aaron folded his arms and raised an eyebrow. "I swear I'm serious this time," she promised, steeling herself. Without another word, she hurried back to her starting spot. Raising her hand, she summoned an orange-red energy whip that crackled through the air. Her heart pounded as she steadied her grip, resolve shining in her eyes. In the next instant, she lashed out with a swift feint, then drove the whip toward Aaron's left flank. Her movements were quick, precise, and undeniably earnest. Aaron instinctively raised his left hand, summoning the energy whip as he had moments before. He let out a soft sigh of disappointment. Then, almost as if on cue, the whip dissolved into nothingness. The young troublemaker didn't hesitate for a second. He spun on his heel and lashed out from the opposite side with a freshly formed whip. Aaron's lips curved into a faint smile as he took 2 deliberate steps back, the crackling whip missing him by inches. "Now that's progress," he said. "Remember, you're a mage. The energy whip exists only as long as you feed it magic. Stop channeling mana, and it simply ceases to be." Again, the boy challenged without pausing for breath. Almost too fast to follow, two energy whips sprang into being, one arcing in from the left, the other from the right. They cracked and whipped through the air in a relentless, accelerating rhythm. Aaron tracked every move, ducking under a strike here, raising his forearm for a block there. With each collision, sparks of orange and red showered the floor like miniature fireworks. Bit by bit, the strain began to show. The boy's arms trembled, small beads of sweat forming at his brow. His breaths came faster now, evidence that his magical reserves were being pushed to their limit. Yet even as fatigue crept in, his eyes burned with determination, eager for one more round. Aaron didn't hesitate. The moment she faltered, he vanished and reappeared before her in a heartbeat, a single finger pressing lightly against her forehead. "Giving up already?" he teased. The impish girl pouted, sounding more annoyed than hurt. "This isn't fair." From the start, her attacks had been useless. She specialized in long-range energy whips, while Aaron had effortlessly closed the gap. He cocked his head, feigning innocence. "Did I even use magic?" she scowled. "No. Or weapons," he continued, his tone amused. "So tell me, what's wrong with outmaneuvering a ranged fighter, sneaking in close, and landing a decisive blow?" Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Still, I'm certain no ordinary person could withstand my energy whip." Aaron laughed softly. "Ordinary people? Do you really think your future enemies will be ordinary?" He stepped back, his eyes serious now. "You're safe here at the Mutant Academy under Charles Xavier's protection, one of the few sanctuaries left for our kind. But make no mistake, someday, humans and mutants will clash. And when that day comes, you'll need more than energy whips to stay standing. By the time you face hardened soldiers, enhanced super soldiers, even opponents with true superpowers, the moves I just demonstrated will seem like child's play." And they were all executed bare-handed. The boy, his cheeks still flushed, pursed his lips and asked hesitantly, "You'll still protect me, won't you?" Aaron gave him a calm, knowing look. "Of course I will, but only as a last resort. Otherwise, why else would I bring you here to train?" "I understand," the boy murmured, determination sparking in his eyes. He straightened, cracked his knuckles, and challenged. "Then continue. Teach me what defeat really feels like." Aaron backed up 10 paces and called out, "Begin!" Snap! The boy's orange-red whip lashed forward like a living thing, aimed straight at Aaron's face. Aaron didn't flinch. He shifted his hips, leaned his torso just enough to let the whip hiss past, then exploded forward in a single fluid motion. The boy snorted, pivoting on one heel as he flicked his wrist. The whip danced through the air in blazing arcs, dozens of fiery shadows striking with brutal intent. Yet Aaron pressed on, his eyes flashing with focus. He wove through the barrage, closing the distance despite the crackling weapon that threatened to tear him apart. And he never stopped. Aaron timed it perfectly. As the energy whip arced toward him, he caught it mid-air and, capitalizing on the moment, swept her legs out from under her. With a sharp thud, the little troublemaker hit the floor, and before she even had a chance to react, Aaron's fingertip was pressed lightly against her forehead. "Using your whip to keep me at arm's length is a good start," he said. "But you're not quite there yet." The girl shot him a fierce glare. Again. They reset their positions. No sooner had she summoned the crackling whip than a bullet whizzed past her ear. "Ha!" She forced a bitter laugh. "That's cheating." Aaron turned to face her, expression calm. "Not cheating. This is reality. Get used to it. This is the kind of thing mutants will run into every day." She fell silent. If the human world ever decided to strike the academy, they wouldn't come unprepared. They'd bring guns, and plenty of them. No matter how skilled she grew with her whip, she'd have to stand down in the face of a hail of bullets. "Under normal circumstances, the energy whip is more than enough," Aaron said, "but in truly extraordinary situations, it can fall short." The little troublemaker piped up. "When will I learn other spells? I pick things up so quickly." Aaron smiled. "You do. Your progress has been impressive. But don't rush ahead. First, you must master the whip, and you can't stop practicing the Patronus charm. Right now, you can only conjure a simple shield. Without a fully formed Patronus, the charm has no real power." "I promise I won't slack off," the boy insisted. "But tell me, when will I be proficient?" With a sharp snap of his fingers, Aaron sent a pool of inky shadow rippling across the floor. From its depths, a figure materialized, a silent, hooded ninja who knelt on one knee before him, cloaked in darkness, yet radiating quiet strength. Chapter 1008. Allow me to introduce you to my shadow ninja, Aaron said, sweeping a hand toward the figure at his side. You can think of him as a soldier under my command. The kid stared, taken aback by the ninja's glowing crimson eyes and dark red pupils. A shiver ran down his spine. A soldier? If you like, call him a minion, Aaron replied with a grin. You're kidding. Do I look like I kid around? Aaron straightened his shoulders. Remember, I am the master of the shadow dimension. I command countless warriors like him, though only a few can manifest in our world at once. The kid's eyes narrowed. So to learn the magic of the next Camartage, I have to beat him? That's right, Aaron confirmed. He's nowhere near my level, more like a standard special forces operative at best. Then let's see what he's got. The kid took a steadying breath, bracing himself. Aaron waved his hand and cleared a circle around them, giving ample room for the duel. In an instant, crackling energy gathered at the kid's fingertips and coalesced into a fiery, orange-red whip. Across from him, the shadow ninja moved with trademark precision, drawing a sleek samurai sword from his back. With a wordless signal, they lunged at each other. The kid lashed out with the energy whip, its coils hissing through the air. The shadow ninja met the attack head-on, blade flashing as it caught the crackling tendrils. Sparks erupted where energy collided with steel, and the two adversaries began their fierce, silent dance, one wielding mystical force, the other the cold edge of ancient steel. Let's begin. Aaron's command cut through the tension in the air. Little Naughty sprang into action, cracking her fiery orange-red energy whip toward the black-cloaked ninja. He didn't dodge. Instead, he met the whip head-on, swinging his samurai sword in a single, fluid motion. Sparks erupted as the glowing lash wrapped around the blade. Seizing the moment, Little Naughty lashed out with her other whip, aiming for his flank. Victory seemed certain. She could already taste it. A triumphant smile tugged at her lips. But the ninja was far from defeated. He abandoned his sword mid-spin, executing a perfect backflip that sent the second whip sailing harmlessly past him. Landing lightly on his feet, he wasted no time, springing forward in a blur. Not so fast! Little Naughty snorted. She whirled both whips overhead, their crackling arcs of energy cut through the air like twin lightning bolts, hissing toward her opponent. Sensing the tide turning, the black-cloaked ninja dropped low and darted across the ground on silent feet, closing the distance with deadly purpose. He sprang up in an instant, crossing his arms as icy light danced across his fingertips. With a whoosh, two blazing orange-red whips shot out from his sleeves, lashing both sides of the black-clad ninja. The impact sent the ninja reeling, his form dissolving into a wisp of smoke. This counts as a win, Tauki panted, lowering his arms as the smoke drifted away. Aaron stroked his chin, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Tauki glared. You promised, defeat him, and I learn the next spell. You're not keeping your word. Aaron broke into a carefree grin. All right, you performed well. Just well? Tauki crossed his arms. You said that Black Shadow Ninja was on par with a regular special ops soldier, yet no ordinary soldier can leap several meters into the air. Aaron waved a hand dismissively. I didn't say he literally is a special ops trooper. I meant his overall capabilities match one. I didn't claim every attribute, especially agility, matches exactly. Tauki sighed, shaking his head. Got it. He couldn't believe any soldier would put every point into jumping. Aaron's grin deepened. Very good. Now, let's move on to your next lesson. What magic should I learn next? Xiao Tauki asked, her voice bright with curiosity. First, clean up the floor, Aaron replied calmly. Xiao Tauki looked down in confusion, then froze. A dozen razor-sharp darts hovered inches above her, feet, forming a deadly circle around her. She swallowed hard. When did you? Just before your whip was about to strike that Black Shadow Ninja, Aaron said, wearing a mysterious smile. At this point, you're already dead. Xiao Tauki's face paled. She'd thought she'd won, but Aaron's words made her victory feel hollow. No, that doesn't count. She bit her lip. I won't learn the next spell until I can really beat the Black Shadow Ninja. Aaron shook his head, still smiling. I pride myself on keeping my word, but honestly, that detail isn't important. Ready for the next lesson? He held up his hands and traced an intricate pattern in the air. Slowly, an orange-red magic circle coalesced on the ground. "Behold the summoning circle for the Ring of Ragador," Aaron announced. "This is the magic circle you must master next." "Follow the sequence I just drew," Aaron instructed, pointing at the glowing lines on the slate. "Channel your magical energy along those strokes to form the circle. Whenever you have free time, practice on paper to improve, but don't let anyone else see your notes." The boy nodded eagerly, then looked up with bright eyes. "When will this spell be considered mastered?" Without a word, Aaron made a fist. Instantly, an orange-red glyph materialized in midair around his knuckles, pulsing with arcane power. "Like this," he said. "When you can summon it at will, you've passed." The youngster let out a breathy "oh" of wonder. "Almost," Aaron added, rising and taking his place at the head of the long table. "We still need the rest of our team." At his command, a row of shimmering silhouettes flickered into view around them. In a heartbeat, each illusion solidified into flesh and bone. Banner offered a warm smile as she approached the boy. "A new face. Welcome to the fold." Hello, Dr. Banner," he replied, voice tentative. He'd known that one of Aaron's allies was an Avenger, but standing before a real superhero still made his heart race. After all, someone like her captured the imagination of girls his age, and now he was in her presence. "Okay, everyone, pick a seat and make yourselves comfortable," Aaron said with a friendly grin. All eyes turned to the shy newcomer as she slid onto the first chair to Aaron's left. She tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and whispered, "My name is Anna Marie. You can call me Little Rogue." Naga leaned forward with a teasing smile. "That's it? Little sis, don't be so nervous. Anything else you want to tell us?" Anna's cheeks went pink. She hesitated for a moment, then spoke in a small voice. "I'm a mutant. My power lets me absorb someone's abilities, or even their life force, just by touching them." A hush fell over the room. Everyone's attention shifted to Bucky, whose eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Why are you looking at me?" he said, sounding a bit uneasy. "She's not on the Sentinel Service's wanted list. Either her power hasn't been publicly exposed, or she hasn't done anything wrong with it." Anna took a steadying breath. "I'm enrolled at Professor Charles Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. I'm under his tutelage." A moment of understanding passed between them as the group absorbed her words. Aaron offered Anna an encouraging nod. "Welcome to the team, Anna Marie. That's no surprise," Bucky said with a shrug. "Xavier's mutants are under Charles's protection. Nobody dares make a move in plain sight." Banner nodded. "True, but honestly, your ability is dangerous. Can you control it yet?" The little girl fiddled with her fingers. "I couldn't before, but now I manage it, mostly." At once, Banner sat up straighter, an idea forming in his mind. No wonder Aaron had taken a special interest in her. It had to be another deal, just like the one he'd struck. Naga leaned forward, a teasing grin on his face. "Kiddo," he prompted, "you still haven't told us everything. Where did you come from? What's your current rank?" The girl's eyes went wide. "Rank? Path?" "The path of the gods," Naga said, then checked himself. "Wait, Master, did Nick give you the elixir?" She blinked, confusion plain on her face, and glanced at Aaron. "Elixir? I don't know what you mean." Aaron rose and produced a small vial, its contents glimmering. "This potion lets mortals climb, step by step, to godhood." Here's a polished, coherent rewrite of the chapter. The spirit mage laid out the tiered hierarchy with slow precision. "We measure power by sequences. Sequence 9 down to 8 are the low ranks, 7 through 5, the mid ranks, 4 and 3, the demigods, 2 and 1, the angels, and sequence 0 marks true divinity." She paused, letting the weight of her words sink in. "But each step up the ladder demands more. Each potion stage must be fully metabolized, and as you climb, the strain grows exponentially. To reach godhood could take centuries, even millennia. Among my 11 dependents, only Yak, Ramon, and Naga possess the innate potential to press on to sequence 0. The rest of you can, at best, aspire only to the angelic tier, unless you accomplish deeds great enough to rewrite destiny. Even then, remember, angels live long and wield tremendous power. Their lives are anything but insignificant." A small figure in the back, a mischievous child with eyes brimming with protest, stomped a foot. "But I have nothing," she burst out, voice ringing with genuine grievance. Unlike her companions, she felt entirely shut out of the divine ascent. She didn't crave endless life or celestial authority. She only hated being the sole favorite without a clear path forward. Slytherin, tall, composed, his cloak trailing like a shadow, cleared his throat softly. "You do have something," he murmured, stepping forward. "Belonging and the chance to grow. Don't judge your worth by titles alone." Gently, he laid a hand on her shoulder, offering reassurance. Though the road to godhood was barred for most, the promise of power and the bonds they shared remained, and that, he seemed to say, was no small gift. "Self-righteous prude," Lorelei snorted. "Let's be clear, he didn't forsake the path of God because he couldn't handle it. He simply doesn't need it. He'll ascend to godhood on his own, just like our revered master." Aaron's lips twitched in annoyance. "If you stay silent, no one will mistake you for a fool. I'm only trying to make sure this little girl isn't led astray." Lorelei rolled her eyes. An injured woman isn't so easy to dupe. From the shadows, Slytherin's satisfied chuckle cut through the tension. No need for coaxing. The contract's already been signed. At that declaration, Lorelei relaxed. The deal was sealed. There was no room left for deceit. "Spare me any complaining," she muttered. Aaron turned his steely gaze toward the child standing before them, a mischievous boy masquerading in a dress. "I'm not granting you the path of God because you're utterly unprepared for it. The journey is endless and brutal, and just being a mutant will upheave your entire life. Without my intervention, you'd already be on death's door, or worse, gone forever. Offering you another divine path now would be nothing but a waste. You have neither the time, the strength, nor the patience to master such a sacred elixir. That's why I've made other arrangements for you. Even if your power never matches theirs, your rank and standing won't be any lower." The little rascal's eyes brimmed with tears and a wide grin. "You're serious?" "Absolutely. The Gaius family lives by its word. Every promise is as firm as iron." Aaron's tone was solemn as he swept his gaze across the assembled guests. "Now, allow me to introduce Anna Marie, my dependent and my student." "A student?" Naga's brow shot up. "Master, you actually taught her magic?" "Of course." Ramon cut in, nodding toward the youngster with a friendly grin. "She's not just any apprentice. She's his very first, and as a contracted dependent, she commands more attention and resources than any of us. Trust me, you'll want to cultivate her favor." Aaron stepped forward again. "My plan is to train Anna Marie as my agent." "What's an agent?" He paused, then spent the next few minutes laying out the role in exacting detail. One who absorbs and stores magical energy, channels it on command, and wields it under the master's guidance. As he spoke, puzzled looks passed among the listeners. Their eyes drifted back to the small figure at Aaron's side. This little prodigy who, by contract and by tutelage, now stood shoulder to shoulder with the great mages of the Gaius family. An artificial magician, so that's how mutant powers can be harnessed. Compared to his other disciples, the little prankster is truly an elite asset. No wonder Aaron values her so highly. Her cost-effectiveness is unrivaled. "All right," Aaron declared once the introductions were complete. "Let's move on to the next item on the agenda. I want each of you to report your sequence rank." He pivoted in his chair to face Yak. "Let's start with you." Yak Moans rose and bowed respectfully. "Yak Moans, Fortune Teller Path, Sequence 7, Magician. Ramon Lancelot, Thief Path, Sequence 7, Decryption Scholar." One by one, the others stood and announced themselves. Naga Chartier, Assassin Path, Sequence 7, Witch. Frank Custer, Arbitrator Path, Sequence Interrogator. Bruce Banner, Monster Path, Sequence 7, Lucky Man. Jane Volturi, Pharmacist Path, Sequence 6, Potions Professor. James Barnes, Warrior Path, Sequence 8, Fighter. Chanter Path, Sequence 8, Prayer of Light. Lorelei, Farmer Path, Sequence 8, Pharmacist. Aaron listened to each report with calm assurance. It was relatively easy to climb the ranks in the lower sequences, but once you hit the mid-levels, the pace of assimilating new potions slowed dramatically. Steady progress here was what truly separated the promising adepts from those who'd stagnate. "Looks like only Bucky, and Lorelei have a shot at promotion next session. The rest of us will probably stay right where we are," the director announced. "All right, let's go around and give updates. Slytherin, you're up." Slytherin cleared her throat. "There's nothing new on Bohart Star. Universal Capsule Co. is running smoothly, and our farms and ranches have reached a stable pace of growth. The only hitch is that demand for high-tier fantasy ingredients is still off the charts. You know what that means. Aaron nodded, though he was already muttering under his breath. Upgrading his gourmet cells meant an endless appetite for ever more exotic delicacies, and the rarer the ingredient, the bigger the bonus. But those fantasy items were virtually impossible to come by, a 1 in a million drop rate, even after downing a luck elixir. Fortunately, every rare ingredient he'd ever bought was cataloged in his gourmet compendium. Thanks to that record, he could reorder them on demand. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have known how to spend all his credits. Aaron pushed away the empty platters with a faint sigh. In earlier days, delicacies like gem meat, rainbow fruit, and even the fabled puffer whale would have sent his strength soaring. Now that his physical fitness had climbed into the 80s, their benefits were barely noticeable. Aaron forced a small smile. "All right, I'll do my best." He glanced around the chamber. "Who's next?" "Master," Gel called softly, lifting one hand as if mustering the strength to stand. "I've almost finished compiling the code you asked for. It can be ready for release before our next assembly." Aaron's brow lifted. "Code? What kind of code?" Little Naughty leaned forward, eyes bright with interest. "Yes, what is it?" Banner stood and cleared his throat. "Think of it as our own scripture, our version of the Bible. Don't you agree it looks a little lonely having only us as followers of the Master, the God of the Covenant?" Aaron's smile grew more genuine this time. "Then let's share his teachings far and wide." Gel nodded, relief washing over his face. Around the room, the others exchanged excited glances. Before long, their little circle of believers would become an unshakable legion. Chapter 1009. Click, click. The mechanical lids of the boy's ocular implant fluttered as he stared at them, wide-eyed and bewildered. "So everything Nagel told me was just made up?" Banner smiled and shook his head. "Exactly. Myths are everywhere. Earth has its legends, and every civilized world in the galaxy has its own. They may not be literally true, but they're full of insights worth studying." The boy frowned. "And you're actually going to write them down?" Gear nodded, his expression serious. "I've been planning this for some time. When we compiled the codex, we incorporated the 9th sequence of the Singer's Path. Every tale we've chosen, not just its plot but its purpose and core values, is logically sound. These stories celebrate the equality of all beings, inspire people toward kindness and courage, and radiate genuine positive energy." The boy's confusion gave way to quiet excitement. In that moment, aboard the humming starship, all three understood their new mission: to gather these galactic legends, polish them into living wisdom, and share them across the universe, one uplifting story at a time. Frank shot Aaron an impish grin and gave him a thumbs up. "You're seriously something else." Aaron shrugged, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Don't sell yourself short. You're the one who set the whole thing up." Frank's grin widened. "Truth or rumor, it hardly matters. Like Norse sagas or the tales of Olympus, real events usually turn out quite different from the legends." Aaron nodded. "Exactly. I had Gear draft our own divine code, not because I crave worship, though a few followers wouldn't hurt, but to bring order to my spiritual realm. Every world needs a solid legal foundation." At Aaron's side, Gear, god of contracts, bowed respectfully. "Master, once the code is complete, what are our next steps?" "We'll publish it as a book on Bohart Star," Aaron explained. "Think of it as a trial run. Bohart's economy thrives on constant trade, so it's the perfect place to test how well your contract laws hold up in practice." Gear's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "Understood. I'll prepare the manuscript at once." Frank folded his arms, satisfaction written on his face. "I can't wait to see how the galaxy reacts when these new rules go live." Aaron allowed himself a small smile. Let the experiment begin. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead in the Sentinel Secret Service's secure briefing room. Seated around the long steel table were agents of every discipline: tracking, combat, intel. At the head sat the director, known only as Master, whose cold eyes swept down the roster. Master tapped his pen on the table. "Report." Bucky Barnes rose and cleared his throat. "Sir, we're zeroing in on a mutant cell with serious potential." Bruce Banner frowned from his seat across the table. "We've got dozens of mutant groups under surveillance. What makes this one special?" Bucky met his gaze. "Their leader is a girl with powers almost identical to Magneto's, magnetokinesis. Granted, hers are at best a third-tier level compared to Magneto's Omega-class mastery, but she's proven dangerously resourceful. She's slipped through our net more than once. He paused, addressing a misconception. Also, I want to be clear. I'm here as foreign support. I don't officially belong to the Sentinel Secret Service. My mission is to assist in neutralizing mutant threats that local forces can't handle, minimizing collateral damage and civilian casualties. From the back of the room, a wiry teenager with a mischievous grin leaned forward. Any chance Magneto's backing her? Bucky shrugged. We have no intelligence tying him to this cell. Still, she's proven too elusive for routine containment. Before anyone could reply, Frank Castle's gravelly voice cut through the tension. Elusive or not, you'll catch her soon enough. Bucky met Frank's gaze coolly. You might say that now, but until you felt the full extent of her magnetic assault, you won't know what real danger looks like. Silence settled over the room as everyone absorbed the warning. The next operation was set, a race against time to stop a rising mutant threat before it could grow beyond control. The resources at the Sentinel Secret Service's disposal far outmatch anything the mutants can muster. A single, well-placed strike could splinter their fragile organization. It's only a matter of time before they're picked off one by one. Like a flock of sheep threatened by wolves, mutants must seek protection under a watchful shepherd. For them, the warmest sanctuary is Professor Xavier's school. That's the truth. Words alone won't change things, Bucky said with a shrug. And there's worse. The lab's developing collars that can nullify mutant powers. Once they perfect those, our situation will become even more desperate. He bit his lip as if he had more to say but didn't quite know how to put it. Aaron leaned forward, steepling his fingers. Keep an eye on that girl with magnetic abilities. Arc and dig into her family history. There might be some unexpected leverage there. Consider it done, came the reply. Sentinel operatives are already on her trail. Next? Me. Frank raised his hand. I picked up 2 pieces of bad news on my last mission. One involves vampires. Jane, have you heard anything on that front lately? Jane shook her head. No, I've formally resigned from the Volturi and abandoned the vampire world. Besides, I'm bound to the master's side in the divination house. I won't leave unless something serious happens. Aaron frowned. I thought you already knew. Knew what? Someone's asking about Gaius. Aaron looked stunned. About Gaius? Who? Jane drew a steady breath. An ancient vampire of the Dracula bloodline. He's gone so far as to issue a direct order, locate this special Gaius, and secure his blood. Silence settled over them. Then Jane continued, her voice tinged with unease. This Dracula vampire, he's been alive for centuries and insists on the title of Count. No one's ever laid eyes on him. He shuns sunlight, subsists on vats of blood, and worse, he preys on his own kind. Frank's eyes widened. Cannibalism among vampires? It reminds me of those red hermit crabs from Hermit Island, Jane murmured, shivering. I always thought the stories about vampires feeding on other vampires' strength were mere legend, she added, voice edged with fear. Luckily, the Volturi aren't from that line. Aaron gave a wry smile. I've been around centuries, but I'm half dead. I don't make waves. So what's the other bad news? Frank's expression turned grim. A ghost rider has emerged from hell, a flaming skeletal knight who hunts by night, and he's on the trail of Gaius. His first appearance was in Cairo. Aaron swore under his breath. Hellfire. I can handle a crippled vampire, but this, the good days are over. Frank nodded. He's only shown up a handful of times. He isn't after ordinary men named Gaius, those with IDs, families, lives. He hunts purpose-driven souls, vagrants, gang members, street wanderers. But Gaius, alone and unique, is his prime target. Once he tracks down each Gaius, he delivers judgment with those burning eyes. There are only 2 possible outcomes. If he's the one, you're guilty. If he's not, you're innocent. The guilty will be reduced to ashes, while the innocent go free immediately. I doubt the Ghost Rider will pose any real threat in the short term. Aaron groaned and rubbed his temples. I knew as soon as the apocalypse broke the seal, someone would come looking for me, but I didn't expect them to be so crude. Slytherin let out a triumphant chuckle. Should we go into hiding? Aaron waved him off. No need. Unless I volunteer my location, these vampires in Hellspawn don't have the subtlety to track me down. And even if they did find me, what could they do? Those low-ranking Karami agents are no match for me. Their big boss won't bother intervening personally, and even if he did, he'd be hamstrung by so many rules he couldn't land a blow. Worst case, I cut and run. I've laid plenty of escape routes already. It's my turn. Banner took a steadying breath. I've been spending a lot of time at the Avengers compound lately. Captain Steve has brought on several new reserve members, Sam Wilson, the Falcon, Vision, who's growing more human by the day, and Wanda Maximoff. Bucky chuckled. Steve asked me to join as well, he said, half in jest, but I turned him down. Banner hesitated, then plunged ahead. I wanted to ask you, Master, if there's any way to regenerate a person's lost limbs. Aaron raised an eyebrow. Why do you bring this up now? Banner's voice faltered. Natasha, back when she was training in the Red Room, they performed a sterilization procedure on her. It left her haunted, both physically and in her dreams. She's desperate to feel whole again. Is there any chance of reversing what they did? Aaron leaned back, studying Banner's troubled expression. Regenerating severed tissue is one thing, he said slowly, but restoring what was deliberately destroyed, that's far more complicated. Still, I'll see what I can do. He paused, meeting Banner's gaze. Tell me everything you know about her condition. The more details, the better chance we have at finding a solution. Bruce Banner sat in Aaron's cramped lab, his mind still buzzing from Natasha's words. I want to live like a normal woman, get married, have children. It was the most human thing she'd ever confessed, and it both thrilled and terrified him. Aaron rolled his eyes. True love? Huh? I never thought I'd see a pair crazier than Fitz and Simmons, but you two have set a new bar. Look, Bruce, I don't mean to insult female agents. God knows Natasha's one of the best, but she's the kind who can pull a trigger without hesitation if it saves the mission. Someone like that doesn't just fall in love. You might be reading into things that aren't really there. Banner forced a wry smile, unwilling to admit Aaron might be right. Call it sympathy if you like. Fine, Aaron said, waving a hand dismissively. But there is a way to turn your daydream into reality. You know I moonlight as a regeneration technician, right? Restoring damaged tissues is my specialty. Bruce sat up straighter. Tell me how it works. With a flourish, Aaron tapped a schematic on his tablet. This is the regeneration seed, a microscopic bionanite designed to reconstruct human cells. You supply a DNA sample, say a lock of hair, and that acts as the seedbed. The nanites use her genetic code to rebuild every layer of tissue, right down to the reproductive organs she's lost. Within days, she'd be fully restored, physically whole again. Bruce's eyes lit with hope. And the side effects? Minimal. Maybe a fever, temporary fatigue, nothing serious. Ethically, we're in the clear. It's controlled, precise, and I've run the simulations dozens of times. Banner leaned back, relief flooding him. If Aaron's method worked, Natasha could finally have the family she'd always wanted, and maybe, just maybe, a future with him in it. Aaron leaned forward, fixing Bruce with a steady gaze. As soon as the regeneration seed is implanted into a wound, it begins to integrate with the host's cells, he explained. Over time, it promotes tissue growth and accelerates healing. Given Natasha Romanoff's peak physical condition, I expect she'll be fully restored in no more than 6 months. Bruce Banner's eyes widened. That actually works. I always assumed something like this was pure magic. Aaron smiled wryly. Magic, yes, but subtle. I don't flaunt it unless absolutely necessary. If my identity stays hidden, I'd rather not break out the spells in front of the others. Bruce waved off the objection. No problem. I'd like one of those seeds myself. I can provide you with one, Aaron replied, but there are a few important precautions. Before he could continue, Bruce interrupted with a playful, conspiratorial look. Don't worry about Wanda Maximoff. I'll take good care of her. Aaron rolled his eyes. Glad to hear it, Bruce, but do me a favor. Let me finish my explanation first. These seeds come with very specific instructions. Dr. Chen's express, Scion was grave as he laid out the procedure. The first seed is extremely delicate. If it fractures before implantation, all our efforts will be for nothing. The second, the true regeneration seed, demands a massive outpouring of life energy. Without an uninterrupted flow of nutrients during the healing phase, the seed will literally draw her dry. Bruce Banner frowned. That shouldn't be a problem. The Avengers have more than enough resources to keep her well-fed and healthy. Dr. Chen shook his head. You're underestimating the strain. By the time the regeneration seed activates, she'll be as weakened as someone who's gone 10 days without food. She could collapse at any moment. Banner's eyes narrowed. Then what do you recommend? Forget ordinary nutritional supplements, Dr. Chen said. You need potent magical elixirs, what I call all-purpose potions. Failing that, I can supply you with dream essence ingredients. Their concentrated nutrients and life force are exactly what the regeneration seed needs to rebuild tissue without exhausting her own reserves. Bruce ran a hand through his hair. Understood, I'll make the arrangements. Dr. Chen stood. One more thing, the regeneration seed can't simply be shipped overnight. You'll have to come here in person to collect it. As for Natasha's advice, well, that's between you two. Banner nodded. Consider it done. All right, that's clear. Bucky studied his metal arm, its polished surface catching the light. If this regenerative seed is really as powerful as you say, could it restore my arm to flesh and blood? He forced a shrug. The cybernetic limb was effective, but it was Hydra tech, an ever-present reminder of his brainwashing and the long years he spent frozen. He wanted something that was truly his own again. The Beyonder shook his head. In theory, yes, but I wouldn't recommend it. Even with your Sequence 8 status, fully regrowing an arm would take years of continuous regeneration, and you'd be trading away a heavy investment in combat power. That metal arm and Steve's shield function like extensions of your body. Remove one, and your effectiveness drops off sharply. More importantly, you're already climbing the sequence ladder toward godhood. At higher levels, you could regenerate entire limbs, or even half your body, within seconds. Lose the cybernetic arm now, and you'll regret it later. I respect your wishes, of course, but think twice before you give it up. Bucky fell silent, weighing the argument. Finally, he nodded. No more questions. A hush fell over the assembled bystanders as they waited for the next report. Aaron dismissed the rest of the group with a single nod. Meeting's over, he said, leaving only the young operative in the room. Your first time at one of these. Do you have anything to report? The boy shook his head so quickly, his hair swung. No. Well, actually... He straightened, trying to meet Aaron's eyes. S.H.I.E.L.D., the Sentinel Secret Service, even the Avengers, they all have their people watching the mutants. Aaron tapped his fingers on the table. And yet none of those assets hold positions of real authority. They can only funnel bits of information to me. The boy swallowed. I'm different, sir. I'm officially placed inside the Mutant Academy. Exactly. Aaron's lips curved into a pleased smile. You're my mole. I don't need you doing anything fancy. Just enroll at the academy and keep up your studies. If anything stirs among the mutants, you and Bucky from the Sentinel Service will alert me immediately so I can respond. He leaned back. Further orders will depend entirely on how things develop. You're my covert agent. I can't have you staying at the academy forever. The boy nodded, resolve firming his expression. Understood, sir. The impish young man gave a wry smile. I'd best resume my magic studies. The Ring of Ragador still has more to teach me. Aaron nodded, returning the smile. Very well. He lifted his hands and traced a series of precise symbols in the air. With each careful motion, the faint hum of power grew until at last a warm, amber-red circle of magic glowed beneath them, its runic lines flickering softly in the half-light.